Good morning, everybody. My name is Del Medina. I'm the Executive Director of Black and Brown Founders, and I'm really happy to see all of you here on a Saturday morning. I hope it wasn't too rough. I know people went out last night. So before we get started, I just have some quick remarks that I want to go over. I'm going to be reading because otherwise I do not want to freestyle this. So first of all, I want to thank our primary hosts and sponsor, the Science Center at the Quorum, for hosting us, along with the Inclusive Capital Collective and Drexel University. I also want to have a huge thank you to all of our community partners. Like, without them, we would not be able to do this. They include the Thrive Campaign, Mom Your Business, Black Squirrel, Love Now Media, The Connect, Next Philadelphia, WeFunder, the Independent Business Alliance, Row Home, REC, Balance Period, Indie Hall, and Contan. It does take a village to do this work. So this year's theme for everybody is Culture Plus Money. I came to this theme because I have seen this conversation around how do we build intergenerational wealth as Black and Latinx folks, but we haven't had a conversation about what does it look like for us to build our own culture around money. You can only inherit something when you actually have it in hand. And culture is one of those things that you get to inherit. And I think it's important for us to be able to set a new standard in terms of what we think the culture around money looks like. How do we relate to it? What does it mean for us? How do we let it flow? Where do we invest it? Who do we give it to? How do we share it? Where do we spend it? Those are conversations that we all need to have, because we don't necessarily have to follow a pattern that's already been set before us or that other people feel comfortable with. And as we've been doing this work around this year, around the culture of money, a lot of the folks that are going to be coming up here are not necessarily the normal conversations you would see at a tech or tech-adjacent conversations. Because a lot of the folks that are going to be coming on stage have done it their own way, because so often we do have less, and we have access to less, but we have a lot of opportunity, and we know what kind of products we want to build, what kind of society we want to have, what kind of opportunities we want to build for ourselves. So I'm really excited to be both someone that has had the chance to get to know some of the speakers, but also someone who has a chance to not know some of the speakers. I'm curious to see what conversations come up out of this. So before we go into some housekeeping, I want to make sure that everybody knows there's a QR code that got sent out. It is a survey. Please fill it out. Data is very important to us because without the data, we don't know how to move, so please make sure you do that. We also have had a code of conduct, so please keep that in mind. And at the end of the day, none of this would be possible without some key people that are part of the BBF team, and I'm going to ask them to come on up. BBF team, would you be kind enough to come on up? Oh, we're missing a couple of people. Where's Jeffrey? Oh, all righty. Oh, some people are working, I get it. So I just want to say thank you, in particularly to Josh, who's been our main curator and programmer for this event. Thank you so much. If you're a speaker, you've had to deal with Josh because he's amazing. And when I say deal, I'm like, you've had the privilege. So thank you to Monia, who does all of our operations and keeps us on track. Thank you so much. To Jason, if you like our design, this is Jason Giles' design, all of this. And Jeffrey, you want to come up? And all of our communications and marketing that you've seen has all been thanks to Jeffrey, so thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure to thank all of you publicly because so often people see me as the one that's running around and doing the thing and talking the thing, but the reality is that this is a team, and without the team effort, none of this would be possible. So thank you so much. And with that, shall we get started? All righty, let's get started. Raymond?
It's for the workshop. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. Hi, yes, it is a pleasure to be here with you all today. My name is Raymond Ashiel. I'm the founder and CEO of Balance Period, which is a self-care company that is rooted in wellness and health equity. Now, in a moment here, I'll be talking more about how as founders we can invest in our wellness, but before we do that, we're going to set an intention for the time that we're going to spend together today, and we're going to do that by doing a mindful moment together. So mindful moment is a breathing practice paired with a moment of stillness that's designed to help us engage with the present moment and, as I mentioned before, set an intention for where we are, right? And so in this case, it's going to be the time that we get to spend together today. So all I'm going to do is have you all, first and foremost, pay attention to your posture, all right? I want you to sit upright, yet relaxed. Yeah, saw a lot of y'all moving around. Upright, yeah, relax. There we go. We're going to count us down 3, 2, 1, and we'll take 3 deep breaths together, okay? As you inhale, I want you to inhale through your nose. And as you exhale, I want you to exhale through your mouth as if you're blowing out a candle, right? So, okay? And then at the end of the third breath, we'll just sit in stillness, and I'll guide our awareness to various different aspects of the present moment, okay? 3, 2, 1. Take that first deep breath. And another. And one more. Allow your breathing to return to its normal pattern. Now I want you to notice the contact that your body is making to the surface beneath you. I want you to really feel where those connections are being made. I want you to notice any sensations you feel as you inhale and exhale. It could be movement in your chest or abdomen, or the cooling and warming sensations you feel as you breathe in and out. Just notice what's most salient for you in this moment. Now I want you to bring your awareness to the muscles of your neck and shoulders. If there's any tension that you feel there, on this next exhale, I want you to give those muscles the permission to relax. Feel free to do any movement that feels good in order to help those muscles relax. It could be a neck roll, shoulder roll, whatever feels good for you. All right, now I want you to bring your attention to something that you're grateful for in this moment. It could be a person, a place, or a thing. Whatever that is for you, just focus on something that you're grateful for. Perfect. Now let's take one more deep breath together. All right, if your eyes are closed, slowly begin to blink them open. Welcome back. I say welcome back because we all go to a little bit different of a place when we close our eyes. So what we just did was a mindfulness practice. And what I want to do now is to give anyone who would like to the space to share anything that came up for them, anything that they felt during that experience. Would anyone like to share? Yeah.
I'm very grateful for myself
Mm.
that I showed up today on a Saturday when I was available to be here with all you beautiful people. And I'm counting.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah.
It's interesting, like when you're on this journey of founding, right? And when you are really present and seeing where you want to go, how Dell wants to try and put construction cops on your vision GPS. That was
Mm-hmm.
interesting, and just being able to push through.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for sharing that too. Yeah, it's powerful. Anyone else? One more. Yeah.
I'm grateful for my mother. Tech, had a long tech work week.
Mm-hmm.
So she's a bit
Awesome. Yes, gotta love our moms. Love our moms. They're fantastic. So, thank you all so much for participating in that mindful moment. As I mentioned before, right, what we did was fully bring ourselves to the here and now. So I challenge you all to keep that level of awareness, keep that level of presence with you as we travel along our journey of what CHROMA has for us here today. Okay? So let's go ahead and begin to have our conversation about wellness and how we can continue to invest in our wellness as we travel along these journeys of building our businesses, right, and being founders. Well, also taking deep breaths are nice when things are happening that aren't, what you expect. Really nice to just help keep you grounded,
It's showing exactly that.
I think it'll work like this.
Okay.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, perfect. Perfect.
There we go.
All right. So, yeah, we'll go ahead to the next slide. Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I just want to give you a little bit of background about me before we get rolling. I want to give you some context as to who I am. So I'm the youngest of 6 children. I have my degree in kinesiology. I originally wanted to be a physical therapist, but got burnt out on school. So I decided to leave after 4 years and start my personal training journey. I love pizza. Anyone else like pizza? It's delicious. Probably not the best for us, but I thoroughly enjoy it. I love listening to audiobooks. It's the primary way that I consume content. And so if anyone has any recommendations for books or wants any from me, just let me know. We can have a conversation about that later. I turned 30 this year, so it was a big year for me entering into this next decade. I wanted to do something big. So I told myself and everyone else that I was going to run 30 miles for my 30th birthday. And so I ended up signing up for an ultra marathon back in June and completed that ultra marathon. So yeah, thank you. And I have a 3-year-old golden doodle named Milo. So he was about 9 months old in that photo, but he's a little bit bigger now. Love that guy, but he is a ball of energy. So let's see. Okay, thank you. So here are a few objectives that I have for us today. I want to make sure that you all leave with these things after our time together. The first is for you to understand what sustainable self-care is and the impact that it can have on your health and well-being. I'll dive deeper into what that means a little bit later. You're going to learn some strategies to begin integrating self-care into your lifestyle, right? And that's going to be very important as we talk about maintaining a high level of wellness along our journeys. And then finally, I'm going to equip you all with a goal-setting technique to help you more effectively execute at integrating these healthy habits into your lifestyle. I don't just want to give you things to do. I want to make sure that you have some strategies and how to implement them as well. All right, so before I dive deeper into the content around sustainable self-care, I could not be here with you all today and not talk about generational wellness. Is this the first time that anyone in here has seen this concept of generational wellness? Normally it is. Yeah, normally it's relatively new. This concept came to be in kind of 2 different phases of my life. The first portion was when I was diagnosed with a pulmonary embolism at the age of 23. And all the doctors had to say was, this runs in your family, right? So be prepared to be on medication for the rest of your life. And for me, I had no awareness that this was something that I was more susceptible to. So how I cared for myself at that time in my life, I wasn't paying attention to all of the various ways that I could care for myself to prevent something like that from happening. So that's when I knew I need to start thinking about how I care for me so that the next generation of my family can have better habits that they can learn from me to better care for themselves from the inside out. The second phase was when I realized there was this, resurgence of the concept of generational wealth that was going through the Black and brown community. And I thought about it. I'm like, this is fantastic. We need to have these conversations. But when I, put on my glasses of a wellness professional, I also saw that when we look at some of the ailments, some of the conditions that lead us to living less long, less quality lives, they disproportionately impact the Black and brown communities. So just as large as the racial wealth gap is, the racial health gap is just as big. So I feel it's important that we begin to have these conversations about how can we create generational wellness as we build generational wealth. We can do this together. It doesn't have to be one and then the other. We can do it at the same time. So we're going to talk more about how we can begin to do that today. I also wanted to highlight these dimensions of wellness, because even for me as a wellness professional, I really only thought about wellness as my physical health and then a little bit of nutrition. That's all I learned in college. But there's so much more to our overall, our holistic well-being. It's important that we're aware of each one of these domains so that we can more effectively care for ourselves along our journeys. Okay, so I have this question that I wanted to ask. I was really interested. How do you all go about investing in your wellness? What does that look like for you? Would anyone like to share? Yeah.
Dance a lot of salsa.
Salsa. Okay, love that. Love that. Dancing salsa. Yes.
Sleep and intermittent fasting.
Love both of those. Thank you for sharing those. Anyone else? Yeah. Meditation. Yes.
You know this, but every day half your weight, half your, whatever your weight is, that's what you should drink, half of that counts as
Water. Yes.
antibiotic.
Yes. Yes. So important. Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah. Acupuncture. I have not explored acupuncture yet. You're an advocate for it? Good. Okay. I'm gonna have to give it a try. Awesome. So I wanted to ask this question just so that we're having this at the top of our minds as we continue on throughout today's workshop. So, what is sustainable self-care? Now, when I began to realize the value of self-care along my journey, I realized that in most cases, when I looked at what self-care was portrayed as in media, right, whether it be social media or formal forms of media, the people that did self-care didn't look like me, right? Self-care wasn't for men, let alone Black men. And what I also noticed is that the activities that were talked about as self-care, they weren't very sustainable. These were things that cost a lot of money, they took a lot of time, and it wasn't something that I could do on a consistent basis. So I took some time to rethink what self-care meant to me. And it really boiled down just means to intentionally spend time with yourself, and the intention behind that time is to promote your optimal health and well-being. So sustainable self-care takes that one step further and is saying, well, these are low to no cost behaviors that can be engaged in on a daily basis to invest and to promote your health and well-being. So it's really simplifying it. We talked a lot about some of these things that I'll highlight here in a bit from what you all mentioned, what investing in your wellness looks like for you, but we're gonna highlight more today. So what I wanted to make sure I equipped you all with today is a sustainable self-care system. It's a framework for how you can begin to integrate these healthy habits throughout your day. And I've been working with entrepreneurs now for the last 3 or 4 years, and this has been what's resonated the most. Why? Because as business owners, we already are aware of the value of systems, right? You need to build systems and make them effective, and that's how you scale. The same is going to be the case for our health and well-being. We need to develop systems around how we care for ourselves so that we can maintain a high level of awareness and be able to maneuver our way through our journey as we invest in our wellness. So, I want you to remember this one thing, okay? You need to embrace the mindset of curiosity, exploration, and personal discovery as you travel along this journey of finding what works best for you, okay? Everyone's journey looks a little bit different. We're all in a little bit different of a place. So this is going to be very personal, and it takes that mindset of curiosity and exploration to make sure that you're giving yourself what you really need. So here are some sustainable self-care habits. Now, when I think about, right, as founders, some of the concerns that we have around our health, right? One is generally our mental health. We experience stress like I would say no one else experiences stress, okay? There's a lot that comes with just the roles that we're in, and if we don't have strategies that are in alignment with us maintaining a high level of mental health, it's really going to then lead us to the second concern, which is burnout, right? We're always working. There's always something to do. I have found that, you know, it sounded really good to say I'm my own boss and I get to choose how I spend my time during the day, but I work so much more as a business owner than I ever did working a 9-to-5. So burnout is definitely of a high concern. And then finally, what happens when we neglect our physical health, right? When we are not very very healthy mentally and then we are experiencing burnout, our physical bodies begin to deteriorate. And most times we end up, literally crashing before we begin to do something that is going to help replenish us. Okay, so these are some of the sustainable ways that on a daily basis we can go about making sure that we're keeping our cups full, right? So the first, and gentleman mentioned it before, is drinking water, okay? Being aware of how much water you need on a daily basis. It will look a little bit different for everyone, but making sure that you're staying hydrated. I know a lot of people that I talk to, they tend to be dehydrated and then feel like they have low energy and then they just drink more coffee, like that's gonna help, but it's really not. Just drink some more water. Sleep is so important. Sleep is when our minds and bodies were designed to heal and recover. When we think about the dimensions of our wellness, the things I mentioned before, sleep is what's going to help us recharge on a daily basis, all of those various different aspects of our well-being. Journaling, right? Writing things down, whether it's just what's happening, in your mind, or writing a gratitude like journal or list, right? Just writing down things is really important for us to get some of the things that are in our mind out, and that can really help us with our stress management as well. Finally, movement. And it doesn't have to be formal exercise. It could be skating, right? It could be salsa, right? Whatever that is for us, just moving our body on a consistent basis is so important to our health and well-being, not just physically, but also mentally. Finally, being mindful of what we consume, right? I highly recommend keeping the food that you eat as close to its natural form as possible. So the least processed foods, the better. Social connection, okay? We are social creatures. We saw the impact that being disconnected from the people we care about can have through COVID. So it's really important that we're ingraining time to connect with the people that we love and that love us on a consistent basis. And then finally, several of us have talked about it, and we did a brief practice in the beginning here, but mindfulness. So prioritizing time to pause, to breathe, to really rest, and just to reconnect to the here and now is very important. So there are 3 pillars to a sustainable self-care system. I'm going to go through each one of them with you right now. The first is our evening routine. We start with the end of the day in mind because that's just how important sleep is, okay? So here are some of the habits that you can practice towards the end of your day so that you can promote you getting the highest quality sleep possible. The first is the anchor for this portion of your sustainable self-care system, and that is sleep consistency, okay? Sleep consistency is going to bed and waking up at around the same times every day, right? Our bodies operate on a 24-hour clock called our circadian rhythm, and when we align our sleep patterns with this rhythm, it's going to prepare us to get the highest quality sleep possible day in and day out. So sleep consistency is important. I also recommend to take time to think about how you spend the last hour of your day. Like, what are you doing in that last hour before bed? And that'll give you some ideas of ways that you can begin to integrate some of these activities into that last hour so that you can get some better sleep quality. The first is taking a hot shower or bath. So when we expose our skin to a hot environment, internally, we actually get a little bit cooler. It's just how our bodies work. When our internal temperature is a little cooler, we will fall and stay asleep more effectively. So keep that in mind. You want to optimize your sleep environment, okay? You want to make sure it is dark, you want to make sure it is cool, and you want to make sure that it's quiet. I personally wear a sleep mask. I also wear earplugs. I know that's not feasible for everyone, but I wear earplugs just to make sure that my environment is as quiet as possible. And then finally, stress management, right? If you've had a long day, a long week, and you are laying in bed and all you're doing is ruminating on all of the things that you might not have gotten done or things that you need to do the next day, it's going to inhibit your ability to get quality sleep. So doing some form of stress management before bed, whether it's journaling, meditation, stretching, whatever's going to work best for you to support you getting the highest quality sleep possible. So this is the first pillar, your evening routine. Then your midday routine. So your midday routine, similar to your evening routine, these are just the habits that you're practicing throughout the day to help promote your optimal health and well-being. So here it's going to be about 3 to 5 times during the day that you really just check in with yourself, right? You notice, how am I feeling in this moment? And what can I do for myself right now to help me feel a little bit better? And so what I recommend is using the anchor of a mindful moment reminder. Now, these are gentle reminders that you set in your phone. They're not noise, it's just a vibration, right? When these reminders go off, you pause, you take a deep breath, and you check in with how you're feeling, okay? When you do that, you'll be able to more effectively give yourself what you need when you need it. But a lot of times we're going from one task to the next. Our minds are just constantly moving, and we don't slow down to really check in with how we're feeling. So this is going to be really important for this midday routine. Here are some things that you can do during the day to promote your health and well-being. We talked about some of these before. You can go for a walk, right, or do a formal form of exercise. Drink some water. Sometimes that's all you need when you check in with yourself. Like, ooh, I haven't drinking water at all today. And then finally, right, doing a little bit of a stretch, whether it's on your neck, bending down, touching your toes, something that can just help increase your blood flow and circulation will be a fantastic thing to integrate into those times where you pause and take those deep breaths, okay? That's the midday routine. And then finally, the morning routine. This one's really centered around starting your day with intention, similar to what we did to start today. You want to do something like that every day, right? Bring your awareness back to your goals. Bring your awareness back to your intention. And so what I recommend is focusing on the first hour after waking up. What are these first activities that you're doing? Are you waking up and going right to social media? That's probably not ideal. You want to give yourself a buffer before you interact with the outside world where you can really set the tone for the energy that you're going to bring with you throughout the day. I recommend anchoring mindfulness here, okay? So some sort of mindful activity. It could be formal seated meditation. It could be just experiencing what you're doing when you're doing it. When you're brushing your teeth, you can be mindful. When you're eating, you can be mindful. When you're driving to work, you can be mindful, right? So it's just really increasing the level of intention with you being present at the beginning of your day. And so here I said meditation, 3 to 5, guided practice. That's a fantastic way to start. You can also write down your goals, setting an intention for your day, and then having a mindful commute. Whether you're driving, walking, or riding the bus, you can spend that time really focusing your intention and attention on the present moment. So something that was mentioned before was the importance of data, right? Data in our businesses help us be more strategic about the decisions that we make. That's going to be the same for our wellness, right? We can only manage what we measure. So it's important that you are making sure that you're measuring your wellness in various different ways. I listed some of them here. First is diagnostic testing, right? I use a service called Inside Tracker to do an in-depth blood analysis. It gives me an inner age to let me know, what my biological age is, and it gives me some additional insights in ways that I can go about improving some of my biomarkers that it does measure in my blood. These are a couple other blood testing sites. One is Everlywell. I've used them before. And I just put annual exam on there just to make sure that you're regularly going to see your primary care physician and doing a blood test through them. Downloading an app, right? So you can measure your food with things like MyFitnessPal, your sleep with apps like Sleep Cycle, and then the Balance app is a way that you can track and measure your mindfulness practice. So these are just ways to keep yourself consistent with the different ways that you're integrating these healthier habits into your life. Second to last, getting a wearable device, okay? I use Whoop, which is what you see on my wrist up here, but it's having a way that you're consistently measuring what's happening from your sleep to your strain to how well your body is recovering on a daily basis. It's so important for us to be aware of this information because, as I mentioned before, we can only manage what we measure. And then finally, keeping a written journal, right, or using the notes in your phone. So taking time just to keep track of how you're feeling, giving yourself a rating on a scale from 1 to 5 on a daily basis when you wake up in the morning, keeping track of just what's happening in your mind. As I mentioned before, gratitude journal. These are various different ways that you can begin to measure how you're feeling and how you're functioning. One more tool that I wanted to share with you all is an emotional regulation tool. And so oftentimes when our minds are racing, there's a lot going on in there, it's difficult to regulate our minds with our minds. We can't think our way out of a stressful situation in most times. So we can leverage this tool, it's called a physiological sigh, to allow our bodies, right, to bring our minds to a more calm state. And so all this is, right, I put 3-1-5 up there. The 3 is for a 3-second inhale. Then the 1 is a 1-second quick inhale to really fill your lungs. And then the 5 is a 5-second extended exhale. And that's it. It's really quick. How I describe it is kind of like if your computer's running a little slow and you restart your computer and you notice it's working a little bit faster. That's exactly what this does for your mind. It's kind of like a clean slate. So that now you're able to come back a little bit more refreshed. You're able to think about the thing that was stressing you out prior in a little bit different of a light. So I wanted to give you all this. I highly recommend you try it, see if it works for you, and then integrate it into your day. All right? Now, this goal setting technique, I want to make sure that you all are able to execute on some of the things that you learned today that you want to begin to integrate into your lifestyle. So this is called the WHOOP, and it is an evidence-based intervention that's designed to help you begin to think more about some of the obstacles that you may face along your journey of accomplishing the goal that you set, so that you can be more strategic about how you respond to those obstacles when you face them. So the W in WHOOP stands for wish. And this is when you take time to really identify what you wish to achieve. For an example, I wanted to get better quality sleep. So that was the wish. I wanted to get better quality sleep. Now, what would be the result of that accomplishment? Well, I would get more energy, right? I would be more alert throughout the day. I would have more mental clarity. So it's really identifying, well, what do I get from accomplishing this goal? Then it's the obstacles. And so when I started to think, well, what obstacles would be in my way as I work towards getting better quality sleep? For me, sometimes I'll scroll on social media, right? I scroll way too long and I end up going to bed a lot later than what I expected to go to bed because I was just mindlessly scrolling. So in this case, you then set a plan. So what will I do if that obstacle is to arise? So for me, I was actually able to be more proactive. I was able to go into my phone and set a time limit for how long I'm spending on my device. So now it added a buffer between the duration of time that I wanted to spend and me just mindlessly scrolling, okay? So that's really, it's a simple process. You label what you want, the outcomes that come with it, really identify the obstacles, be honest with yourself, right? And then create a plan. So if the obstacle arises, this is what I'll do. And now you have more tools to be able to maneuver obstacles that you face along your journey. And this isn't just for health. This could also be for things that you're looking to accomplish in your business as well. So feel free to leverage this wherever you see fit. Some overall things that I want you all to remember from our conversation today. The first is to embrace the unknown, okay? Leaning into the fear or resistance that you experience as you try to adopt some new things into your lifestyle is going to be important, okay? It's natural to experience this resistance when you're doing something new. Start small, okay? Incremental changes over time has a huge impact. So start small. Just try one thing that you learned today. Do that on a consistent basis and then build on that as time progresses. Finally, embrace failure. I've been here for 30 years, and I will honestly say I have learned more from my failures than I have my successes. So really embrace failure as a learning opportunity so that you can continue to develop and grow. And then finally, one thing that I remind myself on a consistent basis is that you don't have to be perfect to be great, all right? So be patient with yourself and be kind to yourself as you travel along this journey of investing in your wellness as you are investing in your business, okay? Any questions? Yes.
Regarding sleep, is it the amount of sleep or is it the quality of sleep? So what's like how do you so I was sleeping about 4 or 5 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
And I try to get good sleep within that time. I don't like sleeping more than I feel like if I'm sleeping more than 5 hours, I'm wasting time. You know what I'm saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
so my attitude is that so where's the balance? So is it the amount of sleep or the quality of sleep?
Yeah, so it's definitely quality. I think it depends on the season you're in as it relates to amount, right? But that's why it's important to measure what your sleep quality is, right? Having a wearable device, it doesn't have to be something you do long term, but even if, right, if you take some time to invest in a device, you learn that, you know, how you're currently approaching sleep is actually having a negative impact on your body's ability to recover, it might then lead you to begin to think differently about, you know, sleep being wasting time. I also think, and something that really helped was a book from, what's her name? Hold on. Rest is Resistance by Trisha Hersey, right? Phenomenal book. And it really talked about how we've been conditioned to not rest. from chattel slavery right to now. And so some of this is a mindset shift that needs to happen on our end to begin to think differently about what rest looks like for us. And sleep is, a great place to start because it's something that we're going to do anyway. So if we start there, it will give us more opportunities to experience rest throughout the day. So I would say it is more about quality, but it's going to be important to measure what your quality is to determine if there are adjustments that may need to be made. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
So I work remotely.
Mm-hmm.
Bring up devices and tracking things, and again, for me, back to just like scrolling, there's always a temptation to have a device doing something. So my intention may be to get that good night's sleep, but the tracking of the device leads me probably back to picking up my cell phone to maybe set a timer. Then I get a notification, and now I'm not back on the phone instead of getting back to that restful sleep. So I didn't know if you had any recommendations on kind of that transition from maybe post-work into just like calming down for bed.
Yeah, so a couple of things it sounded like. One, it sounded like using technology to help track these things takes you back to the technology that you're trying to get away from. And then some of the things to calm yourself before bed. So what I would say is, first, yes, I think, depending on what that piece of technology is, it can really lead you back to using the device. I know this one helps me because there's no watch face on it. It's just measurement, right? And it's measuring throughout the day, so I can just check in on it a couple of times. That's really all I need to do is doing the work on the back end. So finding a device that doesn't kind of prompt you to go back into your old ways will help. But then also I would say start with like saying, okay, for 5 minutes before bed, I'm now going to do an activity that's away from my phone, that's in alignment with me calming myself down so I can ease off to sleep. Start with just 5 minutes and then work your way to gradually more and more over time. So I would say find a device that works and then start small and then just build from there. Is that helpful?
Yeah,
Okay, cool. Yes.
Good morning. Thank
morning.
you for this excellent workshop or talk. You talked a bit about generational wealth and generational wellness. Can you talk about some of the, I guess, similar elements of wealth and wellness, and like what does generational wellness look like? Like what is that?
Yeah, so I would say one of the biggest similarities that I found is this understanding of your mindset around both, right? I think as it relates to generational wealth, we see financial literacy as being a way that we can dismantle some of those paradigms that have led us to where we are, aside from some of the, the systemic things that have caused us to be where we are. When we think about generational wellness, I see emotional literacy being what helps us truly create that, right? That will help shift the relationship we have with ourselves, the relationship we have with each other, and ultimately how we choose to spend our time and energy. So creating generational wellness looks like expanding our awareness, and this is of our family health history, this is of our current quality of life, some of the things I mentioned in here today. Then it's just really taking accountability for the behaviors that we're modeling, because ultimately we're not going to create generational wellness by us just keeping, what we're doing that's well for us to ourselves. It's going to be us truly modeling these behaviors by engaging in these behaviors on a consistent basis. And then what really brings it all together is storytelling, right? What stories are we telling around how we care for ourselves? A lot of times we don't talk about our mental health. We don't talk about challenges we've experienced physically, right? So when we start to learn how to leverage those stories to empower the people that are around us and to inspire them to take better care of themselves, that's how we transfer those healthy habits from one generation to the next. So, did that answer your question? Okay, good. Yes.
Could you give examples of how you began those conversations with generational wellness?
Yeah, and so I think what helped, which, it's unfortunate, but experiencing that health trauma that I had, I wanted to just share that story. So I just started to tell people, and I did it through a podcast. I started a podcast just to share my story. And honestly, the people that I really wanted to listen to it didn't listen to it in the beginning, but I just kept sharing it, kept sharing it, kept sharing it. That gave me more confidence to know that this is actually something that can help people. And it led me to then be more strategic about how I brought it up with the people that I wanted to truly share it with, which was my family. So I started just to have small conversations by asking questions. I wasn't telling them anything, but I just asked them, hey, how'd you sleep last night, right? Or, hey, how much time are you spending on your phone every day? Just having these small conversations, asking questions, being more curious about where they are. And then that normally opened up opportunities for me to share the various different things that were beneficial in my experience around the questions that I asked. So it took a little bit of time, a little bit of strategy. But I mean, now I have, my parents, my older siblings, they're all thinking about how they care for themselves differently because I shared my story. I was vulnerable, right? I shared the ups, I shared the downs, but I also gave them the space to let them know that you can start from wherever you are and then continue to build from there. So it took some time, but it was just having the conversations, asking questions, being curious. Yeah. All right. Any other questions? If not, that's fine. Okay. So I want to make sure that I highlighted the key objectives that I wanted to hit today. You learned about what sustainable self-care is and the impact it can have on your health and well-being. Also learned some strategies to begin integrating some of those healthy habits into your lifestyle. And then I equipped you with that goal-setting tool to help you more effectively execute on these things that you want to bring about. I would greatly appreciate your feedback. It's a short survey if you want to scan that. This is how I collect data so that I'm aware of how I can do a better job of facilitating conversations like these. So thank you all in advance if you would like to share that feedback. Leave that up here for a moment. And then if you complete that survey, it will take you to our link hub. But I just wanted to share some of the ways that my organization is going about increasing our, collective wellness and promoting health equity. So we have a weekly podcast that comes out. When I talk about, accessibility to this information, I feel like podcasting is an effective way to make this content accessible. So we put one of those out weekly. We also have a newsletter. It's called the Generational Wellness Digest. And in that newsletter, there is a breathing practice. There is a stretch routine. There's a mindful reflection question to help you expand your level of self-awareness. There's an affirmation. And there's an article that expands your awareness of various different wellness and health equity topics. So we put that out on a weekly basis so that you're having a constant drip of content that is in alignment with the lifestyle that you want to develop in your families and in your community. So this is also my contact info. Feel free to reach out. I'm always open to have a conversation, to collab, to work together. So I'm here, and thank you all so much for your time and attention today.
Much, Raymond. We really wanted to kick off this conversation around money and culture, exactly around this. If you do not have good wellness practices, the reality is very difficult for us to have good money practices also. So thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. He will be here all day, so make sure you get a chance to have a conversation. Coming up next, we're going to have an interesting conversation about what does it look like for us to build tech that actually we want, the future of tech. What does it look like for it to be built in our image versus other folks' image? So I'm going to invite the fellow panelists up here. We have Ania Williams, founder of Black and Brown Founders, Black Innovation Alliance, the Zebras Unite, and current principal at Omidyar Network. Come on up. I'm also going to invite up Kristen Sunday, investor, founder, just arrived from Chicago. Come on up here, too. Thank you. We also have Juan. Where's Juan? He was just here. Oh, there you are. Oh, perdón. Juan Barraza from Portland, joining us from Portland, also founder, supporter, as well as, an investor. So thank you so much. And Mónica, nos falta una silla, qué pena. Allá vamos. You're going to grab that other one? Okay, Mónica Talan from Crypto Conexión is going to be joining us. I'm going to be passing out some microphones, so let me do this, Ania. I'm going to give this to you first.
Cool. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. Some beautiful faces in here. I am thrilled to be here. While we wait for our fellow panelists to get their microphones, I have, a couple questions here that I prepared, but I'm also just, because we have such a intimate group, I'm really curious to just try to catch a vibe of what people, what brought you here today? What were you hoping to come away with in terms of the conversations that we were going to have? Because I want to make sure that if there's an opportunity for us to pull some of that out in our conversation today, we can do that. So I would love if you have anything that's top of mind, if you want to just put it in the room, this is your moment.
Service.
Service? Like how to be of service?
No, actually, you said with more power than you said it, being of service.
Being of service.
Everybody is, software is a service, data is a service.
Oh.
Like if you saw my pitch deck, like everybody else.
Yes.
Right, but how about being of service?
Okay.
Really reading and to connect with people to show that you want to help and having them help you, building community. Thanks.
Anything else?
This is my first event of this nature. I was hoping to learn how to hone in or focus. On the journey, you have so many different ways or paths that can be taken, and just wanted to kind of learn strategies on how to narrow the focus to figure out a direction.
Awesome.
If you figure it out, let us know. I'm just
Anyone
kidding.
else?
Talk about it. That's good. That's good.
I love it. Anyone else?
I am I'm learning all about finances now. I'm our director at a local nonprofit called Ben Franklin Technology Partners. We invest in startups in tech and healthcare, and I'm trying to learn about alternative assets so I can help build
My favorite song.
economies and help them flourish more.
The next panel is going to be about alternative.
Oh, here we go.
Also, come find me in the hallway. This is one of my favorite conversations to have. Anybody else?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I was looking for an initiative because that was a thing that motivates me this morning. Like I'm looking new from my event, and I will look new leaders who have founded some organizations of how they are running. So just learn from them this leadership because that is more important in our life every day. So looking forward to that.
Okay, I feel like we've got some good material to work with. Thank you, everyone, for sharing. So, as Del introduced, we have this wonderful panel of folks, and it's an interesting combination. A few of us are investors, but all of us generally work in or with money in some shape or form. And so I think, and we all come at it from very different perspectives. So I would love to actually just go down the line, and I'll even share a little bit about how I work with money now. But I'd just love for us to, I'll share what kind of work you do with money specifically, and your journey into it. Juan.
Okay, hi, welcome, great to be here. Juan Barraza, I'm the Director of Innovation and Entrepreneurship at Virtual Lab. We're a climate tech nonprofit supporting climate tech entrepreneurs. What is interesting about what we do, it is we, rather than ask for the traditional return on investment as any venture fund, we're looking for impact. What is the impact you have with your technology and the climate and our environment and our communities? So we start with impact. And the other side of the equation, part of the Latino Founders Accelerator out of Portland, and we're looking to bring the community to celebrate those entrepreneurs that are in the Pacific Northwest and invest on them in a way that we give them funding to meet the next milestone, the next breakthrough to develop their company and the startup. So we combine intentionality and impact in the climate space, but also we bring the community to celebrate and embrace those entrepreneurs that are emerging out of the ecosystem.
I'm Kristen Sunday. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Paladin. And at Paladin, our mission is to increase access to justice by helping legal teams run more efficient pro bono programs. And so we've built the first SaaS platform that connects nonprofits and legal services organizations on one side that are doing client intake, vetting, pro bono referrals with top law firms and Fortune 500s and bar associations who can provide attorneys who are offering free legal services to low-income individuals. So I have so much fun with Paladin, and it's for profit. We are VC backed. I've raised $12 million in venture capital over the past couple of years, and we most recently raised an $8 million Series A last year. In addition to Paladin, I am also a VC myself. So on my nights and weekends, I'm one of the partners at Long Jump, and our mission is to invest in overlooked founders and ideas in the Chicagoland area specifically. So we write 100K checks to founders really at the earliest stages. We're typically like the first check-in or part of the first round of funding that they're raising. And the idea is that we want to catalyze their companies and make sure that they can fulfill both their pre-seed rounds and then expand within Chicago and externally.
And I'm Monica Talana, and I work in a very different field. I'm not an investor, but I focus on blockchain, cryptocurrencies, and also educating people about AI. So I would say that I focus on two areas of investment. One is investing in understanding technology to leverage it, but the other one is blockchain and cryptocurrency. And one of the things that we have is we have a website in Spanish to help individuals understand cryptocurrencies and blockchain and how you could say, be your own bank. We don't give investor advice, but we do help people understand the ecosystem. And we also help, there's a lot of builders in Web3 and blockchain and crypto. And so we help them understand the grant process. So how to identify grants, how to pursue the grants, because it's very different from Web2, and how they can actually successfully secure these grants. And they include many which are crowdfunding grants programs within the blockchain system, and others that are just direct investments.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. I am Ania Williams, and as Del mentioned, I started some things, not least of which is Black and Brown Founders that is hosting this event. But nowadays, my day job is working at Omidyar Network. I'm a principal on the responsible technology team there, and I run an $8 million portfolio of grants and investments and interesting projects that are all about giving life to an alternative tech ecosystem and really a new economy that's rooted in a different set of values. And a lot of that has to do with building infrastructure that can support responsible innovation. And so to the young woman here who mentioned alternative assets, a lot of that is also even rethinking how money moves in an ecosystem that can actually support these more social-oriented goals that kind of go beyond just making money for shareholders, which is kind of what drives all of our current business markets today, and caring more for people and the planet and each other. And so, yeah, that's what brings us here today. Yes?
Before you continue, we're going to have
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Give him a real chair.
All about being agile.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lovely.
You got a pivot, right?
She's like, this is messing up my photos. Welcome back, Juan. Okay, so I feel like one of the other things I would love to get into, and I'm going to ask you a slightly different question, Monica, but I would love to know, like, what is it that you look for in founders, Kristen and Juan? And Monica, my question for you is actually, I would love for you to explain the opportunity within Web3 now, especially because it's been going through some trials and tribulations. There's been some shifts, and I'd love to hear how your outlook is on that looking forward.
Look, I think when it comes to blockchain and crypto, I think it has a PR problem. Everybody thinks of it as a way to invest and make quick money versus the long-term investment, including the infrastructure part of it. So I'm very bullish on what the future is for blockchain and crypto, especially because I'm very involved in the public goods part of it. There's a ton of building and investing in environmental projects and projects that really benefit people who do not have access to money. So I've seen great projects in Africa and Latin America that are really building ecosystems that are changing lives. So I'm really optimistic about what the potential is. And I also think ultimately a lot of the people who criticize specifically blockchain, actually crypto, but including blockchain, are those that are currently buying those cryptos and storing them or investing in building their own blockchain. So if you think about JP Morgan, Citigroup, and all of those, they're building their own blockchain platforms that speaks to the potential and the opportunity of that technology and why we all need to be learning about it, participating, and building on that, on those technologies. I don't know if that answers the question, but I'm bullish.
Sure. So I can speak about long jump and what we look for. So the biggest thing that investors are going to look for at the earliest stages, and this is whether you're going for-profit, nonprofit, fellowship, et cetera, is really the founder market fit. You want to make sure you can articulate why are you the best person to do what you're trying to do. And you can do that in a couple ways. You can talk about your expertise and your background and how you experience the problem that you're trying to solve. You can talk about the market size and really command knowledge of the market and the opportunity in the business. You can talk about your network and how they are going to lend you the support and the resources that you need to do what you want to do at scale. But really making sure that you tell the story of why you are the right person to do this and how you're differentiated is going to be the key for me in whether, I guess a couple of other factors too, but the biggest factor in whether or not I'm going to end up writing a check at the end of the day.
I hope y'all are taking notes. Juan.
Yeah, well, plus one what Monica and Kirsten just said, but also the founder ability to be able to attract a team. When you're early on launching a company, you gotta recognize that you don't have all the skill sets to launch a company. So how you complementing your team? If you're really good in business development, can you bring the technical expertise, the market expertise to balance your team? And then know your numbers. You're talking about the market fit, how you are the best to take this company and scale it, but also you understand the market. You taking the time to understand what are the challenges of the market and how you're going to differentiate the company within the other competitors in the industry you're tackling your company. And definitely resilience, right? Is have you tried this before and how many times you try it until you find the right product market fit.
Nice. I would co-sign all of what they're saying. I would also add that, and even a tap on this question of leadership, there are a few qualities that I look for in the folks that I have been engaging and providing funding to, and a lot of that has to do with, I would say at their core, people being learners and kind of being on what I would say is a lifelong journey and commitment to just improving and getting better, growing and changing, because I think that in this world, especially when we're talking about startups and innovation, it is constantly trying stuff and then learning that some of that shit does not work, and then doing something different. And sometimes the thing that is not working is something that you are doing specifically, or it's you, and you might need to change. And so and as you hope to kind of grow and make more progress, there's this question that even I've asked myself at these different stages, which is like, who do I need to become to be the person that can do the thing that I am trying to do, and really kind of being introspective. So I say that like that piece of leadership is really important. I would say even more tactically, people's ability to communicate context, especially when you are leading teams. There's going to be so much complexity in what you do. If you care at all about being fair, or doing things in a way that are going to have some type of social impact, to be fair, to be just, like all of those things add complexity to your work, because the default setting of capitalism that we all operate in is like to not care about that shit at all. It's very cheap to not care about other people. It's really expensive to care about other people. So being able to communicate context to people so that they understand what journey they are on with you, especially if they're believing in your leadership and they're following behind you, to let them know where you're going and why is really important, which is related to the last thing I'll say, and that is like trade-offs. I also feel like we have all been sold a bill of goods, like we can all have it all, and like nothing is gonna ever, like everything has a cost. Everything comes at a cost. Some of those costs can be invisible, but there is one. And so like being a person, a founder who is constantly really trying to dig into like what is actually the cost of this thing, so that you can look at that and look at these different scenarios in front of you and feel like you are making an intentional choice and not just letting things happen to you, is like one of the best things that you can do to control your destiny, is to just know what the cost is and then make a deliberate choice about what you're not going to have and what you are going to have, and then moving into the next thing. And then with that learning part, like realizing like, oh, okay, that was not the right choice, but now I know, and this time I'm going to do it again. And even to what Raymond was saying earlier, like learning from your failures, like this journey is full of failures, like big ones, small ones, and I am like who I am today because of my failures. So don't be too afraid of that. So yeah, okay. Getting into the next question, and I think this is like a really good one to dovetail off of what we were just sharing, is like what are the mistakes that you see folks make all the time? Founders maybe in your situation. Monica, I'd love to hear this, especially from the Web3 perspective. You talked about, you know, there's kind of a PR problem there. What are the mistakes that people are making that are kind of keeping that opportunity from really being realized?
Well, I think people think it's easy to launch a business, to go into Web3, to become a millionaire. I think everybody watches those Instagram posts and thinks, oh, I can become a keynote speaker and make $30,000 in a month. So I think part of the mistake that I see folks make is that they don't want to put the work in, that they think it's easy. And I'm obviously generalizing, but I do think part of it, and I love what you said about learning, is that you need to really take the time to learn, to connect with others. I think Raymond said it, right? Build a community that can help you understand how to launch the business. I think the other mistake I see is that people try to do it alone, thinking, I know what I'm doing, I'm just going to do it. And I've made that mistake, right? Where I've jumped in and said, well, I can do it. And then it's like, no, actually, I can't do it alone. Let me ask for help. And I think that's the third one, right? People are afraid to ask for help. And there's a wonderful community, and I see it a lot in Web3, that is there to help you, that really tries to lift you up. And that's who you need to surround yourself with.
Nice.
I love that, like asking for help. I definitely did not ask for help often enough early on, and I made a lot of mistakes that my friends had already made. And when I told them about it, they were like, why don't you just come to me and talk about it? Because I did that exact same thing last week or last month, and it would have been a really helpful sounding board. So definitely building your community and reaching out to people and being vulnerable has been helpful for me, as I've learned the hard way to ask for help and bounce ideas off other people. The second thing that I would say is that everything will take more time than you think it will. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of head nodding. All right. So it's like, it's so painful. I mean, so I started my company like 6 years ago, and I'm just now getting to where I thought I would be in like year 2. So give yourself more time and more grace to figure it out is my second piece of advice based on what I've seen. And the third is, well, I guess it's related to community as well, but just surrounding yourself with people who you can be vulnerable with is also really important, because it's super lonely. It's a really lonely journey, and there's a lot of conversation around mental health and making sure that, you know, we are supporting each other. Unless you open up to other people and are also open to receiving that from others, it's going to be really hard to do by yourself. So that's my third piece of advice around that.
Managing your time, and your time is valuable. And when you are getting one or two success in the community and the people see you, they will grab you and they want you to be in panels and conversations, and you go into this cycle where everybody wants to talk to you and they grab a piece of your time. But when things don't go as planned, all that excitement that was around it, or the people that were cheering you on, they disappear, and then you are left on your own. And the other piece about time, we've all fell in love with trying to raise money from VCs and angels. Do your homework, understand the investment thesis of the folks you want to talk to. And that's okay, go talk to them, but don't invest too much time. If you have a consumer package good, a company and you go to talk to somebody that just invests in software, they're going to listen to you because it's their job, but they will not invest because you are not fit for their fund. So just be cognizant of that, go with open eyes, meet people, and they might open doors for you, but they might not be writing the check. And you might have to go out of the state, out of your city to be able to find that investor that's the right fit for you. So manage your time and learn the investment thesis, the folks that are going to invest capital in you, you're in that path, and explore other options to raise the funds you need for your company.
Oh, actually, sorry, if I could just jump in. One thing that you reminded me of around time management is, I think, related to your question around focus. This is something that I struggle with so much, but a huge mistake that I've made and that I see other people making is not focusing. And whether that's with your time, whether that's with your product. So when I first started out, I wanted to build a platform for law firms and corporate teams and bar associations and law schools and solo lawyers, and I tried to do them all at once and failed miserably because I was just diverting my resources and I wasn't making a concerted effort to do one thing really well. And that's another thing that investors will look for when they're going to fund you is, can this organization, can this person do what they say they're going to do really well? And then we can give them the resources to scale it into other areas where they can do really well. So having that like proof of concept related to one thing you can do super successfully is really important. And then personally, I was just having this conversation with my partner this morning around like conferences and time. Like I've started making a set of criteria for 2024 around what speaking engagements and events I'll attend related to, will this further my business? Will this help my community? Will this help my personal interests, professional, personal development? And if the events don't meet one of those criteria, I shouldn't be spending my time on it. So just having in your head, what are the things that are going to help me and my business and my community move forward, and then matching against that, I think is a useful exercise that I'm excited to work on for next year.
Word. I think that's there's like two things in there that I wanna dig deeper on a little bit. I'm gonna start with what Kristen left off with too, because I feel like it was a segue into one of my next questions. But yeah, like one of the mistakes that I also see a lot of people make, and is also my Achilles heel, like this is my lifelong struggle, is like I'm the queen of doing way too fucking much. And prioritization is like my arch enemy. And I have been like in the spirit of learning, I have been like working on getting better at that and narrowing things down as much as possible. And this kind of gets back to that piece about trade-offs, and realizing, and actually to Kristen's really, really important point, that even as a founder, I think especially when you're first putting yourself out there, you want to be able to impress investors and potential customers and show them that you can do all of these things and that you have a big vision, especially when they're expecting to see like billion-dollar exits come out of this industry. But it actually can be sort of the opposite effect of when you actually are practically trying to do that. It effectively kind of means you're like building 5 businesses at once instead of just the one. And the progress that you would want to see and that you want to make comes much slower and is much more expensive and much, much harder. Where if you actually just pick one really very specific thing that you know you can nail, like you will go faster, farther, and then people want to invest in that, especially because then they can see the opportunity to translate that into different ways. Like once you get to the place where you start to actually show the outcomes of your vision, it is much more compelling. And so it always feels like antithetical to like what you're doing at that moment, but I have consistently seen that when people actually like go hyper niche actually in certain ways with who they're serving and how they're serving them, they get farther faster. So just pro tip there. So the prioritization thing, and also bringing that into, that's a mistake, and also I have that same struggle, so game recognized game. The other thing that I wanted to kind of tap on that Juan mentioned is this piece about, they're not all money is the same either. And this piece about making sure that you kind of know the investors that you're going to be talking to, like what's their investment thesis, how do they invest? Like everyone's got a little bit of a different flavor of kind of what their approach is and how they're thinking about the founders that they're going to invest in. And so doing whatever you can to start to understand before you get into your first meeting or so with that person, if possible, is to know like what kind of money that is, because one, it might not actually be the type of money that is looking to invest in the type of thing that you're doing, and it will have absolutely nothing to do with the merits or the worthiness of your idea. It just isn't a fit for what they're doing. Because if you remember too, like investors have investors most of the time, at least VCs do, and they are very big money people who want very specific types of outcomes. And so the pressure is on the investor you're talking to be able to deliver in a really specific way, and it either is on that target or it's not. And so I think that even in my own journey thinking about, at times that maybe that it was some kind of indication of the thing I was building, but it's not often. Sometimes it just isn't the type of investor that you need. So really thinking about that and doing your homework on that is really important.
And when you're looking for the VC and your investor that's gonna work with your company and give you money, don't just look at the check. What else they have on the network that's gonna open the doors for the next round? Could be manufacturing, could be supply chain, could be the next round of investors that will be able to invest in a larger round, or somebody that will give you the real talk, or they will tell you, Juan, you should not be doing this. I had 3 or 4 examples that had things go horrible wrong. This is what you can avoid a lot of pain if you go this route, and in a way that your brain trusts, because they invested in you, they believe in you, they believe in your company, but they're looking to figure out how to get you to the next milestone.
Absolutely. And then my last piece to even just tack onto what he was saying is that if you find that you're spending a lot of your time like trying to meet and get in conversations and pitch investors and get them to write you checks, spend a moment to consider whether you could use that same energy to actually just get customers for your company and like make revenue, because that is actually the best thing possible. And then you get to be your only boss and don't have like people breathing down your neck about when's my money coming back. So just think about that too. Okay. Mistakes. So we talked about that. I actually wanted to I was going to pivot that earlier into this other thing where it's like for yourselves. I'm really interested to know what challenges do you feel like you're actually dealing with right now? Because I think it's also helpful if we have a lot of folks who are kind of at the beginning of their journeys in the room. For people who are a bit farther along, what are you struggling with right now? What are your struggles?
Well, I'm struggling with the crypto winter, or the ice age.
Winter is coming, huh?
No, actually, I think your point is managing my time. I have such a hard time saying no, right? So you get invited to speak at all these events or to do different things or to attend conferences. And so I've had to learn to say no in a gracious way. I think there's been so much conversation about time management, and it is the best resource, right, that we have, and the most important one we have. And so for me, that is one of the hardest things that I have. And then my second challenge is that the name of my company is Crypto Conexión, and the current regulatory environment in the U.S. is not that friendly to the word crypto. And so, for example, I can't do advertising on marketing on social media because I am not a financial institution or have the licenses, but I'm an educational platform. So I go through a lot of challenges that many others don't go through. And so we're looking at how to pivot or launch a separate brand in the U.S. so that we don't have to deal with the challenges, because in Latin America, I have a lot of runway, if that makes sense.
That's really interesting. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, super interesting. So I think prioritization is always a struggle for me too. It sounds like it's a common theme, but we're thinking about how are we going to end the year in terms of revenue and impact. Those are the 2 metrics that we look at. And then we're starting planning for 2024 already, and I'm trying to decide, okay, what are the different products that we should build for next year? What is the hiring plan going to look like? Where are we going to invest? Where are we going to pull back? Where are we going to double down? And at the end of the day, the main question you have to ask yourself is, what is the goal? And at Paladin, we have two goals. One is to hit a revenue goal, and one is to hit an impact goal, number of like pro bono connections that we're making every year. And so when I look at all the different categories, product, hiring, et cetera, I need to pit those goals against different options and scenarios and figure out where I'm going to get the highest ROI. And so tracking everything back to one or two main goals I found is a really helpful exercise. Similarly, in terms of time management, so I tried so many online platforms, Todoist, Asana, Trello, I'm sure you all have too, to like manage my schedule. Gcal, like sending myself reminders to set reminders. Like it's just out of control. And I finally found this day planner that it's like literally a handwritten notebook now that I carry with me everywhere. I'm just like back to old school pen and paper. That's right. Thank you. But every day it asks me, what are the 3 things you have to do today? That's it. 3 things. And then it's like a trailing list of the 26 other things that I really should do if I have time. But I found it so helpful to just identify the 3 main things that I really need to do to make my day successful. And that's been game changing for me in the last month, like reorient my time and focus and calendaring. No more reminders for reminders. That's like a bad rabbit hole to go down. So, yeah.
Vicious cycle.
It's 2 different organizations, but in one part, learning how to let go. When you start something, you do everything for the first couple of years, and when you start getting that support system that is needed to grow the organization, letting go of the things that you enjoy doing, stepping back and letting people do their best, and that part is interesting because you see them like, oh, they do better than me. Okay, you keep doing it. So letting go, prioritization. And the other thing is when you have a seasoned team that got in the group and they forget how to innovate and they fail to recognize the signals that competition is coming and getting them back to the basics, that's the part that reminding people that you gotta be nimble. So letting go, let people do the best work they can do, but don't forget to innovate.
Yeah. I love that. I think that also reminds me of one that came up for me as y'all were talking, which has to do with just like trying to balance mission and culture. So this piece of what I was saying earlier, this sort of idea which at ON where I work, we talk a lot about, we have an entire like area of work that we do around reimagining capitalism. And so a lot of times we talk about this term called shareholder primacy, which is kind of that orientation, shareholder primacy. We have is like an orientation we have in sort of the global economy, but definitely especially in the American economy, where the idea is that, a company's most important goal is to make money for its shareholders. And that often comes at the expense of literally everything else that we care about, and is, arguably one of the reasons why the world is on fire. And so a lot of the kind of companies and people that I work with and spend time with these days are very, very invested in thinking beyond that and thinking about there are other stakeholders here, as I kind of mentioned earlier, my employees, the communities that I'm serving, the planet, like all of these are also, there's like a quadruple bottom line, if you will. And so what I would say is like one of the sort of struggles, the thing that sometimes kind of keeps me up at night is like balancing the sort of mission of like, okay, here's what we're doing, this is our goal and this is where we're going, with like this culture piece. And that is like, how do we be good to each other while we do this? Especially because in startup landia, like this is not a normal job, to be clear. It's not a normal job. It's a very stressful situation. It is very high risk. It's very high stakes, and that puts a lot of stress on people, and that makes people behave in lots of crazy ways. And so just like making sure that you are showing up for people and that you're creating an environment at your company where people can show up for each other is also work. Like that takes work, that takes intention. That is not how people just come off the street into the mix with a bunch of strangers. And so building trust and connection with your team is also really important and worth investing and spending time in. But, you know, again, trade-offs. Sometimes that might come at the cost of the mission moving a little bit slower. And so that kind of comes back to this other piece that Kristen was mentioning, where you like, it might take a little bit longer than you think. And sometimes I think for the right reasons, if you're really being mindful of these things. So there's a lot of pieces for all of us as founders to hold. But I think that all of these things are really, really important, because we're moving into an era in business where you will be judged by your leadership, right? Like all the people getting canceled online, like they did not have the range. So try to be one that does have it. Okay, so that brings me to one more thing I definitely want to discuss. And then I want to, like, if we have time, we can... She's giving me the 5-minute flag. Okay, last quick question that I have for this panel, which is impact, because I feel like that's a word that like we say all the time, impact, impact, impact. It means everything and it means absolutely nothing. I want to know, how do you think about impact? How should people think about impact?
I'm going to connect the answer to what you were talking about
Yes.
earlier. I think sometimes we forget about the impact we can have on our teams. So I think one of the areas that I really focus on is investing in helping them find their greatness. So ensuring that they're investing in courses and learning and continuous learning and helping them hopefully find if they want to be entrepreneurs, right? So I think that's one way. The other way, at Cripto Conexión specifically, we create a lot and do a lot focused on public goods within Web3. And so contributing a lot of content and information and free resources for Spanish speakers. And we do that because we understand that's a really important part of the ethos of Web3 that a lot of people don't know about. And so that's part of the impact. And that we measure it by how many communities we engage with in different countries. We're working with at least 40 communities in Latin America. And so that's how we measure our impact. But for me, the most important impact is helping my team find their greatness.
That's their legacy in some ways as well.
Love that. So I'll answer first at a very literal level. So at Paladin, our impact metric is the number of pro bono connections that we've made. So how many low-income folks did we connect with attorneys who can provide them free services? And then as a part of that, one of the reasons why I like the fact that we chose a for-profit model is that we collect revenue from law firms and corporate teams, and that allows us to subsidize free tools for nonprofits. So there are a lot of other organizations in the justice tech space that charge nonprofits for their technology. We provide it for free because we can, because of our revenue model. The other thing I'll add, this is kind of interesting. It's a relatively new tax designation. I'm going to get really nerdy for a second, but we incorporated it as a public benefit corporation, which is a new type of formation status as of, I think, 2015-ish. And it allows you to prioritize impact in addition to profit for like public reasons and investor reasons. And that for me was really important to express to our investors, like, yes, of course, we're in this to build a large business, and we're in this to create change and impact at scale in a way that technology allows us to do in a way that's never been done before. The other thing that I'll add and just leave on is think about impact for yourself. We talked about this being a really lonely journey, and another conversation that I have quite often with founders is like, what are you going to do after your company? After your nonprofit, after your organization? And thinking about like, how do you grow as a leader daily, both professionally and personally, through these experiences, I think is really important, because we're all so busy taking care of our team, taking care of our investors, taking care of our clients. Nobody's taking care of us, you know? So you got to make sure that I know we just did a wellness workshop, which is amazing. Like, we need to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves and that we're continuing to learn and grow so we can bring these lessons with us to the next thing that we do.
And that's a good reminder, right? That take care of ourselves. Sometimes we run very hard, very fast, and we forgot to do the basics. So please take care of yourselves. For Virtual Lab, we're an interesting journey because we serve climate tech companies. We measure the impact and the carbon emissions. They're reduced. Thank you. The carbon emissions are reduced, and the technologies that are put on the market, and how much money is invested from federal or from our fund, but we're in an interesting journey because now we went from being a white-led organization to a black and brown-led organization. So now bringing in those folks that haven't been absent in that space, and we're gonna be quantifying how many of those relationships. And Stephen Green is not here, but Stephen is a big proponent to saying, don't be transactional, don't reach out for help, build relationships, right? So how we build relationships with the community. In the Latino founder sides with the accelerator, we have a very clear goal. We want to help 100 Latino businesses in Oregon to reach $1 million in annual recurring revenues in the next 5 years. And I'm a big proponent of seeing is believing. Our next generation of kids, they are in K-12, higher ed, we want them to see themselves in leadership positions with entrepreneurs, and that's intangibles that Monica was alluding to, how we can inspire our community to see themselves and look at people on the panel on the stage and say, I can be that person next time.
Thank you. Okay, I just got the 1 minute flag, but does anybody have, can I take one question?
We have 5 minutes.
There's, okay, well now we have 6 minutes. But you put your hand up first, so go.
Cool, thanks. So to distill down everything you guys said to my question, you've talked about impact, building relationships, connection, being transactional while aspirationally not being transactional. I don't mean this with any glib or flip. I think it's important for people that look like me who are founding and who have to have an understanding of that key nuance to be able to talk to you guys, not only in a 10 slide that you will reply to and then we'll Zoom, but then be able to communicate clearly like, hey, I need this bread, to say it simply. So how do you measure, how would you have the conversation as a founder with you guys around momentum versus traction versus impact against transaction and not being transactional and showing up on it? I know that sounds...
Ooh, I love that question.
That's a great question.
Right, I don't mean to be the test, but it's the notion when we sit in front of check writers on a Zoom, in person, over coffee, showing our MVP, etc. So I think it's a great question.
Yes. I will start by just speaking for myself. I feel like I really just like to talk to people as people about what they're working on. I feel like I have been in both the seat of the pitcher and been the pitchy. I don't know. And I think that I'm really just watching people and what they do, how they respond, how they show up, how they talk about the thing, what's their energy around that thing. And then also I am making an evaluation about is the thing that they're trying to put in front of me in that target of things that I specifically have money for. And I hate having to tell people no, but I've gotten better at trying to explain to people what my thinking is. So I try to be as transparent as I can be, but I think it's just to be who you are in some ways. But knowing that is oriented towards a certain goal, right? Because I think that being able to read the room and knowing your audience is a thing. But I think that for me personally, I tend to be a person that likes folks to just really show up real, and give me a sense of what you're doing and how you do it and how you move around this world.
I do think I want to go back to what Juan said. That's why you need to do the research on who you want to invest in you. Because if you talk to the transactional investors, that's what they're going to look for, the traction. If you look for the impact investors, they're going to look for impact. So that's why the homework part on who you want to be your partner, because at the end of the day, an investor is a partner, and you need to not look at the check, but look at the partner, I think. So
yeah, and I think I would also just add even to that is most of us, I mean all of us, but definitely most of us have in our mind what we're looking for too. So I think that one of the things I've found myself saying a lot to folks that I'm, in community with is that like too many of us are trying to like sell people what we want them to buy and not what they actually want to buy. And sometimes the thing that they actually want to buy is not the thing that you want to be making or delivering, which is fine because it's okay if it's not a fit. Like there will be someone else where it is. But like I think that's the other thing I would just remind people of is like 99.9% of the time, the investor you're getting in front of like knows what they're looking for already, or like a universe of things that they're looking for specifically. And it may or may not be you, and that's okay. It does not mean that you're doing something wrong.
And as you develop your deck, right, you have your core deck, and you're gonna talk to investors. You know they want to know how you're gonna make money, how you're gonna return their money back to them. And pro tip, always have a backup slides or backup information. If somebody want to dig deeper on in the culture piece and the team formation and your commitment to the community, you have something, you have an answer prepared in case they ask, right? But as Monica was saying, just read the room. You're gonna present in front of an investor. Have the numbers to make the case that you are an investable company. If you're going to present in front of a general audience and the community, switch the deck a little bit to talk about how your company works with the community. At the core, it's still the same company, still you, but you have the ability to present your value proposition depending who you're presenting at that point. Does that make sense?
For me, it does, because I give thanks. I've done all the homework that you guys are talking about. I'm talking about people that look like me, that will go in front of check writers that may not look like them, really not understand the nuance outside of research, crunch basing. Cool, I get all that. Sorry for the city, but I get all that. After you do that research, it's still being able to get the nuance of what is momentum versus traction versus impact versus trends. That stuff happens in seconds. Right? So that's what I was saying for people that don't really get that. You guys have been dope today at giving game for free. Like, what's something you could really leave somebody with that leaves this, oh, that's how I need to talk. That was the point of mine.
I see.
Yeah. I can add maybe one more thing to this conversation. So when I first started talking about the justice gap, and let's real talk to your point, like the people that you're mostly going to pitch for funding don't look like the people in this room, right? And people want to write checks and they want to invest in people that look like them, that feel like them, they relate to. And so it's like I would go into a room and I would pitch a bunch of people on how we're going to solve the justice gap. And they looked at me like I had two heads. So what's the justice gap? What is this thing? And I'm like, okay. So I learned to walk into the room and talk about how we are going to solve a workflow problem for law firms, legal technology. And they were like, oh, yeah, I work with lawyers. I know, my brother's a lawyer or whatever it was. So just making the problem as relatable to your audience as possible is really important. Indexing on the specific problem that you're solving. And then when I threw in, yeah, we're going to solve this problem, really I'm solving the problem because the justice gap disproportionately affects women and immigrants and minorities, and my co-founder and I are all three. But when I walked in the investment room, I'm like, yeah, we're going to work on this workflow automation problem because these law firms are losing $1 million a year in lost billables because their attorneys are doing this manually. They're like, oh man, that sounds like a really bad workflow problem. Let's talk about this. So just being sure that you can tie it back to business problems that you're solving and then weaving in the community element was what I found to end up being most successful in being relatable to investors, talking about it in their terminology, right, in the tech world, and then knowing how this ultimately plugs into my goal of increasing access to justice. That was kind of the combination of presentation points that I felt hit the mark at the end of the day. Is that helpful? Yeah, okay.
That's good stuff. Okay, we got more hands.
So would it be fair to say that it's almost like qualifying again for sales, but just for the investors? It's like the same fundamental.
Yeah, exactly. It's just finding a way to tell your
same.
story in a way that fits the audience. At the end of the day, pitching is all storytelling, which is what I've learned. Yeah. Yeah. This is good.
Well, good.
Oh, sorry.
I think she wanted to.
Yeah.
I think she wanted to.
Here and then here. I need 2 more questions. Okay.
Yep.
Go for it.
This is from Monica.
Yeah.
I have a company. So, how's the FTC scandal affecting your company?
And then and it's a two-part question. The second thing is, since the data mining with the crypto, since that's converted over to AI mining, how does that affect you?
Two great questions. So the FTX scandal, I think, pretty much impacted the whole market because it crashed the market, right? And I think the current trial is going to bring a lot of negative headlines for crypto, and you know. Being in the headlines is not always news, especially for crypto. I think what people forget is that the FTX scandal, because of the impact on the crypto economy, it crashed everything. But people in other parts of the world weren't as impacted because they didn't have FTX. It depends on the country. They were active, for example, in Brazil. So I think globally, even though it impacted the market, it didn't impact the experience. So because I'm focused on Latin America, what I'm seeing is great adoption in areas like cross-border payments. And so I don't know, I'll give you a tidbit, and I don't want to go too long because I know we don't have a lot of time, but between Mexico and the US, between the US and Mexico last year, there were $3.3 billion that were sent as cross-border payments in crypto. And a lot of people don't know those data points because it's faster, easier, and cheaper. So for me, it hasn't hit us as hard. What's hard is that it's hit the blockchains and projects that we work with who don't have as much money to invest in projects like mine. So it's hit us in some areas, but in engagement, we've grown a ton. We're working with 40 communities, so we've seen really positive. Now, because of the way we're positioned as an education platform, instead of pivoting to AI like some have done, we've added AI as part of the Web3 conversation, and that's helped drive engagement. And that's actually what's helping us sustain our momentum right now, because we're doing workshops and teaching people how to use AI tools, and we're getting paid for it. So that's helping us sustain the work that we also believe in, to your point, in crypto and blockchain.
I want to be fair to everybody on the stage because I want to talk about the positives. So let's talk about the positives. The positives that Black founders have actually raised $565 million this year. So that's awesome, right? But there's $75 billion in the first half of 2023 that was given to all founders. So we're talking about Black founders have only received 0.75%. And you guys are up here talking about language. So it has to be a whole different set of language if Black founders are only receiving less than 1% of all the money that is being distributed to all the investors. It has to be a totally different language that everybody else is speaking that we don't have access to, because the disparity is enormous. So I just need some kind of clarity in terms of, if we're receiving less than 1% of the funding, what type of language is everybody else speaking, or someone else is speaking that we don't have access to? Because it sounds like it's a totally different language that is being disseminated to investors that we don't have access to.
I would say that the language piece is definitely important, because there is a language to this industry. But more important than that, I would say, is relationships, is networks, and knowing how the systems work and how the money moves. So I feel like one of the things that, when I was building my very first startup, Tinsel, and we were raising venture funding, which was a journey. But it was, I didn't know anyone really. I didn't know any investors like that. I knew a couple. And so a lot of that was doing things like going to events like these, or events where investors were going to be, and trying to learn as much as I could about how they think about things, how they, I had to try to learn about their job, as much as I knew about my job, because one of the things that I would say, it's one is getting into the room, and there are different events and things like that you can and should do, and we can talk more in the hallway if you want to talk about how do you think about growing your network. But the relationships thing is key. I think there's a statistic, 96% 6% of white people only know white people, and like most of the investors are white people, and so part of it is like literally getting in the room. The other part of it is like once you're in the room and having the conversation, the language piece of it, but it's like knowing exactly like what they're thinking about and like what their motivations are, right? So like one of the things I was saying earlier is that like VCs have investors, their bosses are LPs, which are, you know, pension funds and endowments and stuff like that, like the things that people retire on at the end of the day. They got to make sure that money keeps growing into more money so the entire like financial system doesn't collapse or whatever. They're part of it. And like the things that they're expecting to return to those investors have to like math out. So they're thinking about the actual math in addition to the opportunity to like what Juan and Kristen were talking about. Like the numbers got to be telling a story just as much as you're telling a story about the like possibility of the business. And that has to be convincing to them to know that that's like the thing that they're looking for. So I feel like there is like a learning curve of understanding how these markets like operate, the fact that there are LPs, how the LPs think about things, these giant pools of money, because that they have probably the most power in this entire startup ecosystem in general. And then also thinking about just like how the different sort of instruments could work, like what are the different investment vehicles. You can get an equity deal, you can take a, you know, some people might do really interesting loan structures in terms of alternative investments. Some might be able to do like grants. Some might be able, like through a fiscal sponsor or something like that. So I think also understanding the different ways in which you can try to position a deal. Is it a convertible note? Is it all these other things? Like those are all things that I would say like founders got to get real good on learning too. So just to that point, I don't know if you guys would add anything to that.
And it's systemic, right? The fact that you have, the fact that we have to go into the room and explain. I remember having a Latina entrepreneur pitching an idea in healthcare for Latinas, right? And the first question that came right out of the bat of the investors, why not open it up for all women? And the fact they understood there's $1.7 trillion in buying power in the Latino community in the U.S., and the decisions are driven mostly for women, by women in the Latino community, and they didn't see that, and they had to explain it. It's just systemic, right? But there's the good news is there's an emerging group of Black VCs and Latino VCs. They are coming up, but they are not enough, and it's going to take quite some time. In the meantime, as Kristen was saying, and Monica, we just had to hustle and work 3 times as hard to get in front of those folks and get in that room. And I can tell you, this is not going to be easy. And it's going to be very bruising and sometimes discouraging. But it is an option, right? And it's also alternative money that we can look into that. I'm happy to have the conversation offline to dig a little deeper, because I think they're asking us to wrap up.
Yes, we have to wrap. This was, well, I enjoyed it. I hope you guys got something out of it. I will be around all day. If anybody wants to tap me and ask more questions, I'm happy to be here and help. So, thank you.
Thank you to this amazing panel. You can leave your microphones there. Thank you so much. And great questions. I really love it when people are asking questions. Our next panel is going to be around alternative funding from community banks to sales. It is taking a look at the other half of opportunity when it comes to economic growth. I'm going to bring up our amazing, fearless moderator, Joss Duncan-Ashe, a great partner, Love Now Media, founder, and I have to say, someone who's become a good friend.
Absolutely.
Yes, so thank you so much for doing this. Then next we're going to bring up Brittany Jenkins. Hi, Brittany. Come on up. You're going to be right here. Aw, so good for you. Oh, so happy to see you too. Opeola Bukola, do you want to join us on stage from 10K Independent, also working here at the team of BB Founders? And last but certainly not least, Naja Yasmin Daniels from the Inclusive Capital Collective.
Thank you so much, Del Del. It is a pleasure to be here today. with these amazing guests, most who I know very well, and just getting to meet dear Brittany Jenkins, who shares my family's last name, so we might be cousins, girl.
Hey, cousin.
Yeah. But we're excited to talk about alternative funding today, from community to banks to investors. So I would like to just start by having everyone, actually, I want to follow Ania's lead. I think I want to get a sense of who's in the room here. Before we dive into funding and how people have raised money, I'm interested in knowing who in the room, who all are entrepreneurs, who are founders. Okay. How many of you have raised money? How many of you have raised money from your community?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, how many have raised money from banks?
Not yet.
How many have raised money from funds like VC funds? Oh, okay. And how many of you have received grants? Oh, this is good. Okay. All right. That really helps me. Oh, and angel investors. How many have received angel investments? Okay, this is really helpful. All right, so I'd like to ask the wonderful panel if you could just introduce yourselves, talk about what you are the founder of, and just give us a little bit of background on how you've raised money.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brittany Jenkins. I'm the founder of We Are Tech. We are building a digital literacy platform for people to learn how to use essential tech skills. As far as my experience with fundraising, I've done pitch competitions. I've raised money from pitch competitions. I've also networked amongst angel investors and raised from angels. I'm getting onto the path of raising institutional funding as well as VC capital.
Thank you, Brittany. Naja?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Naja Yasmin Daniels, also known as Ifaliri Oshuniki Osawamimo of the Indigenous Faith of Africa. I am the founding CEO of the Inclusive Capital Collective. The work that I do with the Inclusive Capital Collective is our mission is to overcome systemic racism in finance through equitable access to capital. So we play the role as a conduit between the traditional banking and business as usual model and us in the room, the entrepreneurs that are actually building the economy day in and day out. So we have a cooperative business model where we work with amazing organizations like Black and Brown Founders to make sure that we deploy capital to our communities that are unrestricted, and you don't have to go through hoops of fire to prove who you are, because we already see your worth and the work and worth of your communities. So I'm grateful to be here and be in community with this amazing panel full of Black women who have been doing this work. So thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Tough to follow, man. Hello, everyone. My name is Opeola Bukola. I am the founder of Lilo Consulting, a change management consulting firm, as well as the co-founder and executive director of the 10,000 Independence Project, a project here in Philadelphia with the mission of bringing 50,000 jobs to the Philadelphia ecosystem over the course of the next 10 years. From a funding perspective, so I've raised funding via angel investment, but I actually come kind of from the other side of the funding piece. So I have been in the place of a funder as I worked at Techstars as a program manager of the Comcast NBC Universal Lift Labs Accelerator, powered by Techstars, and at Backstage Capital. And so I think as a function of this panel, I'll be able to speak from the funder perspective a little bit.
Great, thank you so much. So I'd like to start with the question Apiola presented. What is some of the worst advice you've received about fundraising?
Is that, you want me to answer?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were directing it to her. I'm sorry. The worst advice I've received with fundraising? Actually, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I might have to defer it to someone else because I think a lot of the advice that I've received has been constructive. It's all been like, don't do this. So like, I don't think I've received any bad advice yet.
Okay, all right. Your advice has been solid. That's awesome.
Oh, wait, I actually, hold on. It literally just dropped in the, so tech entrepreneurship has been my entire career. Like even during college, I was building apps and stuff and pitching as a kid. And this guy, I will never forget, it was a black man too. He told me to put other women of other ethnicities in front of me to interface with other people just for my business to be accepted. And I was told that like my senior year. He was like, get a white girl and get an Asian girl and get them to go advocate for you, and that's how you're gonna get people to like support your business. And I had to have been like maybe 20, 21 when someone said that. So that was challenging because it was just like, dang, like I shouldn't be the face of my business, you know? I would say that's the only bad advice I've ever gotten, like someone telling me not to be the face of my company.
And clearly that you did not take that advice, and that served you
No,
well.
because I just didn't. It didn't make sense to me, and I never would want to use somebody like that. You know?
Right. And how would you pay them? I mean, it just sounds problematic altogether.
It's the answer to my question. I'm sorry to change the sentiment of the room, but that's what I was told.
Great. Thank you. Apiola, let's go to you.
I would say the worst advice I've ever gotten about fundraising is the blanket advice of go try to raise venture capital. I think that it's really, really important to understand the type of business that you're building when you're building a business. And it's really important to understand that though venture capital, especially if you think about like the last decade and a half or so, has become really sexy. It's become something that a lot of people like know about and understand because a lot of the large tech companies that we see on a day-to-day basis are venture backed. But you have to understand what your business is and what's right for your business. And VC dollars are only right for a certain kind of business, right? There's a certain kind of expectation, a certain kind of growth that is going to happen if you're a venture-backed business. And so some of the worst advice I've ever received is, oh yeah, just like go raise, like go do a fundraise and that'll work for you. And the businesses I've built and have been working on it's never been appropriate for any of the businesses that I've worked on. And as someone who has worked on the funder side and in venture capital, that's been really obvious to me. But before I worked in VC, I was just going with the flow. I thought getting venture capital was exactly what I wanted to do. So.
Thank you. And before we go to Naja, I just want to get a sense again of who is in the room. Is there anyone in the room who does not know what a venture capital investment is? So Apiola, would you explain what a venture capital investment is? What is a VC fund and why that's bad advice?
I actually think Naja might be a better explainer of this.
Well, let's do it. So, Naja, do you want to start with bad advice and then help us to explain what is a VC fund and why it doesn't work for a lot of businesses?
So, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry.
You also?
So, some bad advice, I would say, are some narratives that we hear. First and foremost, that we have to negotiate on our values as well as what we stand on morally with our businesses. Not all money is good money, and we are not desperate. So I want to make that very clear. Now, granted, in regards to trying to start a fund and finding capital, there are going to be some players in the room that we have to compromise with. However, we are constantly leaving money on the table by not negotiating. They come to us as investors and funders with their standards. What are our standards and requirements? So going back to what Apiola was saying in regards to knowing your business and standing on what your business is about, it's important that when we go and speak to investors or funders or even folks in our community that we are co-funding with, that we are not only sound in what we are going to do, we're sound in what we won't do. So in regards to VC funds, a lot of VC funds that operate are investors who are looking for a particular payback or a particular percentage of your business or what you're doing. With that being said, that means you have to work with people in certain ways that, again, not only do you have to compromise your business, but also what you're willing and not willing to do. We're looking for unrestricted funds that allow us to move our visions and purposes forward, our empowerment and people forward. And why I'm saying that is because at the Inclusive Capital Collective, we bring in our lived, labored, and learned experiences. So folks in the room who raise their hands saying that they don't know much about VC but decided to come today, actually you do, because you sought the knowledge and you have the lived experience and the learned experience, or the labored experience, that brought you here today. You're going to receive that learning experience by being in community. I also want to talk about capital in a different way than money. I know, y'all, we very much need that and we're focused on that. But what about our social capital? Look around you. Who's in the room? How are we networking? And not in a transactional way, in a way that's building us and moving us forward. I want you to think about your emotional capital. And I don't know about y'all, but I just drove 2 hours from New York from a family funeral that happened yesterday. My emotional capital is low right now, but it's high because I'm in community with you. Let's not forget our intersectional capital, y'all. Intellectual capital, which is usually intersexual, because not only are we Black and brown folks, but we have various genders and experiences that bring a holistic approach to the table. Don't forget your value and your worth. And last but not least, y'all, our spiritual capital. I don't care what you practice, but believe in something. And if you can't believe in something, believe in yourself and find a community of people who can believe in you as well. And I'll stop there.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. I just want to invite everybody to really receive that. That was like a lot. So maybe let's just take a collective breath. And one more time, and just allow these gems to just charge you up and affirm your confidence that you are here for a purpose and a reason, and you're getting this information that is going to be useful for some next steps. So let's just take one more deep breath, everybody. Great. Now I'm going to go on to the next question. This time I'll start with you, Apiola. Can you tell us a bit about your personal story and your community and how that has helped you to fundraise within your community, whether it's directly from crowdfunding or your peers, or how it has informed your ability to approach a bank or an angel investor?
Absolutely. So my fundraising journey has been completely community powered, right? As I mentioned, I've never sought venture capital because I've never built a business that was appropriate for it. And so 10,000 Independents is all about community. It is all about going into our communities, empowering entrepreneurial support organizations, and helping them create jobs in an ecosystem, right? And so learning about that ecosystem, learning the challenges of that ecosystem, and learning to supercharge the other entrepreneurial supporters in our ecosystem is what we are all about. And so the way our fundraising journey has worked has mainly been in finding other entrepreneurial supporters, asking them what their challenges are, and then in creating briefs, and creating policy, and then meeting people at all different levels inside the community, and just kind of getting passed along, if I'm being honest with you. And so there's been a lot of, especially in this past year, there's been a lot of bringing the community together and asking folks who are inside that entrepreneur support ecosystem. So, how is funding working inside your organization? Who is funding you? And what can we do to collaborate in such a way that funding can maybe do something for both of our organizations? And so that funding can eventually reach these other entrepreneurs. I would say one of the biggest, just having that network and being able to understand who the funders are, who are in the ecosystem, who are willing to fund something like our business has been the biggest impact of community. But then the second is in the crowdfunding piece of everything. And so it is a really huge priority of our organization to get the attention of policymakers, get the attention of these leaders, of the local leaders in this city. And so that has meant that we've had to be very much just inherently political in the way that we've functioned. And so a lot of the benefits of community for us have been in fundraising for others, like fundraising for political campaigns who are very pro-business or who are very pro-independent business and solopreneur in particular. And so doing that fundraising and then using that as a leverage point to access higher ups at the state level, higher ups at the national level, who can then point us to even more funders. I'm sure we'll get into this a little bit more, but it's always been really important to us. 10,000 Independents is a mission-based organization, but is not a nonprofit, right? And so when it comes to things like grant funding, for example, community has been extremely important because we have to have a fiscal sponsor in order to be able to take any kind of grant dollars. And we have to be extremely mission aligned if we're going to be able to take any money from the state or from the federal government, right? And so Black and Brown Founders is in fact a huge part of our community because Black and Brown Founders is my organization's fiscal sponsor. And so were it not for them and were it not for the community we've built with Black and Brown Founders, we wouldn't be able to take any of that grant funding, which has been what has been expected to hold us up in this first year since we've launched. So,
great, thank you so much. And just by a show of hands, is there anyone in the room who does not know what a fiscal sponsor is? Thank you so much. Do you want to take that? Do you know what it is? Okay.
Yeah, I could touch on. I actually have insights again from the first question and the question about venture capital too. So I could tell my story to answer your question and address all those because I've touched on been exposed to all those different means of funding. But a fiscal sponsor is basically oftentimes I've learned about it in terms of nonprofits. So if you have your for-profit business, you could go to a nonprofit and align with them, and you can receive funding from another entity. But if they would like to write it off or present it as a donation, you can have a fiscal sponsorship agreement with the nonprofit, and that sponsoring entity can funnel the funds to the nonprofit, and then those funds can go then to you because that nonprofit is your fiscal sponsor. So that's the model with a fiscal sponsorship. So in terms of my background and personal story, as I shared before, I started when I was in college, pitching, and the first real, I would say, bad advice outside of being told to have someone else represent me was to do a family and friends round. And that is the very traditional, especially when it comes to tech entrepreneurship, that's the traditional way of funding your business. They tell you do a family and friends round. But if you come from a disenfranchised background, you can't just go to your family and be I need $5K, I need $10K, and then raise your first $100K amongst 10 family members. It just doesn't work that way. Everybody's shaking their head. You all been told that?
People are actually laughing at that, out loud.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? And I would say that was a huge bottleneck. It really discouraged me because when I was younger, I had won a pitch competition, and it came, it was an incubator attached to it, and they told me all right, we gave you this 10K, you're in our incubator, go do a family and friends round so that you can keep growing, and then we'll put you down this path with VC. And I was I can't just ask my parents. My parents don't even know why I'm an entrepreneur. They're you went to a great school, get a job. So, you know what I mean? So that was thinking that that's the only way I could go about my business really stopped me for a while because I was I can't raise like this, so how am I going to keep going? But now, having gone through programs here in Philly's a great hub for programs for early startups, learning about validation. I've been learning you can get a lot of traction to your business without any money. Honestly, you can do a lot. You could tap into your market, you can survey people, you can get a lot of validating information about your business that a lot of VCs look for, a lot of angel investors look for. You can get that traction before even, raising $1. So yeah, and I also so after that experience of just learning oh, okay, family and friends, this is doesn't really apply to me. I took a step back and went and worked for companies that were similar to the type of business I wanted to build, because I learned early on, like, the way investors work is you need a lead investor. And I networked a lot, but also had it in my mind, like, I'm just gonna work and be my own lead investor. So I went and worked for companies that were like the one I was trying to build, to get that knowledge, to learn how to build a company like it, and to also save money. And I learned that VCs are a lot like businesses. So they have like an investor thesis, like they have a thesis of what kind of business they're trying to invest in, whether it be B2B, deep tech,
Can you break
education.
that down? Can you break that down, please? What is B2B, B2C? I
Yeah.
mean, just, because we want to keep this
Got
conversation
you.
accessible.
Yeah, so B2B would mean like you're building a business that's selling to a business. So your business is selling to a business, hence the word B2B. B2C could be business to consumer, or D2C, which is direct to consumer. So if you're building a product where you're selling directly to the customer, not another business. There's venture capital firms that invest in SaaS, which means they are only investing in companies that invest in softwares that are providing that offer their software as a service. PaaS, platform as a service. Like, there's a lot of different acronyms that you can look up that can describe the model of your business. So I would Google like business model acronyms. I don't know, I haven't done that Google search, but maybe it might come up. But yeah, these venture capitalists, they come together as a group, and they fundraise. Like, they go to deeper pockets, and they have their investor thesis, and they go fundraise from bigger pockets, and they tell, those bigger pockets, those bigger investors, hey, we're building a portfolio of companies that are like this. And if you give us your money, we'll build this portfolio, we'll invest it in those companies, and here's how you'll get your return back. So as a business, that's very similar to how businesses operate. Now, I know there's a lot of other VC people in the room. Please correct me if I am wrong, but this is what I've learned over the years. Like, VCs are like businesses. They fundraise just the same way we do, and they have models for what they invest in the same way we model our businesses in order for our businesses to make money. So from learning all that, that was kind of got me to where I am now. I was like, okay, like, this is how things are modeled, but how can I operate now to be at that point? Because venture capitalists, they have very clear metrics. They have a very clear thesis of what they invest in, and they're all about risk management. Like, they're not like us in terms of entrepreneurs thinking like, here's what it could be. This is the total addressable market. This is what the market value. I could really capture this market. They don't think that way. They understand that thinking, but they're very much like, you as a business, you as a founder, all of the areas where you need to establish fit, whether it be founder problem fit, customer problem fit, product market fit, all these different phases of your startup development, how are you limiting or mitigating the risk of your business in order for you to be a viable and valuable and profitable business? So I would say, that's where I am now, just going through all these validation exercises. The program I'm participating in right now is called Early Validation Academy. It's produced by One Philadelphia. I highly recommend everybody to look it up because they are very legit. They're also having an innovation weekend showcase or demo in November. I've been learning a lot from them, and I think everything I've learned has really helped me understand how to maximize on Philly's market. So I would say, outside of, VC, outside of angels, one form of funding that I've become aware of that I'm excited to tap into is institutional funding. There's an institutional funder out here in Philadelphia called the Ben Franklin Technology Partners. Hey. Oh, hi. What's up?
Look at that.
I know you look familiar. Okay. So yeah, Ben Franklin Technology Partners, they're an institutional funder, and they match what you raise. So they don't take a lead investment. So like, if you raise funds for a pitch competition, if you get funds from an angel investor, you can apply to Ben Franklin Technology Partners, and they'll do their due diligence, but whatever you raise, they'll match it. And that's on multiple levels. They have the grant level from I think 25 to 50K, pre-seed between, 100, 500K, Series A, 1 through 3 million. Like, they really will work with you and they want to help you, build your business. They're all about economic development. So, that's some gems.
Joss, would you be okay with me responding to something that Brittany mentioned?
Sure.
What I wanted to say is you mentioned about, venture capitalists being essentially businesses. I would go strong. I would go harder. They're businesses, 100%. Like, they're 100% businesses. I think one of the things I emphasize a lot, having come from like a venture capitalist background, is that I'm 5 or so years kind of removed from the space, and I'm a lot more wary of the VC space than I used to be, right? Like, I've heard a lot of stories, I've experienced a lot of things inside that space, but it's got the word capitalist right on in it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Right? And so, like, the fact of the matter is that, like, your company is, when it becomes part of a VC portfolio, it becomes kind of a product of this VC, right? They're going to do everything they can to help you and to like boost you up and to supercharge you in the ways that they can, because they're going to make money when you make money, right? That's the entire point. One of the reasons that I actually asked Naja to talk, to explain VC to the room, is that I've heard Naja speak on this before, and I really love the way she talks about community specifically, and she talks about different types of capital, because venture capital, like I said earlier, is really sexy, but at the same time, it is a business. It's not a support network. It's not a community. It's a business. And when you enter into the VC space, like, you are going to be treated to some extent like a product of this VC. And so, yeah, I just wanted to put that out there.
Great. Thank you. And before we go to you, Naja, I do want to say, I think the institutional funding that is available, and especially philanthropic dollars, I think it is actually an underused strategy, especially for research and development that is impact focused. So a lot of people are thinking, well, I have to get a VC investment or an angel investment. And actually, if you have an impact goal, you could actually partner with the fiscal sponsor and plan to either, apply for, like, co-apply or share some kind of grant funding to get your first bit of money on hand to test out something. In the last panel, they talked about trying things and failing. Sometimes you'll fail, and if you got a grant to try something, it's a very strategic way to test something, and there are a lot of dollars available to partner with fiscal sponsors, to partner with other people in your community who are trying a similar thing. So I think it's an underused strategy. I will say personally, as someone who's owned businesses for 20 years, like the first 18 years in business, I primarily raised money through fiscal sponsors. So I could probably do a whole workshop on that. So see me if you're interested in learning more about that. With that said, I do want to talk about community and not just work with the ICC, but I really am curious about how your personal story, your background, how that has informed the way that you think about being in community and fundraising, with that particular lens you developed through your lived experiences.
I appreciate the question. So before I joined venture capital or finance, I worked in government and politics for 15 years on various levels, state, local, and national. If you can't tell from my accent, I'm originally from the Bronx, New York, but I've been living in Las Vegas, Nevada for the past 8 years and doing national work on that scale. With that being said, when I joined VC after the 2020 election, how I looked at venture capital or finance in general was through a trauma-informed lens. Because what I saw on the policy end was we were putting Band-Aids on things. Oh, here's a self-care day. Oh, here's, $500 stipend to buy something to make yourself happy. But there was no actual systemic change happening. So I went from, I identify as an advocate, but in the VC finance space, I'm a disruptor. So you're not going to hear the traditional, language or how people do business as usual, because I'm here to disrupt and push people forward. Because at the end of the day, we need to be thriving and not surviving. And as Black and brown communities, we've been having to survive for too long. So going back to community, when I mentioned the 5 forms of capital, I want y'all to really think about that in your communities and what you bring to the table, but also what are you missing? 2024 is pretty much here. I hope y'all know it's another national election. And with that being said, we have to think about the totality of how that's going to affect our holistic wealth and health and well-being in this country. So when I'm thinking about community, I want y'all to also expand outside of who you currently have in community and think outside your borders. I love y'all, Philly. I'll come out every time. But are y'all gonna come out west and see what resources and other opportunities and things we have? How can we cross-collaborate and not just be in our areas? Because I know the tri-state and other areas, we stay here, but there's money out there too. And also there's national organizations like the Inclusive Capital Collective that can support what you're doing in an unrestricted way, not only through grant funding, but through credit enhancement, which is a way for us to think about risk differently. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't care how dope your business is. If you come in looking the way you do in front of an angel investor, you're already a risk. And I want us to be very aware of that. We can have all the qualifications and certifications that we want. We can match them and be twice as good and still have to go double the hoops. So I want us to be very aware of when folks are saying that we have to do things the traditional way, there's also other avenues that we must take in order to survive and thrive. So I'll stop there.
You better preach. Minister Naja Yasmin Daniels, yes.
They don't call me priestess for nothing.
That's right. I love it. I know. So we are going to be wrapping up this panel soon. So with that, I would like to ask each of you, what advice would you give a new business owner who is looking to raise their first bit of funds? What advice would you give them? And before I ask anyone to answer that, can I see the hands in the room? Is there anyone who is brand new as a founder or as a business owner who is looking to raise money for the first time? Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Black and brown founders, what you've pulled together here is truly beautiful to see this mix of people in the room. I just want to make sure I say that. So I just want to give y'all a round of applause real quick for that. And congratulations to all of you who showed up today saying, this thing sounds like it's for me. It sounds like I can learn something here. So I hope that you walk out of here with some tools that help you to really be confident in your next step. So with that, could you offer some advice?
Yeah. Invest in your mental health and well-being. Period. Everything you experience, you have to fail in order to learn how to succeed. Every time you pitch someone, they're going to question you. They're going to poke holes in your business. Don't take it personal. Just take it as an understanding and insight on what your pivot needs to be next. And every low that you have, just know that's going to be the next building block to build you to the next stage. So really take care of your mental health.
Great. Apiola, because we got Minister Yasmin, Naja Yasmin Daniels here. So
I want you to know I see that as mercy because I'm not trying to follow her. But I would say know your business really well before you go into these funding spaces. We've been talking a lot about community here. That's what Black and Brown Founders is all about. Remember that one of the biggest benefits of community is that you have an opportunity to be in this experimental space where you can be pitching your business to people. You can be talking about what you think your business model is going to be with these people. And these people are going to take you seriously. They're not going to talk down to you. They're really going to believe in you, and they're going to give you real, true, honest advice. I think that's incredibly important because I see so many founders move into a place where they're looking for funding and they haven't defined their business really well. They haven't tested it against people. And what's going to happen in that case is that the funding is going to define your business, right? It's no longer going to be about you. a lot of us in the Black and Brown community have, we have really mission-based businesses. And even if we are, even if you're all about the dollars, at the end of the day, oftentimes we try to build that into our businesses. The minute you allow a space for venture capital, the minute you allow a space for some of these, for some of this institutional investment, there are going to be boxes, there are going to be guidelines, there are going to be rules that you have to follow, and it's going to take up a lot of your time. It's going to take up a lot of your mental energy. So know who you are, know your limits, know your boundaries, know exactly where you're going. Really set that compass for yourself inside the community before you go out on this fundraising journey. And also recognize this, things like, bank loans, and especially things like VC, that is debt that you are taking on, right? That's debt. People have a tendency of treating VC money like it's fairy money, like it's sparkles, and we're out here Tinkerbelling. We are not. These VCs are trying to make their money back, right? And so keep those things in mind and talk to people about your model so that you'll always have people who will tell you things like that. Remember.
Thank you. Minister Naja.
Real quick, y'all. I'm going back to African proverb. We all know this. Closed mouths don't get fed. So I'm also going to shout out two other organizations outside of Black and Brown Founders, but are in this room, Chicago Trend and Black Squirrel Collective, because those organizations are the closed mouths, don't get fed organizations. If you want to see pitches, if you want to see how to network, if you want to see how to actually not only be in community, but raise funds, I strongly suggest that you look and build community and find out more about those three organizations that are in this room today.
Can you raise your hands? Kevin Williams. Oh, okay. Oh, yes, great. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Okay.
We got Black Squirrel over here with Kevin Williams.
Yes. And who else?
Chicago Trend.
Chicago Trend, raise your hand. Okay. And who else was that? Was there anyone else?
Black and Brown Founders, of course.
Oh, and of course, Black and Brown Founders. Great. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, my advice would be for all of you who raised your hand, the people who've never raised money, you're just starting a business, just raise them one more time. One more time. Now look at each other, please. When you are on break, get together, just huddle, and create an accountability group. Inspire each other, listen to each other's business ideas. You need people to do this. It can be very lonely. You can feel like you're crazy. If your family doesn't have a lot of, money to support you, they think you're off your rocker. They don't understand. Knowing other people who are doing what you're doing is very important to your well-being and also to understanding how other people are navigating these systems. I'm getting the please wrap sign. So with that, I want to say thank you to Black and Brown Founders for having us. Thank you to this incredible panel. Can we just give them a round of applause one more time? And thank you.
Thank you, Joss. Thank you, panel. Can we give them one more round of applause, please? As you can leave your microphones on. Yes, yeah, you can. Yes, thank you. So, how's everybody feeling? Wow, this was an impactful morning. We are going to be moving to lunch, but before we do that, let's do a little bit of housekeeping. Number one, everybody's gonna wanna talk to each other. I know this, and for the folks that are at home, I hope you have a good lunch too, because we're also doing a live stream. I know everybody's gonna wanna talk to each other. We're gonna have another chance for people to be able to engage each other. My only ask is that we come back in time because we're actually gonna have an award ceremony. This is the first year that we're giving 2 awards to 2 amazing supporters, colleagues, people that are in the trenches with us that we wanna make sure that you see that. So there's that. Last but not least, as you're engaging each other, make sure that you're following each other, that you are connecting with each other, whether it's on LinkedIn or Instagram. I'm agnostic. I really don't care. A piece of paper, whatever it takes. Just make sure that you do that so that you connect with each other beyond just being here today. Thank you so much, Joss, for bringing up the piece around accountability partners. Also find some opportunity partners. What is it that you do? What is it that you're looking for? What is it that you can offer somebody? So come forward with that. And with that, let us, oh, yes, and please fill out the survey. You will see the QR code in the, on the tables and that sort of thing. We're also going to bring it back on screen. And last but not least, a big thank you to our sponsors, the Science Center at the Quorum at the Science Center. I always get that wrong, my apologies. As well as Drexel University and the Inclusive Capital Collective, and also to all our community partners that we have that have just been really pivotal in making sure that all of you, whether you're in person or online at home in your nice jammies, in a sweatpants, are paying attention. So thank you so much. Let us go to lunch. What time do we come back, Josh? 1:20. 1:20. Okay. So we have 45 minutes. Let's get this done. Exchange opportunities, right? Great. So once again, my name is Del Medina. I'm the Executive Director of Black and Brown Founders. I have two housekeeping things that I wanted to make sure that everybody here knows. If you go right outside this room, you will see that there are some books. All of those books are for free. So try to find a book that speaks to you, and you can take it. If that book does not speak to you, and it doesn't make sense to you, please leave it behind because it will speak to somebody else, right? So let's be mindful of that. But we have some books that were donated and a combination of things that people have brought. All of them are books that I think are overall really helpful for folks that are on the entrepreneurial journey. If for some reason there are not enough books for everybody, because that is a possibility, let's just be clear, please do share the titles of books. I'm a big believer in going to the public libraries. Philadelphia in particular has an amazing public library. Let's take care of that as a resource. So make sure that you are able to engage in a continuous learning beyond this. And then I had a conversation with somebody during lunch and they were like, you better say to other people what you said to me. So I'm gonna try to paraphrase what I said to this person. When we were thinking of putting together this event, in general, I wanted to make sure that as people are coming out of this event, you're going to move differently. So you are going to do the things you're doing. For those of you that are creating platforms, for those of you that are running businesses, you are going to continue to do those things, but it is the way that you move through that that I'm hoping that you will gain knowledge. So the one thing that I asked all of the speakers for any event that we've ever put together is, what is a thing that someone can come out with that is tangible? A new tip, trick, hack, way of being. What is the thing that you want them to do? And so when we were putting together this program, going back to this idea of how do we build our own culture of money that doesn't have to do with our trauma, that doesn't have to do with the things that were put in us, but rather who we are naturally as humans. That was a part of the challenge that I've put together, and in also recognizing that there are folks within our communities that are already practicing these things, right? There are practices. They're not just a one-time thing, it's a one and done. Like, if I had to rely on saying, oh, I exercised yesterday, that means I don't have to exercise today, I would be lying to myself, right? I have to exercise every day. I have to move my body in some way, shape, or form every day. I have to breathe every day. I have to drink water. I have to sleep. I have to do these things because at the end of the day, I am still human. I know the robots are coming, but they're not here yet, so we don't have to worry about that yet. So that is my ask of all of you. As you go through this process of listening to folks speak, how are you going to move differently? How are you going to continue to do the things that you're doing, but you are going to move in a different way because you learned something new today? And then how are you going to share that opportunity of learning something to someone else? So that's my ask. With that said, I'm really excited about this panel for several reasons. Miss POC.
Peace.
I've had the great pleasure of working with POC over the last couple of months. And when we were looking at the fact that it is the 50th anniversary of hip hop, one of the largest cultural phenomenons in the world, number one, but two, one of the few cultural phenomenons where people have become millionaires and billionaires from the Black and Latino experience, we were like, we have to have a panel on that. And so we were really struggling, I'm not gonna lie. But you were able to come through, and so I really am grateful to you for you to bring, to bring together this great panel. So I'm gonna get off stage, let you go do this. Everybody get their mic?
Yes,
we're good.
We are locked and loaded. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending our session this afternoon. We appreciate the Black and Brown Founders for allowing us to have this opportunity. Again, today we'll be here celebrating the 50th anniversary of hip hop, which I'm really excited. Yes, we can make some noise for that. Yes, we can make some noise for that for sure, yes. So this panel is entitled Beats to Bills, Making Sense of Hip Hop. So I did my best to pick three of Philadelphia's very own to come together and talk about, hip hop and how we can actually find sustainable financial stability within hip hop. So I'm going to start to my right, and I'm going to start with Tame. Can you introduce yourself?
Hey, how's everyone doing? My name is Tame, better known as Tame Arts. I'm a muralist, hip hop ambassador. Also helping as part of the board of taking breaking to the Olympics next year.
Yes. So yes, as you can see, we're doing all key elements of hip hop. Next.
Hi, everybody. My name's Ben Thomas. I'm a music producer and audio engineer. I've been blessed to work with lots of different artists, everybody from Lil Uzi to Future to Meek Mill. Won a couple Grammys, a couple number ones, and just here to talk about hip hop from a production perspective.
No doubt. And next.
Hey everybody, I'm Tiffany Bacon. I am a radio personality in Philly, also the creative and production director at WURD. I have been blessed to put a couple people on the station back in the day, give them some shine. So I am an ambassador of all good things music, all things hip hop.
No doubt. And I do want to take this time. I feel like I have to shout out West Philadelphia's very own. Chill Moody's in the building as we're talking about hip hop. It's only right, it's a staple in the West Philadelphia community, giving back to independent artists in West Philadelphia, giving them their chance to shine as well. So I appreciate you and everything that you're doing. But let's get into today's conversation. And I just wanted to start with you, Ben, as far as just your journey. What inspired you to get into the hip hop community and what influenced you?
Yeah, so I've been making music since I was a kid, but what I think is important, especially for this conversation, is that I didn't always know that I wanted to do music. Even from the time I was in high school, I was very into finance. So I spent my whole time in college at the same time of doing music, interning and working at different like wealth management companies throughout Philly and stuff. So that's where I really learned finance. But ultimately, when it was time after graduation to decide what I wanted to do, I just kept going down the music path.
I love that. And Tiffany, I pretty much chose this question because you wear many hats in this industry. And, being in this industry, wearing many hats is a thing. So for you, can you describe various roles that you're taking on for artists and entrepreneurs in this industry?
Oh, wow. Great question. I started off as a radio host. So that meant I had a really great platform at Power 99, which especially in the 80s and 90s was a juggernaut. Still is, but a juggernaut, especially for hip hop. So having a platform to give new artists to shine was a really big deal. For me. So I was able to do that. In other instances, I'm a connector. So I love parties, I love to talk to folks, and I love to put people in the same room with one another and just let things organically happen. So I've been able to put folks in rooms that they may not have been in as soon so that they can let their magic happen with other people. I've also been I hope that I have inspired people to just diversify their palette for their art, because I am also an artist, even though I have not promoted that. I'm not a music artist. I'm a costume designer. I am an actor. I'm a writer. I'm a variety of things. So whatever thing I touch, if there's a musical element, I will make a phone call and say, hey, you should include this person in this thing, which will put them in front of other people and, again, let the organic magic happen.
Building relationships, that's definitely a necessity in hip hop. And Tame, I want to get to you because you represent also so many different communities. When it comes down to influencing the community worldwide, how do you use your platform to give back to communities to support social impact causes?
I say I use my family for that, in a sense. So I come from a family of givers and just, community activators and things like that. So in my travels, like internationally, I realized there's not a lot of resources in certain areas. So I try to take whatever resources I may have and kind of, be able to share that. I think that's one thing we have to remember. Hip hop started as a community thing, right? It started, interacting communities and putting communities together. So I try to do that the best I can, as I do my travels.
No doubt. And Ben, I'm going to spin it back to you. Just when it comes down to affordable workspaces, right? So affordable workspaces are very significant when it comes down to an artist's career. How can communities create and maintain affordable studio spaces to mature artists?
I think it comes back down to doing it yourself a lot of times, right? I think there's a lot of value in learning, if you're an artist, learning how to record yourself, learning how to make beats or something, even if you don't choose to do that, just so you know what's going on. And I think in terms of maintaining affordable spaces and finding people to work with, it's really vital to make sure that you are finding people that are on your same level. And that level might not be like skill-wise, that level might just be experience-wise, and building with them. Almost everybody that I've seen that's successful has built with people that wanted to work with them from the beginning. And usually that is the best way to be creative with a lower budget rather than always trying to like save your money to get into the big studios and stuff. It's like if you build with the people around you, then you guys can pool your resources and go a lot farther that way.
I feel you. Thank you for that. And Tiffany, you've been doing radio for a decade plus, and I wanted to ask you, the digital age has transformed music in a very creative way, from it being shared and also being monetized. How do you see, the digital landscape effectively helping the next generation of artists?
For the person that doesn't want to lock into, say, a record company or what have you, and you have a lot of drive, and you might have a really good team, it's open for you. You can do so much with the technology. Like you were saying, you don't have to spend a whole lot of money to go to a studio. You can build it yourself at home and have a really decent product in your house. So it's about your level of ingenuity. It's about your level of determination. I say putting a period at the end of your dream, meaning there's no ellipses, there's no comma. I'm doing this, period. And if you have the I'm doing this, period attitude, all of these things that are out here can really help you go a lot farther than a lot of people back in the day, where you really had to get in front of somebody and encourage somebody to help you
jump on the table in a meeting, right?
Man, listen.
Yes. And Tame, I want to get, this question to you as far as artists, because you work with a lot of artists who deal with grant funding. So funding and grants are essential for artist growth. How can we advocate, or how can you specifically advocate to increase financial support when it comes to artists and cultural projects within the Philadelphia community?
I think when it comes to the arts, like one of the things that I share with artists in specific is make sure you know what you want to do, right? A lot of artists want to create and paint. Like I get a lot of artists that are like, yo, I want to paint. I'm like, there's 20 million other people that want to paint. What do you want to paint? Have a subject, have something in mind that's true to you too. And that way nobody could nitpick it, right? Once you have that, the people want it. Like one of the things that I realized, like working with corporate, is that they want what we have. They want our package. It just has to be packaged well, right? And then once you're able to do that, it's kind of easy to get these resources. It's just, then it's like, all right, if I'm doing something where it's like more gravitating to the hip hop realm, then I'm gonna speak to brands that speak to that. And those brands want to do that. Like one of the things creatively that I've noticed is, in my years, is that individuals, like corporations, want you to do all the work. They got the money, but they just want you to package the thing, the thing that you have. If you package it well, they'll be able to give you the money. So it's just knowing yourself, be true to yourself, and package yourself well, so people will be able to put that money for you.
And Ben, I want to actually ask you a follow-up question to what Tame just said, specifically around hip-hop artists. When it comes down to financing their independent career, you don't see many grants out there for hip-hop artists. What's your thoughts on, artists who are coming up, who are putting their money where their mouth is, but there's no financial support coming from the communities around them?
I think it's really important to understand what is it that you're trying to do, right? I've seen some people win because they're willing to do things that are quote unquote less cool, right? I think a lot of times we want to do the cool things, and a lot of times the cool things don't pay, right? But if you're willing to take those other opportunities, whether it's, I have some friends that teach dance or teach music in schools at after school programs, some people who are willing to do certain opportunities that they might not be cool on the surface, but at the end of the day, you're still building a career off of music, and you can piece it together that way rather than trying to make a hit song, right? Like if people knew how to make hit songs, they would just make them over and over. It's not a coincidence that I think Paul McCartney and Bono are the only two people that have ever made $1 billion off of music. If you look at Jay-Z, you look at Rihanna, Kanye, they didn't make $1 billion off of music. They used their music to leverage them into other businesses that made them money. You can do that at a smaller scale, right? You can take other opportunities that are around music that then can fund your music, and then it can go back and forth. It doesn't always have to be like, I have to make a hit record, because like I said, if we knew how to do it, we would just do it over and over and over, you know?
That was a great point, Ben, for sure. And Tiffany, I want to ask you this question when it comes down to cultural appropriation, right? So we already know cultural appropriation is a billion-dollar business by itself. So when it comes down to hip hop, how can artists and musicians address and combat cultural appropriation while respecting cultural diversity at the same time?
That's a great question. How do you combat it? I'm not really sure how to answer how to combat it. I would say be aware of it. Check it when and if you need to. And I say if because so often it happens, you have to ask yourself, is this worth chasing as well? At what point do you say your art is like, okay, you know what? I heard George Clinton talk about this in a podcast with, I can't remember right now, but he was on a podcast recently. And he was talking about how hip hop artists were sampling his music. He was like, I'm fine with it as long as you pay me. So with appropriation, do you say, okay, appropriate that check back this way for this publishing? Or do you put it out there like, okay, stop stealing my swag? It becomes dollars and cents at that point. Like, you decide. It's your art. How much of it do you want to stand up and say, stop doing that? Now, when you see like egregious cases of it where people are trying to claim this is their thing, absolutely step up and say, no, boo-boo, this started before you, and here are the receipts. But when it's not that, and it can become you can pay this ASCAP, CSAC, and BMI fee, please continue.
I like that. Thank you for your transparency. And Tam, I'm going to swing the same question to you because you represent both communities, Black and Brown. And by you representing both communities, can you answer the same question as far as how can artists and musicians address and combat cultural appropriation while still respecting cultural diversity within hip hop?
I think for me, understanding lineage, right? Like once you understand where your things come from is very important. So for example, when I do my workshops with Red Bull, one of the things that I always teach when it comes to whether it's an element of hip hop, like let's just speak about graffiti. Most of you guys, or those that know me, I started as a graffiti artist. So I always say graffiti is Black culture. It started with an African-American man, right? Now it has evolved and different people have contributed to it, but understanding where it comes from is one thing. So that's, I feel like in our, thing, our culture, we have to understand where things come from to understand those that try to like take it apart. You know what I mean? So in that way, once you know, then it's hard really to appropriate like the things that we have. So it goes back to knowing yourself. Like that's the way I put it.
I like that. And Ben, I want to get to you as far as just addressing mental health, right? Mental health is definitely a conversation surrounding hip hop. And when it comes down to hip hop, what are some challenges that we can address for mental health when it comes down to financial literacy?
So, I think that hip hop, especially on a music creation space, has been dominated by Black men, and a lot of times Black men that didn't grow up in the best situations. And for them, a lot of times their mental health was neglected, right? And it comes out in the music. It's no wonder why so much of the music is made from a place of pain or is inspired by, drugs and whatnot. It comes out in the music. I think it's important that you understand where it's coming from and try to protect your own mental health when you can. But it's not always possible, right? It goes in seasons. In terms of bringing that back to kind of finances and whatnot, right? Like, if you signed a record deal when you were younger and you got taken advantage of, like, that's gonna throw off your mental, right? You're not gonna wanna trust people. You're going to, it's linked because that experience of being taken, that experience of being taken advantage of is now ingrained into your mental, and it's like it'll come out in the music, maybe it won't, but ultimately it's up to you to try to protect your own mental health when you can, right? but also give yourself grace because it comes in seasons.
And Tiffany, I want to ask you the same question. As you are in a space where you actually do artist development, how can mental health be addressed when it comes to financial literacy?
Yeah, I think that it's important to have safe spaces for people to be able to talk about what is happening. More often than not, there's not the feeling that you can discuss it without being seen as less than, without being seen as weak, without being seen as, oh, you have a problem, you just need to get help. And that's wielded at you as if it's a threat of some sort, not like it's actually coming from someone who's concerned about it. If you're not in touch with what's happening, you can easily sign up for things that are not in your best interest, sign contracts that are not in your best interest because you have this other need that's coming from a place of lack. And if it's coming from a place of lack and you're not secure in yourself, or you have unaddressed, unhealed trauma, you can make a series of unwise financial decisions, whether you're in hip hop or not. I think we have all had experiences where, you bought a little too much of this, spent a little too much of that, all because you felt bad. You wanted to feel better. So this purchase made you feel better. This record deal is going to make you feel better. But then when things go wrong, whatever wasn't feeling right before you made the deal, it's going to crash in even further. So it's more important for you as you are getting into your career and making financial decisions to really make a personal decision of, am I okay? If I'm not okay, who can I talk to? If I don't feel like I can talk to anybody, what bit of money can I put aside to actually go talk to a professional and get those issues handled before you get into a really big situation where a lot of money is on the line? And we know folks act funny when money is on the line.
That's a real one for sure. And Sam, for sure, we can definitely make some noise for that. And Sam, I want to ask you because a running conversation right now within the hip hop and just artist community in general is, I have no support. I need support. And you being a curator of events when it comes down to hip hop, how are you making sure that each artist feels supported when they're a part of different projects?
I try to do that just by sharing my network. Like, I'm a big believer that network is your net worth, right? Like, things, money could buy all types of things, but being true to yourself. And again, you see, I keep going back to that, right? You just stay true to yourself. There's people that's gonna basically gravitate to you. You're not supposed to be for everybody. That's one thing I share with everybody. What you do is not supposed to be meant for everybody. Because it's just like the young man said, right? Like, if everybody could make a hit record, everybody would, right? There's specific people for specific people. There's specific things for specific things. So when I look at like the artists that I bring to my events or the things that I curate, the way I try to like just essentially bless them and share is just my network. I try to share my network, no strings attached. And it's like whatever gravitates to you is for you. So very easy. I try not to push too much on things because a lot of things, that's when I believe like the mental health things come in, right? Like, you try to like force certain things. Tiffany mentioned earlier, she's a connector. Just putting people in a space and let them connect, organically. I feel like that's the best way that I try to attack that.
I like that. And Ben, I want to get to you when it comes down to the word independent. It's a word that's being used over and over again, being very redundant in the hip hop community. Why do you think so many artists are going to the independent route?
I think it's twofold. Why? Like that was mentioned earlier on stage, right? For a long time, there was gatekeeping, and it's like, if you couldn't convince an executive that you were worth it to take a risk on, or that, somebody would listen to your music, then there was really no options for you. Now, with social media, with TikTok and stuff, it's like you can just put out your own music. And at that point, right, ultimately a record label is essentially a bank, right? They're giving you a loan, and you use that loan to make your music, and then you pay them back that money with the sales or the streams of your music, right? But if I already have the motion, right? I have a manager. We know how to do our own marketing. We put our songs on TikTok. I've been making music with my friends since I was younger. What do I really need the money for? And if I need the money, I might be better off getting money from a bank, right? The bank's not going to own my music for however long. The bank's going to give me the money, and then I'll pay them back, right? So for some people, that route makes more sense. I also think it's important to understand that when somebody says that they are independent, what does that really mean, right? Like, yeah, you might not be signed to Atlantic or Columbia, but you might have the biggest music management company as your managers, right? They're able to provide you with those label resources, or, you know, if you don't have a traditional record deal, maybe you have a touring deal with Live Nation and they're advancing you $20 million. And that advance is based on the ticket sales of your concert, right? So it's not fully independent. I think it can be very discouraging to people who are really trying to do it on their own. And they're like, I see so-and-so artists and they, you know, just had a platinum record and they said they're independent, but they have a management company that fronted them $25 million for marketing, right? It's important to understand what those words mean when you hear them and what's going on behind the scenes with a lot of this that people will leave out of these conversations.
Thank you. We're down to our last 3 questions. Again, I appreciate you all for joining in. I'm going to give each panelist another round to introduce themselves before we wrap up. I'm going to start with you, Tiffany. Can you please introduce yourself for the people who just walked in?
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Tiffany Bacon. I am a radio personality in Philly, 30 plus years, and I'm currently the creative and production director at WURD.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ben Thomas. I'm an audio engineer and music producer. I've worked with lots and lots of different artists and been blessed to win a couple Grammys, a couple #1s. And I also own a record label with Chill, as well as a recording studio here in Philly.
Awesome. And Tame?
I'm Tame Arts. I'm an artist, muralist, curator, hip-hop ambassador.
No doubt. And I'm actually going to start with you, Tame. So public spaces often serve as canvases for street art and mural inspired by hip-hop culture. How can these art forms revitalize communities and promote neighborhood pride?
Well, that's a good one. It's funny, just yesterday I was on another panel in New York where we're talking about gentrification and what happens with gentrification in communities. And I used the word erasure. And you know, somebody asked me, what do you mean by that? I mean, gentrification is not always bad, but a lot of the negatives that come from it is erasure of community, erasure of culture. And we think about Philadelphia, the mural city capital of the world. And a lot of the murals in our city and in our neighborhoods represent those people from those neighborhoods. And what we've seen in the past 10 years here in Philadelphia is developers coming in and building structures covering some of these, you know, murals that were very important to the very DNA of those neighborhoods, you know what I mean? And that is an uphill battle. I feel like one of the things that I've personally found success in is understanding and knowing who these developers are, coming into the neighborhoods and going directly to them and letting them know, like, if you're going to build in this area, you have to hire artists from this area. These are the artists that we have. Yeah. And that way, you know, they're able to build these structures but have art that resembles the neighborhood and the people from the neighborhood. So, like I said, it's an uphill battle, but it's doable if you're willing to do the work.
Thank you. I appreciate your transparency. And Ben, I'm gonna come back to you, right? Collaboration over competition. Collaboration is an essential element of hip hop culture. How can artists, producers, and creatives collaborate effectively to enhance financial stability and remove the narrow stereotype that we don't work together?
I think the first thing that you have to understand is this is not a zero-sum game, right? Like, we're not competing in the same way. There's not one winner at the end of the day, right? Like, if you make $1 million and I make $1 million, like, we're not competing. I think it's also important to not hoard resources and information, right? Like, if you know that that producer does bad business, please tell everybody else that they do bad business, right? Let me go and do bad business and have this mindset of it's like, well, I had to learn the hard way. You need to learn the hard way too. No, we all need to uplift each other, work together, you know, point each other in the right direction, because ultimately the rising tide raises all boats, right? Like, if we continue to make good music, especially in Philly, and one artist comes out, then another one. The labels are now looking, the management companies are now looking, right? So it's important to ultimately understand that it's not a competition, right? We can all work together and all win. I think there had to have been at least $60 billion made off music last year. Like, there's so much money, right, available and out there. So we need to help connect each other to it.
I appreciate that. And Tiffany, last question. Representation in the media played a significant role in shaping perception of the first 50 years of hip hop. How can we as artists and creatives within the community collaborate and create more accurate, inclusive representation when it comes to the media?
Do it, put it out there, control the narrative, not let someone else tell the story. There's a conversation that has been had in Philly for a number of years now about this movement, the neo-soul movement that we had, so-called neo-soul movement between 95 and 2005. A lot of folks weren't old enough to understand what that was. Some folks didn't know it happened. But if you listen to artists like Jill Scott or The Roots or Music Soul Child, there was something very specific happening here in this city. And it had roots long before these artists were old enough to make their own music. And those roots were Philly International. And those roots had roots before that. It is important for us to tell the story of us. We have access to all types of things, whether it's creating a podcast that tells the story, whether it's even just doing stories on Instagram. You want to start your own version of, hey, this is my life in Philly music, whatever. You're telling the story, and it's important to do that because big media companies, small media companies are listening. They have no choice. Right? Social media is out here. Social media is cutting into the budget of the big companies, so they have to listen. So tell the story. Collaborate with other people in telling the story. If you and 3 other folks were at like what you consider the greatest event you've ever seen, share that. There should be no reason why younger generations don't know that Philly was the center of the R&B universe for a minute. Like, people were coming from all over to work with our producers. People were coming from all over, grabbing up all of our musicians. Even now, a lot of the big name artists, some of their backline, a lot of their backline is from here. And folks need to know that so that we don't keep starting movements over from scratch. Know that there is a foundation that's laid, and we have to tell those stories. So I say to do it is to do it.
No doubt. And we have about 5 minutes left, so I want to give each panelist, if you have any rebuttal, any last words that you want to say based on today's conversation, feel free.
I just want to go off what you said really quickly. That's very true. I mean, how many people went to see Beyonce's show? So one of those background singers, Natalie, she's from Philly. Anybody ever seen John Legend perform before? His music director, his background singers, his drummer, his guitar player, they're all from here. How many people saw the Super Bowl this year? You saw that guy sitting on stage playing the bass? Adam, he's from here. And the drummer, he's also from here, right? Like, music is a part of this city. It always will be. And it's important that we both know the history, but, you know, we also know the future, right? Like, you have to bridge that gap. We can't just talk about the history. We also have to, like, talk about the future as well.
Thank you. Tiffany, Tame, anything?
Yeah, I would just, again, whoever was here for the greatest moments of Philly music, share it with the folks that weren't. Like, that's important. I meet a lot of folks that don't know about the connection between, say, the Roots and Boys to Men. There was a story, just going to tell somebody else's story, and I try not to make a habit of doing that because it's their story to tell, but I've heard them tell it so many times, I'll retell it here. Amir from the Roots has told the story about, first of all, how many of y'all know that the Roots and Boys to Men went to school together? They were at Kappa at the same damn time. And Amir tells this story about seeing Boys to Men singing in the hallway, getting girls. And so Amir turns to Tariq like, yo, we need to get a group together because they're getting all the girls. Like these little anecdotals about big name artists, and it all happened here with schools that you know, right? These are hometown folks doing big, big things. So please, whatever bits of information you know, share it with those that don't.
Appreciate that. Same anything?
I just want to speak on the breaking scene, the breakdancing scene. Philadelphia has had a very long running dance community here. The Gathering is one of the longest running b-boy events in America, not just in Philly, in America. So it's important to know that next year, 2024 in July, we're taking breaking to the Olympics. That's huge. Understanding that's USA culture, that's Black and Latino culture that's gonna be representative in the Olympics. And why 2024 is important. This is the introduction of our culture of hip hop in the Olympics. In 2028 in LA, the Olympics is coming to America, to LA. That's when it'll be the deciding factor. And right now, it was about a month ago, we just had the first official Olympic competition. And breaking was the most viewed sport in Olympic history. So just letting you guys know what I mean by when I say we create cool, we have this. This is our thing. So this is how we start, controlling the narrative, as you mentioned. So make sure if you guys see anything breaking, make sure you support it. Is by our own people. So, I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you all today. Again, we appreciate you coming through and celebrating hip hop with us here at BB Founders. Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming. So I'm really excited for this opportunity. We are about to present 2 awards to 2 amazing women who deserve it. We got to give people flowers while they're still here. So Women Who Are Rewriting the Playbook award presentation. Join us as Black and Brown Founders as we present 2 new awards recognizing outstanding women leaders in Philadelphia. These honorees are trailblazers creating more equitable opportunities in business and finance. Let's celebrate their achievements and be inspired by their work, rewriting the playbook for women of color. We have always stood in solidarity in our community, specifically women of color who are on the ground doing the work in environments that seek to erase the progress. In a post-George Floyd world, a successful business cannot singularly address economic disparities, structural issues, or racial policies. Real change cannot be a one-and-done opportunity to ensure guilt and a sense of complacency. This work can also be done in joy and recognition, which is why we want to bring up Nakia and Tanya. To Nakia, the first ever Hometown Hero Award will go to Nakia will go to Tanya T. Morris for amplifying and supporting Black and brown women entrepreneurs over her accomplished 20-year career. Yes, y'all, we're all up here, exactly. I was thinking the same thing. Yes, Nakia, take a seat. We need you to take a seat. It's your turn. Yes, you are. So Tanya will actually make remarks at this time. Oh, Nakia first. I'm sorry. Go first. I just need to know how to cut this thing on. I just slide it up. Check, check.
All right. Perfect. Hey, how's everybody doing today? This is such an amazing opportunity. My name is Nakia Murray. I'm the principal physician over at Vitox Intimate Health and Wellness. And Tanya is very, very dear to me. Mom Your Business is something that has exploded over the years. And as we enter into the next chapters of Mom Your Business, this is like an amazing thing that I'm so happy that Tanya is getting this award today. A few years back, Tanya and I had a conversation after a event that she had co-hosted, and that pretty much was the theme, Mom Your Business. And I couldn't sleep that night after I attended that event. And I kept thinking about that name. And I called Tanya. I said, Tanya, you got to really do something with this, because Mom Your Business can really be a global movement, national movement, global movement. And so she just kind of took the reins and made this thing happen. And from out of Mom Your Business came Founders to Funders, which is now the opportunity for other businesses to be able to thrive and to be able to get funding and resources that are necessary. I often hear Tanya say that women are the less funded out here as far as their businesses, as far as their ideas, people believing in them. And Tanya has done a phenomenal job at connecting all of the pieces for not only people here in Philadelphia, not just people here in Pennsylvania, but people really nationwide. I salute you, Tanya. I am so thankful to be a part of the Mom Your Business movement. I see what you do, I hear what you do, and I appreciate what you do. And I'm sure everybody else does as well. You are the true example of a mompreneur.
Yes, yes. Give it up for Tanya. Congratulations, Tanya.
So this is really nice.
And it's yours.
First of all, I want to thank Ania and Del for this opportunity. We don't take this work lightly, because as of right now, this work that we do, Ania and Del and I, many of you in this room, is under attack. For those of you that don't know that, just recently, the Fearless Fund has been sued for investing in Black women, and just recently they have been ordered to stop taking applications for their grants. And so, and just this week, Hello Alice, another organization, is under attack. So it is very important, and I want to challenge and encourage you all. Just this week, Wednesday, we gave away $70,000 to Black entrepreneurs, right? And one of them, Bessie Lee Chappelle, is someone that I've watched grow over the years. She's now in 100 ShopRites and is going nationwide into Giant. She makes baby products. One of them is another winner, is actually in our current cohort, which is our lowest cohort of Founders to Funders. She's standing in the back there, Joyce Clark of GPD. And so I'm just really grateful to have the opportunity, and I don't take it lightly that these women would allow for us to be a part of their entrepreneurial journey. They could have chosen anyone. They could have went to the many plethora of other organizations that do this work and let them be a part of their journey. But they said, hey, no, we want to ride with Mom Your Business. We want to ride with Tanya, and I don't take that lightly. And so, I thank Ania. I thank, again, Nakia has been with me from day one, and I couldn't think of anyone else that I would want to have to present this award to me. So thank you again. Always going to represent Philly. Just came back from Build with Tulsa, representing Philly, trying to figure out ways to keep this work moving and continue to invest in Black women. So thank you.
No doubt. Can we give a hand of applause? Yes, yes. We appreciate you both, Tanya and Nakia, for coming and taking your award today. Oh, yes. You want to come and take the picture, or you want me to take the picture? Okay, awesome. And we have one more award. If I can have Del and Ramona come up next. To Del, the inaugural Champion Award will be presented to Ramona Ortega for her work in advancing financial equality and inclusion through her company, Wealth Built AI, and the Thriving Campaign. For those who are still here, live and in person, we have 2 workshops, both created to make over the mindset of money. Make the mindset with money, Love Now Media and their Love and Money workshop is a storytelling workshop that allows participants to explore the current associations with money. And with our award, Ramona Ortega, Money Makeover Workshop, please stop by outside to participate.
Thank you, POC. So when we were planning this, we were like, we want to do something special. And so part of doing something special and something different is obviously rewarding those folks that have been there time and time again. I'm really glad we were able to give Tanya this Hometown Hero Award. She does such amazing work. And it is my great privilege and honor to be able to give Ramona Ortega our award. I love you. Ramona has been with us since day 0 or day -10, -30. You've been there with us as this organization was just an idea getting started. At every single event Ramona has spoken, we've had over 7 or 8 events at this point, and you have been a speaker at every single one of them.
Awesome.
I've seen how you've grown as both a human and a leader and a tech entrepreneur all at the same time. Always advancing and making sure that we are represented in rooms that so often we don't get invited to. You've helped us get money. You've helped us make connections. You've educated us. And in the process, we've become dear, dear friends. So it is with great privilege and joy that we get to give you this Champion Award from Black and Brown Founders.
Whoop, 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 whoop. The mic's in your seat. The mic's in your seat.
Well, I will say this is a full circle moment. First of all, I just want to say just my heartfelt thank you to Ania and Del and the whole Black and Brown Founders team. I'm not from Philly, but I got mad love for Philly, so it's great to be here once again. But I think that I want to just sort of note that this is a full circle moment because my first conference that I went to in San Francisco when I left the law firm and started My Money, My Future, my first company, Del was there. And I literally sought you out. And I said, I got to find this woman named Del. She's supposed to be the it person in tech. She's a Latina. I'm going to go figure out who she is. And I think it's been since day one. And I think that one of the things that we've heard a lot, and you're going to just continue to hear it, is that networks and become friends, become family, become comrades in this work. Because whether we're in tech or we're in policy, in government, or community organizations, this is how the work gets done, right? It's all of the silent work that people don't acknowledge. It's all of the late nights. It's the worrying over the list and who's coming and who's not coming. All of us have collectively done work in tech and in these spaces to open up opportunity. And a lot of us in this room are first to do X, Y, or Z. And I think that work is really important so that we can make sure that we're bringing equity and the dollars that we deserve to our communities. We belong in every goddamn space.
Agreed.
We particularly need to be at the forefront of the tech revolution that is bringing and creating the billionaires of the next generation. This is our place. We have the numbers, we have the power, we have the intelligence, we have the art, the culture, all of it. So we need our fair share. And so I'm so excited to be here and receive this award today. And just thank you to everyone involved.
Let's make some noise.
Okay, while we wait for the next thing, I want to grab the mic because I have to tell this story while we transition, which is like, as this award moment was happening, I was sitting there and I was remembering the very first time that I met Ramona. It was the early times of me first meeting Del, who took me to go with Ramona to get a drink. And I remember that conversation. The first time I met Ramona, we were having this conversation about raising rounds for our respective companies. And Ramona kept saying this thing. She was like, everybody's talking big game, but these motherfuckers ain't writing checks. And like, it was like this thing that I'm like, okay, it just really crystallized for me this experience that wasn't actually unique to me, but was also happening with other founders that I kept meeting through the Code 2040 program that I was a part of, that Dell was running at the time. And it was like, we were out here, Black and brown people, building these startups, building these businesses. Everybody was trying to pitch for money, and these motherfuckers were not writing checks. And I was like, you know what? I think the thing I need to do is an event where we can talk about how do you get from 0 to 1? How do you get from like your idea to launching and making your first dollars if you never saw a dollar of investment money? And that was the whole concept of Black and Brown Founders the very first time. And I was like, Ramona, you got to come and give the money talk. So just, I was remembering, I was like, yes, day zero, like from the very inception, I was like, oh, I need to do this thing thanks to a conversation that Del and Ramona and I had back in like 2016 or something. So yeah, here we are.
Okay, so I'm taking over the mic, giving Del a little bit of a break, just to announce our new panel. Those of you who are here in the morning, my name is Josh Torres. I'm really excited to be here as a member of the Black and Brown Founders team and as an entrepreneur. And I'm so excited about this next panel. Keeping on the theme of money, we're gonna have an amazing talk moderated by the wonderful Kristen Sunday, if you wanna join me up on stage. We're gonna have Brittany Chavez, CEO of Shop Latinx, if you wanna join me up here on the panel. And then we have co-founders Avante Price and Eli Taylor Lemire. So really excited about this next panel. I'm gonna turn it over to Kristen.
Thank you. All right. All right. So thanks to everyone for joining us this morning. I was on a panel. I think most of you were in this room talking about investing and kind of the future of work and technology. And now we're going to flip it and we're going to talk about raising from the founder's perspective. So I'll do a quick intro on me. We'll do intros across the board, and then we'll dive into questions and leave some time at the end for some Q&A. All right, so Kristen Sunday, co-founder and CEO at Paladin. In terms of fundraising context, so we recently raised an $8 million Series A last year. All in, we've raised about $12 million, which is really crazy to think about, and it's been quite the fundraising journey. And then nights and weekends, I run a venture capital fund in Chicago that writes 100K checks to overlooked founders and investors in the Chicagoland area. So with that, I'll pass it over to Brittany.
Congrats! That's huge. Yeah, like give it up. Yeah. You did that. So I'm Brittany. I'm the founder of Shop Latinx. We are a media and content platform dedicated to telling the stories and highlighting really dope Latino, Latina, next gen entrepreneurs, creators, makers. From a VC context, I raised a little bit over $1 million with our lead investor being Charles Hudson of Precursor Ventures, and predominantly a Black and brown and women-led VCs on the cap table, which has been really cool. Even Longoria is an investor. And yeah, I've been through a lot of pivots, and it's been a wild journey, but we're here now. And yeah.
Awesome. Congrats on your raise. Yeah, it's big. All right, awesome. Well, congrats on that as well. Yeah, no small feat, so well done to everyone up here. That's right. All right, so let's talk a little bit about why you decided to go the VC route. Because we talked this morning a little bit about starting a nonprofit. We talked about alternative ways of raising funds. So I'm curious, like, why did you decide to raise VC money, and how did that experience go? Brittany, you want to start us off?
Yeah, I'll go first. So I had the idea for Shop Latinx about 6 years ago. And prior to being a founder of a company, I don't think I had any title higher than an intern or maybe like an assistant. So it was either continue trying to rise in the ranks of corporate, which I was failing at. I was like, also in my late 20s, and I just found myself like really going nowhere in that field. Or during this time that I had created Shop Latinx was the time that Arlen Hamilton started Backstage Capital. She's, she has this really compelling story about being homeless, and then creating a multi-million-dollar fund that invests in overlooked founders. And so her story, and it was actually Josh Torres, who helped put on CHROMA, where I first learned about tech. There was this one woman that invited me to go to this Caper Capital Summit, and it was called Latinx in VC. And I bought a ticket, and I slept on the couch of this random follower who's now my friend, who followed Shop Latinx. And I went there, and I was surrounded. I think that's where I also met you, Delilah. And I saw myself surrounded by so many Latinos that worked in Silicon Valley that were wearing, like, that represented Airbnb and all these different amazing tech companies. And I think I was just very ambitious, but I also saw myself in these people, and I'm like, if they can do it, so can I. And I think I have something really special here. During that time, I saw that Latinos have over that, at that time, I think it's $3 trillion now, but $1.7 trillion in annual buying power. And I'm like, I have this ability to really speak to my community in a way that, I'm putting them onto these products and onto these stories. Long story short, that's like really, I'm like, if Arlen can do it, and I see these Latino founders here, I can do it. And I was just shooting my shot every day, learning about tech, joining accelerator programs, free incubator programs, attending pitch competitions. And I just I dove into that world. I'd go online and check out, during this time I was living in LA, like Silicon Beach events, and just absorbing all this information about VC. I'm like, oh, this is I think this is attainable. And I just kept going until that $1 million just landed in my account.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
okay, I'm hearing a couple things. I'm hearing about, number one, the power of community and events like this where you can really kickstart your visualization of what you want to be doing. Also love the hustle, and also love how you believed in yourself and you saw these other people and you're like, if they can do it, I can do it. And I think that, we could all use a little bit more of that. So that's amazing. So, okay, tell us a little bit more granularly about that journey. So once you decided, okay, I have this idea, this is how I want to build it. How did you go about approaching the VC ecosystem?
Yeah, so the first incubator program I attended was called Grid 110 in Los Angeles. They don't take any equity, and it's like a 16-week cohort that I was a part of, and it was all Black and brown founders in the Los Angeles area. And through the Grid 110 program, there's actually a Grid 110 to Techstars pipeline. So Techstars is similar to a Y Combinator, and it's an accelerator program where, in exchange for some equity, They invest over $150,000, and it's like very intensive. And I did it during COVID in 2020, so it was the first time they ever did a virtual cohort. And through that, I had learned so much about how to create a pitch deck, how to speak to investors. It was very rigorous. You know, they even have, it felt like a hell week where it's just like, you're just in back-to-back meetings with so many different investors and mentors. And you really find like the mentors that are in your corner that will help you through your entrepreneurial journey. And so I went from grade 110 to Techstars LA to then meeting Charles Hudson, who's one of the most notable pre-seed like he will invest in the idea stage, and if he sees something in you and he believes in you, like, and he sees that, okay, you have something here, he'll invest. And so once I landed him as my lead investor for my pre-seed round, everything kind of just fell into place. And then full circle, Arlen became an investor, and other investors ended up joining. And so that, in a nutshell, that was my journey. But I also think, like, as a Latina, there's a lot of hardships that I definitely experienced, because you're essentially just trying to enter in a very white and male space. You know, it's a very masculine space. So as a woman that's very rooted in her culture, and it was really trying. Yeah.
All right, we'll talk about that for sure. But +1 for Techstars. Actually, Paladin went through Techstars as well. And I'm just a huge fan of like incubators, accelerator programs. They're so good at just teaching you discipline around what you're building, introductions, building network, building community, et cetera. So I highly, highly recommend local incubators and accelerator programs to get started. All right, let's flip it over to Posh. So tell us a little bit more, Eli Navante. How did you come up with the idea? And then how did you decide to raise money for it?
Yeah. Hi, guys. Levante. So how we came up with this idea, we all have hobbies on the side, right? Our companies are our lives. We all have things on the side. So my thing on the side is DJing, and Eli is an experienced photographer and videographer. So we met in college. I was DJing events, and he was shooting them. And we were working for other people who were hiring us, and realized they didn't know anything about the customer. So we actually started hosting our own events for New York City college students. And through those experiences, we were using products like Eventbrite, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, independent software products to manage events. And those events were not meeting the mark. They were putting their brand all over our pages, not giving us customer data, not giving us really any analytics or insights into our data, or helping us build our brand in any way. And so Eli, who's also an avid software engineer, built us a product for our own events. We used it for 2 events, scaled from like 200 people to 500 people over 2 events. And then the pandemic happened. And so we realized we had a really powerful software product in our hands that we were using for our own needs. And the pandemic was kind of the push we needed to pivot from an event company with a tech product into a tech company white labeled for other people. So spending March to October really just learning about the customer, proving out the hypotheses we had, and building the first MVP of the product. We launched October 2020, did revenue in our first month. And I think we had a very unique fundraising experience, which could be answered in a different few questions. So I won't go into the whole thing, but I think what made us realize we wanted to raise money is that we had to think about like, what was the end goal for us, and like, what was the purpose of doing this, right? And like, at the end of the day, we realized we wanted to maximize the impact that we could have on the event space. We started as an Eventbrite competitor, but now we're building something a lot larger, essentially the financial ecosystem for live experiences, for people to manage not only revenues, but also expenses. And to make as big of an impact, a multi-billion-dollar impact on, upwards of 10 million, 50 million people, typically you need venture capital to get there, especially if you want to do it in the span of, 5 to 10 years. And so I think there's a lot of different ways to look at fundraising. You don't have to do it for most businesses. There are also multi-billion-dollar tech companies that have not raised money or raised, sub millions of dollars. But statistically speaking, the fastest way to get there was to raise money. And so that's kind of what started our journey into it.
That's great. And I really love the idea of thinking about like, what is the end goal when you're trying to decide how you want to raise money. We ended up even though we are an impact company, we're a social enterprise, our focus is pro bono legal services, we ended up deciding to become a for-profit company so that we could have access to resources, so that we could have longevity, and that we wouldn't have to worry about constantly obtaining grant money from an already pretty small pool of existing money. So we wanted to be self-sustaining as quickly as possible. And then what I also liked about our model was that we could build revenue generating products for the law firms and the big attorney focused organizations on one side, and use that money to subsidize free products for the nonprofits on the other side. So there are a lot of different implications as to why you might choose a specific model, but thinking about like, what is the end goal and what do I want to do with this organization long term is definitely one of them. So that's great. So let's talk about the actual process. Like, how did you each get ready for your fundraisers? Like, what were the kind of practical things that you did?
Yeah. Well, I think, first, when I started Shop Latinx, it started on Instagram, and I just scoured social media to find different Latino-owned businesses whose product I felt would resonate with this Gen Z, young millennial Latina consumer. So when I first raised venture capital, I identified this need that like, hey, Latino buying power is increasing, and they're gravitating and really resonating with these products and these stories that I'm presenting on my social media. I want to build a centralized marketplace where you can buy products that resonate with this Latinx consumer. And during this time in 2020, marketplace was a huge area that a lot of venture capitalists wanted to invest in. But it was also during the time where they were also heavily investing in a lot of D2C commerce brands. This was like the era of like Glossier positioning itself as like a tech-backed company, where now they understand that they're really just D2C or retail, or like Allbirds and Away Luggage. So it was during this time.
And sorry to interrupt. What is D2C?
Direct to consumer products that you could buy on their respective websites. So I was able to get in right in time to raise that $1 million. I will say that it came, in hindsight, it kind of came at an expense because now that's not what my consumer wanted. But I think that's what you learn in pre-seed. You raise money, you raise a pre-seed round so that you can collect and gather findings and then continue to iterate until you land on something that your customer resonates with and is willing to pay for, right? What was your question? Maybe I just had to like let that out.
No, it was great. It was great. This is what we're here for. So it's like, this is real talk. So let's talk about it all. So the question was around how did I prepare? But it sounds like a lot of your preparation was around like understanding like what is the market like right now? What are VCs investing in? And you realize that like marketplaces and where you were playing is where some of the funds were going.
Yeah, so it's like maybe I should go to marketplace. And like I said, I didn't really have anything to fall back on. So and now I'm kind of thinking about how y'all are thinking when it comes to like the end goal and where you want your business to be and what do you want for yourself and what does your customer want. I was thinking from the perspective of like, I need money and I need it now. And like, I'm going to be so ambitious and I can see where I can get this $1 million, but it definitely did come at a cost, Yeah. But that's how I prepared.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Super helpful. Knowing your market is really important. Yeah. What about you guys?
Yeah, so I think preparation is probably the biggest tip I would give to like ourselves 2-3 years ago. I think we've had about 3 different like fundraising experiences. You can consider them rounds. We kind of all know how the market is now, or maybe if you're newer to the market, bridge rounds, extension rounds, these $2-3 million kind of smaller rounds to get to the next step between seed and A or A and B are more common. And so a lot of companies at this stage right now are raising more funding rounds than before, even though the sum of money is the same. But anyways, we've been through about 3 of these experiences, and the first one was completely unprepared, right? It was a lot of cold emailing. So I thought that fundraising would be a lot like sales. As a founder, you get really good at sales early on. So I thought I could go on Crunchbase, scrape a bunch of leads, go on TechCrunch, find all these leads, put them in a spreadsheet, cold email them, try to get on Zoom calls, run them through a funnel just like I'd close any lead. That's just not the case. again, we've raised, over $5 million bucks. Got another 4 on the way by next month. And not one check has come from a cold email. What I will say to that is referrals in your current network are your biggest asset. And anyone you can get on the phone, you need to try to get that person, even if they don't invest, to refer 1 or 2 more people. And essentially using the nodes of your network to try to grow that network and grow the different opportunities that you have is going to be very, very important to you, because investors use the validity or credibility of the person that referred you to them as a big data point in their early, especially at the early stage when you don't have much traction, especially if you're a first-time founder, et cetera. So, yeah, I think the first round was a lot of cold emailing and things, and much to our dismay, weren't as successful. It took about 8 months to raise $1.5 million, and then the most recent round in April of this year for another 3.5. I don't know, my mic's being weird, but it took about 5 months, and we were more prepared. And now this most recent money is going to be closed in under a month. And I think most of that is relationship building, but I also think it comes from being prepared and going to market, knowing what you want, and knowing how to build demand as well. No one wants to come in on a round that doesn't have interest, right? Hey, do you want to invest in my company? No one else does. Who would invest in that? No one, right? And so you have to be really good at building demand, even when there actually isn't any. And I could try to talk about it, but honestly, it's something that you just have to build by being on the phone, getting on as many pitches as possible, feeling what people like about your story, getting better at your story, getting better at your vision, and really getting good at telling your story and your vision and getting people to like you and refer you to more people in their network. It's going to bring you a long way, and you're going to see the money come in just by being good to people and building that network. But what I will say is it's not cold outreach. It's not selling the product as much as it is selling the vision and who you are as the founder. And I think it's also a lot about being very strategic and playing the game very similar to actually, like, we kind of joke about it, like courting someone, in the sense of like playing hard to get, not responding so fast, making sure that you have someone else interested when you're going to the new person so that you can use that as leverage, and a lot of different things to leverage those relationships to your benefit.
Super helpful. Thanks for that. And the other set of advice that I usually give is around like what kind of artifacts do you need to get ready for your raise. So you're gonna need like a couple documents and a couple things to do your pitch. So and to make sure you're pitching the right people. So the first is just a spreadsheet with investors and their contact information and information about what types of like rounds, and we talked about theses earlier. That means the focus of the fund, to make sure that you're pitching the right people. I literally make a spreadsheet of 100 people to reach out to before I do any round, and call that as I go and as I learn more. The second is a pitch deck. This is going to be refined over time, but you're going to use that presentation, PowerPoint, keynote as the anchor for your conversation with the investors, and you want to make sure that it's as clean and clear as possible about the problem you're trying to solve and why your solution and your team is the right one to solve it. YC has a couple really good sample decks online, so I recommend you take advantage of those. And then the third is a financial model. So you can speak really intelligently and well-informed to the business model itself and how you're going to grow over time. So with those three things, you want to make sure that, you're pitching the right people, you have your storytelling down, which happens as you go, and you're creating momentum and a little bit of FOMO as well. All right, so I want to pass a question over to Eli here. So on our pre-call, you talked about this one initial angel investor that you guys had that just changed the game. Can you tell the audience that story?
For sure. So really interesting story. We actually pitched this angel investor when he was at a more institutional VC, and he wasn't very interested in the venture. We actually had a lot of investors where we re-engaged them after they were initially uninterested, and then they've come on board. I think something that was really fascinating about him was that, and fascinating about the fundraising process in general, was that we had a founder friend who was also a stakeholder in us that was giving us a bunch of really good advice on how to fundraise. And kind of similar to what Avante was saying, he was really harping on, at the time we were confused because we had amazing metrics. We had great revenue, great adoption, especially within the New York City market. And we couldn't figure out why investors weren't interested. And our founder friend harped on how important soft skills are And even like really tiny details, like one that was super funny was we started standing on all of our calls, which gave us more energy naturally when we were pitching. And little things like what types of questions you ask at the beginning and how small talk should work, all that stuff. So anyway, I think the first time we pitched this guy, we were really, really bad at all that stuff. And it was in like month 1 of that 8-month raise that we did. And then in month 6, we got a personal referral to him again. And this time we actually met up with him for a smoothie, I think. Super funny guy. He came like in workout clothes and was very, very casual with how he talked to us. He asked very few questions about the venture. Almost all of his questions were about what we were interested in. One of his questions was, I think, which tech entrepreneur we liked the most and wanted to be similar to. So he was really interested in like founder background and what our motives were. And I'd say within 24 hours of meeting with him, we got a text that he was interested in putting $250,000 in. We negotiated the valuation over the phone, and then over the next 48 to 72 hours, I think we closed up like $1 million all over just quick phone calls that he was putting us on. And so the round kind of synthesized out of nowhere and went from 0 to 100 really quickly. And I think we think back to that week a lot as well, because shortly after that, he flew us out to Aspen and we got to stay in a house with like a ton of other founders that he had invested in. And both of us grew up like in normal suburbs. We have zero connections to tech. Our parents are not in tech. And so it was the first time we really started meeting anyone that had raised money or had really cool companies. But yeah, that was the story of the angel investor. And I think it's a great story about persistence, why personal connections are really important, and also just paying a lot of attention to soft skills and less so like what's in your pitch deck, more how you present it.
Wow. Okay. Well, next time you get invited to Aspen, forward us all the invites, please. Second, I think you should buy stock in that smoothie company. That's an amazing story. So yeah, thanks for sharing that. And it really just does take one person. And I feel like that's the same, but every founder has that story of like that one person who made another introduction, and like helped close your round. And that is how our Series A came together at the tail end. Oh man, yeah. We were, I remember when we were at like 6 million of the 8 and things were like, they were so hot for so long and then they really slowed down. And then I remember turning to my partner at the time and I was like, we have 2 million left. It's not coming together. I was like, I am going to literally have to go get 80 25K checks and I will do it. You know, I will knock on all those doors. But then you meet that one person who makes the introduction to the other person who closes out the round, which was amazing. So I always say at the beginning also, another piece of advice is just like take the meeting. Because you never know who that one person is going to be, and you don't want to give up that opportunity. So that is amazing. Okay, so let's go back to Brittany and your VC journey, which, you know, maybe Charles was that person, maybe there were a couple other people in the network. When you and I spoke on our call, we were talking a little bit about how you decided to do VC and how not every company is necessarily a good fit for VC. Tell us a little bit more about, you know, how you think about what companies are VC backable, as they say, and how your thinking's evolved over time.
Yeah, I mean, I can only speak for my own company and my own wants. So I raised $1 million. And then also after Techstars and after I raised that $1 million, I had gotten into this program with the fund, Andreessen Horowitz. It's called Talent Meets Opportunity. And so they also gave me a nice sizable check. And then they also introduced me to a couple of celebrity Latina investors that ended up investing. And I learned so much in that program. And I was surrounded by so many primarily Black and brown women that were founders. And I'm so grateful that my experience has been extremely Black and brown, you know, in a space, like I've mentioned, is very white male dominated. However, I think, you know, Shop Latinx went from being a very community centric platform to then being, you know, I went from having these relationships with business owners and it was on a friendly level to then now managing their inventory, and you know, it became very rigid, and you know, everything about our marketing changed. We went from being like very community centric to then like pushing product, you know, and then we saw that there was this stagnation amongst all of our social channels and even like our sales. You know, we're trying different methods on how to sell these products, and it just felt like,
And then I just in the back of my mind would think about, VCs talking about like they want, so in order for a VC to make their return, your company either has to get acquired by a bigger company or you have to go public on the stock market, and the way that the purpose of Shop Latinx is to make my audience, which is the fastest growing audience in the United States. I want to make them feel seen and I want to tell their stories. So I feel like that glimmer, that twinkle in my eye that I would wake up with every morning started to slowly fade away when I started to prioritize the needs and the wants of my investors, and then I started to assess my lifestyle and, do I need $1 billion? Do I want to have a board on my cap table? And I tried to raise a bridge round after raising that $1 million about a year and a half later. And in hindsight, all the rejections that I got or all the VCs that I spoke to who didn't understand or thought that this market was niche, I see that as a blessing that I didn't continue to raise. And now, and I don't think I ever want to raise again because now that I've moved away from that marketplace platform and started to recenter and focus on media and content, now we're getting these bigger bags from these larger companies that want to align themselves as Latinx friendly, and we get to dictate who we want to partner with, and all we need to do is stay true to the brand and stay true to our audience. And now I'm getting even more money than I ever would have with this marketplace model. I just think that it's really think about what you want. Like for me, $1 million would change my life. $500,000 would change my life. A salary of $200,000 a year will change my life. Do I need $1 billion company to make that happen? No. Do I need like a few solid brand partnerships and a few fat checks? Yeah. You know what I mean? And even in hindsight, I'm like, no one's going to understand, especially if you're creating a community-driven social impact platform. These VCs aren't going to understand how you need to serve your community better than you do, And so when I started to prioritize and listen to my intuition, that's when I really realized, like, I'm never raising VC again in my life. And I'm very fortunate and privileged to have been able to do so, especially, by the age of 30 as a Central American Latina, from LA. Like, there's a lot of factors where, like, I'm not supposed to be here, but I'm here and I did it. And I don't want that for myself anymore. And that's tight. You know what I mean? And I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah, all right. Props to that. Well, you are supposed to be here, number one. But number two, you know what? You deserve to be wherever you want to be, to your point, and realizing like what you want. What is your personal goal? What is your professional goal? Long-term, short-term, those are all things to think about. And I think in tech, we get so enamored with raising money, right? And the stories that you read on TechCrunch or online, like, they're not about how much, the new partnerships you landed or the revenue that you're making or the people you're hiring and whose lives are changing. It's about how much money you've raised and what series round you're on now. And I think sometimes we celebrate the wrong things when we're building businesses externally, and realizing what's right for you and your business is so much more important than that. So kudos to you for that.
And, I am really excited to, that $1 million, these companies, they burn millions a month, and they have the TechCrunch headlines, and, a lot of them aren't generating revenue. And I'm really excited to like embrace this bootstrap life. I think that's cool. And to me, raising that money, I'm $1 million in debt. To me, that's what it essentially is. You're raising debt. And what Ben Thomas mentioned in the previous panel is like, you can just go, instead of getting a music deal, you can just go to the bank. Just open up an American Express card. Just get your credit up and open up a credit card, And so those are things that if I ever need to get money again, I'll just take out an Amex card that has really good flyer miles and get some hotel credits. But I don't want to talk to a VC again in that type of setting.
No, good for you and good for realizing that. That's super, super important. So that's great. All right, 2 more questions, then we'll open it up. So, Posh team, tell us what surprised you the most about fundraising.
Yeah, I think what was honestly one of the more surprising things was actually, we talked about this on the intro call, but like how little support we got from the Black community. I think was super interesting. And pretty much our entire cap table is white, to be honest. And we pitched a lot of, the Harlem Capitals, the Backstages, and some of them wouldn't even hop on a call with us, much less give us a no, which actually is worse. If someone won't give you a no, just so you know, it's a no. Like if they won't give you a yes or a no, and you talked like twice and it's been like 2 weeks, like it's a no. But a lot of these people didn't have the decency or respect to do it. And yeah, I don't know what it is, but I think this is more just a calling out that like, obviously we're all here supporting, our Black and brown brothers and sisters. And I think we should continue to do that because we didn't experience that a lot during our fundraising process. And it definitely got us down because we thought that would, be the first people to support us.
Eli, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think we definitely dealt with a little bit of that. I think it was also just, it's really difficult to even find or get access to Black investors in the first place. So that was also a big factor there. Coming from NYU, I think NYU is only 8 or 9% Black. So we just didn't really have the network as well. But yeah, in terms of other really surprising things about the fundraising, I think before when we were touching on the importance of soft skills, that was really surprising. I think one thing that was a little bit more of a learning, but kind of clicked and was a little bit surprising was that a lot of the younger investors are very interested in the hype rounds with very inflated valuations and more of the new emerging technology like crypto and AI. We had a great business model and we actually had a profitable quarter very early on. And so it was actually the older investors that were more interested in just building a sustainable business that were interested in what we were doing. In line with that, we have not built something that is super technologically innovative. Like anyone can watch a YouTube tutorial and figure out how to build a ticketing site. I think what we actually found was more brand market fit, and we built a brand that a lot of people wanted to get behind. But in line with that, again, we had a business and it was less about that we made some crazy proprietary technology. We just had a really sustainable business. And so I think older investors were very interested in that. And it was now that that's clicked for us, it's something we look for more VCs that are that value building a sustainable business and are less about, hey, let's go raise at some insane cap and get a bunch of PR just to hype the company up.
But riffing off of that, that is why product and traction matter a lot less than you think, and it's about personal story and company vision. That's going to get you these investors to write checks because they don't want to know what you're going to do tomorrow. They want to know what you're going to do 5 years from now, and that you have an idea of that and are very confident in yourself and your ability to accomplish that mission. And a lot of I have a friend that's in YC, this latest batch, and she told me that about 50% of the companies, they either told them that they should ditch their idea or they came pre-idea without an idea and they got accepted fully to YC without an idea or with an idea that YC fully made them scrap and come up with a new idea in the first 2 weeks because they're so founder oriented. And so it's really you who's going to sell that story, especially at the early stage. And so you got to get really good at just like selling yourself. Why are you the person who's going to build this to, as big as you can?
Something that was the most surprising? I would probably, what you said about Black VCs, I would probably say maybe about Latino VCs a couple times, especially, machismo is rampant. And there are a couple of male Latino VCs and even women Latina VCs that would perpetuate that misogyny and try to say things to bring me down. But luckily I know myself. And if they were talking to Brittany 3 years ago, it might have hurt, but I kind of just saw it as, it's all a projection. And I do think that, even within the Latino community, there's so many different archetypes. We're not a monolith. And sometimes the people that you think are your people are not. And I think removing that myself from like that assumption made the path less rocky.
Oh, no, that's so tough to hear. And I'm sorry you guys had those experiences. There's such little accountability in the VC space. It seems that it's really hard to avoid these stories. I think the best thing we can do is like share them amongst ourselves, right? And, give people the heads up and, make introductions where you can and just have like super real talk about the experience so we can make the process a little bit easier. Cool. Okay, so last question, then we'll open it up. What are your final tips for founders who are thinking about starting a company and raising a round?
I think my biggest tip is build first. I think you should build the product and you should get revenue and then you should raise. So if you're interested in raising, like put it in the back of your head and think about a wonderful product you want to build for a space you're super passionate about and customers you know well, and then the raising will come after that.
Yeah, I would put something on top of that, just back on what I was just saying, like what unique value add or moat do you personally have, right? Whether it's something in education that you learned or something you see about society that others don't, or some skill that you have that others don't, or some piece of knowledge, right? And you have to be really good at telling that story and showing why you're the only person that has this knowledge and has this ability to execute. And once you get that nailed down, you can raise $5, $10, $20 million. It's really whatever you want. And I think the other thing is the people that you see raising the 20, 50, $100 million rounds are not the people that are sitting here worried about the Lamborghini or the mansion or whatever. They're worried about making an impact, and you have to not be so money oriented. I think this conversation has been very money led. And the people that are the least money oriented are the ones that I see succeeding the most because they're more worried about maximizing the impact they can have on society, and the money is just the fuel to get them there. And so you have to really have that mindset of what is the end goal, not even from like an exit, I want to sell for $100 million, but I want to make this impact on this many people and fix this problem, and how much money do I need to get there? And then that's when you fundraise.
I agree with that. I think I'm also I'm speaking from my own experience, is like, put your needs first. Like, what do you want your life to look like? And what do you want your company to look like? And do you need, there's so many other alternatives outside of venture capital. And I do think like it's this shiny thing, and, there's the press around it is shiny, and maybe an SBA loan isn't as appealing or just a regular loan. So I think just think about what you want your life to look like, because being a founder is very hard. Not saying that you can't do hard things. We all are capable of doing hard things, and we all deserve to get that money if we want that money. But just think about what you really want your life to look like. Do you want to spend sleepless nights? Like, do you, and if you decide to go the VC route, I would highly recommend, as people of color in this room, get a good therapist, get a business coach, get your healing on, and you probably be healing and divulging in some therapy in tandem with building a company. But yeah, handle that.
Great advice across the board. All right, with that, let's open it up for a few minutes of questions. Yes.
I had a co-founder for a little over a year. This is a great question. This is really good. So from my experience, I was a solo founder, and then I got into the Techstars
accelerator program, and it was recommended to me by the managing director that I get a co-founder because I didn't have any technical background. And during that time, I wanted to build a marketplace. And during that time as well, owning your own IP and building from the ground up, which like we could have leveraged Shopify this entire time, but they're so big on like owning your own IP and like building it. And maybe you can sell that IP and to other companies that want to leverage a marketplace model. So I hired a chief product officer who I then made my co-founder. And in hindsight, I would attribute that decision to lack of faith in myself. That I couldn't do it and that I needed someone and to hide behind because he was a man and he touted himself as extremely technical. And that was probably like one of the darkest years of my career. And I will say I am so happy being a solo founder and hiring people who see my vision and can execute on my vision, and having people like Charles Hudson, who's my lead investor in my court, who, you know, sticks to that bi-weekly, I've been talking to him bi-weekly for the last 2.5 years, and he like has hardly ever canceled a meeting with me, you know? So I don't think you need a co-founder. And if you feel like you can do it yourself, and it comes from a place of like you really feel like you can, you're not being stubborn, you know, then do that and hire consultants. Did I need a co-founder, or did I just need to hire a consultant for 100 hours, you know, for 20 hours, and I pay them out every month, you know, a contractor. If I were to ever run it, you know, do this again, you know, I would be very thoughtful with who I would bring on, and I don't think I would make them a co-founder.
Great question. Yep.
Yeah. No, thank you. So first of all, I'm non-technical. So in the beginning of the pandemic, I tried to teach myself JavaScript, and then Eli was like, "Your time is better used elsewhere," and that was true. So yeah, I think I also hot take would disagree with what you said a bit in the sense that no person ever has all the skills you need to build a company successfully, right? And like, I'm very good with people, but I can't write code, right? And I think there's introverts, there's extroverts, there's people that are very creative, there's people that are very good at executing. I don't think there's a lot of people in this world. There are a few, right? Maybe like Elon Musk, but like most people are not a jack of all trades. And I think much less from like a skill perspective, but more from an ego and interpersonal perspective. When you're a founder and you're crushing it, especially if you have, 20 people in your team, whatever it might be, you could think that you're God sometimes. You could think that everything that you think about your vision is correct. And it's very important to have a co-founder or someone to keep you humble and to ground you and give pushback on your ideas and vice versa, because that leads to very healthy outcomes. And I think that leads to a more scalable and sustainable relationship over time, where by yourself, you're obviously going to agree with yourself. And if you have employees, their paycheck relies on you. So if I push back enough on my employees' pushback, they're going to give in, right? And so it's very important to have someone equal to you who doesn't feel upset pushing back on your ideas. That's how you're going to come to a good outcome. But yeah, from a technical perspective, obviously I have none of that background. I think that's what makes us a great partnership, is that Eli destroys that part of the company. I destroy the people side. But middleware.
We
yeah.
definitely disagree a lot, which I think it's very easy to make emotional decisions when you're acting solo. But again, there are amazing founders, like you've done an amazing job. So I think we also didn't have the balls, quite frankly, to try to be a solo founder. So credits extremely to the people who have managed to do that. I think with us, it's just worked out well because, again, when we disagree, it makes for a lot more logical decisions because we're both genuinely like arguing with each other, trying to figure out which one is the better decision to make as opposed to just like doing what we want. Yeah. And then the middleware question, funny enough, we actually, we originally built Posh I built it on Mongo. Express was our middleware, React.
Pug.
And yeah,
What do you mean, Pug?
and Pug. We didn't have React. Yeah, Pug was this templating language that we were using. But I made an authentication middleware myself originally, and I stored. Well, I shouldn't even say this publicly, but I stored a bunch of our passwords in plain text because I just had no idea what we were doing. And now we learned that like all the security measures, and we have a 7-person engineering team, and it's all great, and we've migrated off of that. But yeah, it was really janky in the beginning, but it was really fun to build.
Thank you again, because I think that's really cool for people to get how those relationships work.
Totally.
Thank you.
Love that. All right, one final question. Yes.
This is a question for Eli. What are some, I guess, tips or some things you can tell like future or like people who are aspiring CTOs to look forward to in their journey?
Yeah, great question. I think, well, there's a bunch of things. I would put number one, I love design. I think design is so exciting, and seeing someone use an interface that you put together is a very interesting experience because most mediums of art are simply visual or audio, but they don't actually involve interaction. So you can make an amazing film, but you're only ever going to see people watch and hear it as opposed to them choosing their own journey through it, if that makes sense. So I think designing an experience for someone is extremely exciting. I would also say that something that was really great for me was I was very interested in computer science in high school, but I had horrible grades junior and senior year because I had a startup in high school as well, and I was barely in class, honestly. Almost failed out of senior year of high school. And so I was not going to make it into any computer science program. So I applied everywhere for film, and I actually got denied from 8 of the 9 schools that I applied to and only got into NYU for film. But long story short, through raising and building this company, our head of engineering is incredible and insanely smart. Really, really talented with computer science, as are all of our engineers. And so I basically got like a free bachelor's degree in computer science and programming by building this company. And it's been amazing. Like the amount of stuff I've learned while making money and while building a company, and I didn't have to be in class, has been so fun. And I think also like, you know, when you learn how to be a CTO through building a product as opposed to listening to a professor who was in the game 20 years ago, you make way more mistakes and you mess up a lot, but you just learn so much faster. So a bunch of things to look forward to, but yeah, I would say design and also just learning in like a really cool environment. Yeah, hiring is something we did incredibly poorly in the beginning. I think the key to hiring is firing and really long hiring processes. I also got really, like at the beginning, I thought that hiring was more about would I get a beer with this person? And while that is important, you know, it shouldn't be like the guiding factor when you're hiring someone. And so we hired a lot of people that were amazing culture fits, but just horribly inexperienced at what they were supposed to be doing. And even worse than that, we let a lot of people in the first year or so stick around for months that should not have been there and were really detrimental to the company. So I would say firing really quickly when someone doesn't work out, one way you can get around that where it's not so severe is bringing people on as a contractor for a very short trial period. And when you work with someone as opposed to putting them through an interview process, you learn immediately what their strengths and weaknesses are and if you enjoy working with them. So I would say contractor period, don't get so emotional with it. One way to do that makes things a lot better is adding people to the hiring process. So all of the engineers we've hired recently, I had my head of engineering do a purely technical interview, and then I would do a phone screening where I was deciding more like, hey, is this someone that I'd like to work with? But if they didn't make it past the technical interview, then it wasn't even my decision to like if I'd want to work with them or not. So adding a bunch of people to the hiring process and not making it like a sole person making the decision.
I think adding on to that, just for like, because everyone here is pretty early stage, in the whole co-founder relationship, it's very important that if you came up with some idea at a coffee shop or in a dorm room or whatever with someone, that doesn't mean that they're your co-founder. It doesn't mean they're your co-founder if they helped you get your first customer. It doesn't mean that they're your co-founder if they like helped you with a deck one night or like got you pizza, whatever it is. Like, you have to be very honest with yourself at the beginning about like, is this person someone I will build this with for the next 5 to 10 years? I see so many early stage founders that hit me up on LinkedIn or whatever, and like they show me their deck, and I'm like, why are there 3 non-technical people that all like are still like juniors in college on this like team slide? And they're like, oh, that's my buddy in my frat, or like this or that, and it's just like, dude, like that's, no one's going to invest in that, and you're going to have arguments. There's going to be equity ownership that doesn't make sense. So I think at the early stage, it's very important to be honest with yourself about like, if I'm going to have a co-founder, does this person complement everything that I'm not good at? And are they committed enough to join this full time and actually make an impact at a high level? Can they manage, upwards of 20 people? And if the answer is not a resounding yes, I think it's very similar to finding the one. It's like it's either a hard yes or a hard no. I think you'll know that very quickly if you ask yourself honestly.
Awesome.
Sorry.
All right. Yeah, I think we're out of time, but we can follow up offline. But thank you guys so much for your amazing advice, and thank you guys for such great engagement, such good questions. And yeah, we'll be around for a little bit, but yeah, good luck and keep building.
I'm going to have my esteemed colleague, Josh Torres, come on up here and introduce our panelists for Movers and Shakers.
Do we have mics for everyone up here? Yes, we have some. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to switch it up as a moderator and sit on this side. Thank you, Opiola. Can invite all the panelists up here. I am super excited for this panel. Opiola just gave us the best primer I've ever heard. I don't know what I can add to that. This panel to me is the culmination of all of these conversations we've been having today, right? Because Black and Brown Founders is seating itself at the intersection of culture, impact, and funding, right? So I am super, super excited to be here on this stage and be in deeper community with this amazing panel, some of who I've known online and have had mutual conversations with, some of who I'm meeting for the first time, but I've heard amazing, incredible stories about, some of whom I've known for years and have deep friendship with. And yeah, I'm just really excited. So I'm gonna kick it off to them. I'm gonna let each of you just kind of give a brief intro, talk a little bit about yourselves, what you do, and then we'll get into it. So Naj, you wanna kick us off? That one's been checked. There we go.
I will start. Hi, everyone. I'm Naj Austin, pronoun she, her. I come from Brooklyn, New York, but I do love Philly. I build physical and digital products that center community, identity, and joy. Most notably, I built Apple's Club, which was a co-working space in Brooklyn, New York. And after that, a product called Somewhere Good, which was both an app that brought people together through intentional conversation and as a community space in Brooklyn as well.
Peace, y'all. My name is Will Toms. First and foremost, proud Philadelphian. Yeah, what up, Philly? We here. And also entrepreneur, Forbes 30 Under 30 winner, author. But most notably, I serve as the co-founder of REC Philly. They call us REC Philly. And yeah, REC is a community of 1,000+ creatives who believe that independent doesn't mean alone, which really means that we learn together, we collaborate together, and we also make money together, right? Working with some of the biggest brands in the country. And yeah, excited to share, a bit of the journey and the lessons with all of y'all here.
Hey, y'all. Delata D here. Going off what Will said, I'm Philly John all day, every day. Very proud to rep my set. Fully loud and proud Latina, taking over stages that aren't typically known for people like us. I don't take it for granted at all. So I'm here under the premise of being the now head of content for Queen Warriors. We are the #1 online fitness platform for Black and brown women, and we currently have over 30,000 members in 90+ countries. So, yeah.
Peace, everyone. My name is Keish, and I am the founder and executive director of Decolonize Philly. Decolonize Philly is an environmental justice organization that brings community members from all across the city to come together to save the earth and the community from injustice that's happening. Overall, at my core, I'm someone who deeply cares about humanity and people who are marginalized, and through art and direct action, I truly want to bring change to my community that's not only dying, but experiencing what's happening because of how our government is set up.
Thank you. Yes. Keish, I'm going to have you hold on to that mic because I want you to kick off the answer to this next question, which is for all of y'all. But I'm curious a little bit more about your journeys, right? All of you have chosen to center community in the work that you do and have been mission-led, but more importantly, people-led, right? And I think that is unique in how we think about building businesses. I think what you said about you said not being individual. Say it again.
Independent doesn't mean alone.
Independent doesn't mean alone. I love
Trademark.
that. But Keish, I'm curious, what made you decide to walk this path? Was there a specific moment that kind of ignited this for you? Or, what led you to Decolonize Philly?
Thank you for asking that. Growing up, I was really shy, and I'm still an introvert. But these spaces have kind of pushed me outside of my boundaries. And I was adopted by my great aunt. My mom is someone who was displaced because of her mental health. My dad was someone who got locked up for selling drugs and things like that. Oh, sorry. And so as someone who was adopted, I was feeling a lot of different emotions when it comes to people who are okay, I have love for these people who are outcasted by society. So I grew up, I got into student organizing. I organized with the Philadelphia Student Union. We would shut down the school board to try to change policies to help us. But then around the George Floyd situation, because I was in those organizing spaces, I would be on the front lines. And actually, fast forward, a couple months before that, my friend was shot and killed. I heard the gunshots. And I, like, growing up in Philly, I'm like, okay, I'm used to this. So it's like, this is nothing. But I didn't realize what that would lead to afterwards. So 2 months after my friend was shot and killed, I heard the gunshots. I go to the George Floyd protest. The cops throw tear gas, and it's like a bomb explosion that happens. I run back. And then after that, I feel this combination of trauma in my body that led to PTSD. So every time I'm hearing fireworks through the summer, I'm jumping off the bed. And I found a statistic that said of the 57 blocks where 10 or more people were killed, 53 were in federally deemed red line neighborhoods. And so that made me realize that what's happening with the community, whether it's gun violence, environmental justice, gentrification, displacement, it all comes at the parallel line of land justice and decolonization. So that really led to me creating Decolonized Philly. And I would say I'm someone who doesn't like being the lead, but I feel like I'm really holding space for a lot of people who are struggling. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll jump in next. Yeah, I think for me, the idea of rec and the model that then came to follow, came from this place of me just being privileged enough to solve my own problem first, right? When I thought about building the business, it wasn't, I have a cool idea to build this thing and then I'm gonna figure out who needs it, right? It was actually the exact opposite. It was like, let me make a decision on like who first I wanna serve, which was people like myself who were creatives, who, lived, breathed the culture, but also understood that like that whole idea of the starving artist is whack, right? We deserve to make money, we deserve to get paid for what it is we do, and we deserve to have ownership and equity. But to do that, we would need a certain amenity set, right? We would need access to the equipment we would need access to each other, we would need access to opportunity. So then it was about saying, okay, cool, if this is the hypothesis, if you will, how do we just start to gather our friends who believe what we believe and then start asking the right questions? And I think from that place, it allowed us to build something that was actually meaningful, because we didn't have to believe if you build it, they will come. It was, we're all here, what do we all need, right? But the idea though of wanting to build something that was community driven and community centered, I think that just comes from like who I've always been. I think, similar to kind of what Keish was highlighting, like that deep need came from childhood, right? I needed community. I was that person who was to this for this crowd, to that for that crowd, right? So I knew what it felt like to be amongst community and not only have access to safe space, but brave space, right? So I think I was always destined to do something community driven, but fortunately, the problems I was experiencing as a creative led me to come up with the solution and then say, cool, let's share it with others and then co-create it together.
Yeah, that's amazing. I love so much of what you said. I can just project. I love so much of what you said, Will, especially about already being in community with folks, right?
Yeah.
And deciding to build with folks as opposed to, creating something and then bringing people in after. Like that's a whole different mindset, and I just love that, so I wanted to highlight that. Delilah, I want to ask you the same question, and I would love, you're here today representing your new business, but I feel like you've been on this journey for such a long time, especially of empowering Latina folks, Latinx folks, and really helping people understand that they belong in spaces. So I would love if you kind of gave the audience some context for that, and also just share a little bit more about your journey and what brings you back to creating for community.
So just a little background of me. I can make friends with a tree, basically. I'm a people's person all the way. Like, I love people. I am one of the most extroverted, introverted person you ever meet in your life. Like, I can be out here. Yes, give me energy. I live off of your energy. But, also, I need my downtime to recharge and, all that fun stuff. But I've always been that girl. From high school, I was a part of all of, the school's organizations. When I was in college, I was on the exec board for a lot of the extracurriculars there. And that went into even my professional development post-college was just, I was always heavily involved. Like, I just always wanted to do a bunch of things. I never really knew what. I just knew people were my thing. Like, I love community. I love seeing people within my community win. I love seeing people just really live out their best lives. Like, I had no idea I was gonna go down this journey that I am in right now. But everything I've always believed, when the work is aligned, God is at work. So it's just this is something that's really been big with me, with any projects that I work on, with just to be honest, before me even being a part of the tech space, it was Josh who introduced me into the tech space to even let me know I can even be in like these type of spaces myself. So he had me lead a Latinx and tech startup weekend. Mind you, I didn't even know who he was. Like this was just from a network. I know we talked about, they mentioned this in the panel, just the importance of networking. Your network equals your net worth. But it was just through like, a simple email introduction. I had no background in space. I had background in events. I had background in community development, but never in the tech space. So when he asked me to create this, on this Tech Stars weekend that was, created for the sole intention to, introduce Latinos about like having a space in tech that had to build out business plans in like, 56 hours. And, we're providing them with mentors and such. And when he asked me, I'm like, I'm not even a fully accomplished CEO or entrepreneur right now. Like, I felt like I would be a fraud putting this together in tech. Like, when I think tech, I'm thinking you need to know how to code, you need to know how to do this, but not even realizing there's so many different roles in tech. And I think, like, especially within the Black and brown community, we feel like, okay, I can't really be in tech because I don't know computers. Like, no, we need HR people in tech. We need marketing people in tech. We need, community builders in tech. There's so many different elements in tech. So you don't have to feel like, oh, if I don't know how to do coding, or if I don't know how to build apps, I can't be in tech. Like, no, there's so many different roles that it takes to build a tech company, which is what I was really I was educating myself as I was educating my community, because I can put together a party and bring out hundreds of people, but when I put together a tech event, I'm like, why is there so many people? Like, they're so scared to be a part of this experience because they feel like it's not for them. So, I've always been like really big on advocating, just like introducing my community to different spaces and places that will like help them think differently, that will introduce them to new people, introduce them to different mindsets and stuff. But yeah, so I mean, just going off from there, I have a plethora of hats that I've worn within my journey. But yeah, so I've done everything from the corporate stuff. I was director of promotions for iHeartRadio, led the promotions for Power 99, Q102. I built up the first Latino station here, which is Rumba. But then, I was just kind of like, I don't know, like, this is not my thing. So I just kind of like, really started diving more into doing consulting work and also doing like tech stuff with what I'm doing with Queen Warriors. Like, it's a dream for me because I love being around women. Like, it's so much power in being a woman. I stand on that each and every day. So the fact that I get to build an app, be a part of a leadership team where we do nothing but empower women, it's just like, it's lit. But yeah.
Microphone's hating on you, bro.
Use that voice.
Wow.
That time of day. Right. But okay, we'll pass one mic. This is gonna be a real intimate. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I have so much love for you, and I just am appreciative of the spaces that you create and the permission you give people by being yourself and showing people that you can step into these spaces. And I saw that in you, right? And I think that is so much a part of what I've seen in all of you in the various ways that I've gotten to know you over the development of this panel, and just again through the network of learning about the work and the impact that you're having. So I just want to highlight that. And then Naj, I want to turn it over to you. I want to hear the same from you. And your journey is so different because I love that Ethos Club was a physical space. And I think there's something there that is so powerful. I'm obsessed with third spaces, y'all. I think we need more of them. We need more places for us to convene. So I would love to hear about the journey of creating Ethos Space and what brought you to that and the need you saw. And then also, obviously, the pivot to somewhere good. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you. The mic that works. Yeah, I definitely identify as a space maker more and maybe over a community builder. I actually struggle being in groups of people, which is very ironic with my line of work. I prefer to be in the background. Quick caveat, but I cook a lot, and I host weekly dinners, and my favorite part about it is I'm in the kitchen, and everyone's at my dining table eating, and I'm like, great, don't talk to me, don't bother me, I'm fine, I have the food, you need water, I got you. I don't love to be in the mix, and I think what I learned very quickly in my career is that I was really talented at building spaces that brought that out in people that I didn't have to be involved in. And I wanted to build a product and a brand that was bigger than me and beyond me and didn't need Naj to be there to make it work. And so in that, my journey started in real estate. I worked in real estate at a couple different real estate tech companies.
and spent a lot of time in spaces that felt quite literally white, cold, not warm. And I think in that was seeking a different type of space, which we now affectionately call third spaces, which is a space that's not your home, it's not your work, but it's a space that brings you closer to yourself and others in a way that is secular. And or you can look at it through a theological lens, which could be a house of worship. I was looking around Brooklyn and I'm like, this is a very big city and a very big borough, and I don't see spaces like that. And so decided, how hard could it be? It was very hard. And, you know, I'm in Aries, I'm hard-headed and I'm stubborn, so I like to learn the hard way. And I did, but in that I started Ethel's Club, which was a creative co-working space that was trying to be a lot of things, but I think in that very classic, nascent, early stage founder, you're kind of like, I want this product to be for everybody and for it to work in every way that you could possibly need it to work. And, you know, we definitely hit a couple of walls in that, raised some venture capital, and I think I kind of got my feet wet. And then COVID happened, which definitely, you know, threw a wrench into things when you're like, I'm going to build out these physical spaces. And 4 months later, a global pandemic happened. But in that, and, you know, with the Aries coming through strong, I was like, well, you know, people are going to go online. So how do we figure out a space in which people can commune online? So we built that out. That became Somewhere Good, which became an app, which became a different type of space. And I think I've realized that my purpose in life is to build spaces, to take my learnings and my knowledge and to create spaces that specifically center the Black queer identity, that specifically center what joy and rest look like from a Black perspective, and that specifically center what it means to have the privilege of imagination, to seek real liberation in terms of like, whether that's your job or your relationships. But I think the power of what it means to do nothing is profound. And as Black people specifically, we are so rarely granted that space. And so to have offered that in my career and to continue offering it is why I'm here. I'm gonna continue doing it in lots and lots of ways. And I think it's all been kind of, you know, started at that first question of kind of what you were saying, Will, which is I could use that. And then if I can use it, I bet other people can too.
Amazing. Thank you. Amazing stories. You're all incredible leaders. And I'm curious, as you've stepped more into leadership, either, you know, very much with an intention or sometimes maybe pushed into leadership. I'm curious, you know, how have you stayed connected to your community and culture and really taken into account what the community needs as you've built something that is so for others, right? It's what I'm hearing from all of you is it started with what you all needed, but as you're serving more and more people in your community, what keeps you connected to community and keeps you grounded?
Pass the good mic. Yeah, I think as a co-founder, I look at one of the most important parts of my job as to stay as close to our community as possible, right? Like from the inception of Rec, we never went out, like I was kind of saying earlier, and just built a thing and then was like, here. It was always like, yo, we have an idea. What do y'all think? So like focus groups, town halls, like all of that is like really in the DNA of Rec. And even today, like if I'm at... maybe this is gonna be kind of weird to say, but even if I'm at Rec today, I'm probably spending more time with our members than I am with my staff, right? And that's just because I know that I can only do my job most effectively, which is come up with the ideas that push the business forward, create the right partnerships, make sure we're serving folks properly by continually getting that feedback one-to-one. And also like, I'm a creative, so I'd rather be hanging out with people who are creating stuff like day to day than, you know, sometimes some of my staff members who have less sexy jobs, right? So yeah, I think it's just in me, and it's the secret weapon. And again, the other part is like, I am my community, right? So it takes away feeling like a job to go and get like customer feedback. It's like, no, I'm just talking to my people, right? So that's always been the perspective for me.
So a big thing for me is outside of my work in building spaces for people to gather is I'm on my local community board in Brooklyn, and it's me and my Caribbean elders. And there's nothing like keeping a pulse on what's actually happening, because I think that I, as a 32-year-old millennial who lives in Flatbush can live in a Twitter bubble of reality. And then I go to these board meetings and I'm like, oh, there's actual like real problems happening in the world. And I think it reminds me that one, intergenerational wisdom is so overlooked in this country, and we need more spaces in which we can gather and have these conversations. And two, we all need the same things. And so the conversations that I would hear from young Gen Z just graduated at Somewhere Good is the same conversation I'm hearing from Miss Mary, who's 80, which is like, you know, she comes to me and she's like, I just need a place to tell my stories. Who's capturing my stories? I have so many things to say. And then I hear from these young people being like, I'm seeking wisdom. I wish there was someone I could talk to. And I get to be the person that's like, wait. And so what did I do? I brought Miss Mary in. And we had a Miss Mary advice session where people are talking to this 78-year-old woman, and she was talking to them for a real long time. And they were like, okay, when does this? The Calendly said 30 minutes. But it was this very beautiful, wonderful reminder that, like, at the end of the day, community is vast, and it goes beyond age, which we can often think. And I get caught up in this all the time, which is I'm like, what's our next TikTok? You know, like where can we go viral? But I sometimes miss the more like human aspect, which is that everyone wants to be seen, heard, felt, supported, no matter the sort of nuances. And I think being a part of my local community board brings me out of that, which has been really important and I think helpful in terms of nurturing the types of experiences that people have had at Somewhere Good.
Ask a follow-up question. I'll give you an opportunity to answer if you have something, but I'm just curious because what you said made me think about, you know, traditional business and building a successful business and like a capitalist model is very rooted in scalability. And I'm curious how you all navigate the challenges of being community focused and centered and the friction that can come up with scaling, right? Because not all communities are successfully scaled, nor should they be. Right. So I'm just curious if anyone has any thoughts on that.
Should I answer the last question or that question?
You have an answer for that question?
Well, no, just to kind of go off of what you were saying before. So I know you had mentioned, you know, where we kind of pushed into these positions. So with me, a little background story with my relationship with Queen Warriors. I was pushed into leadership. I was originally hired as a contractor to do a couple things behind the scenes, but then, you know, obviously when you're good at what you do, people were like, no, we want more. So just kind of with the founders of Queen Warriors, so she's actually a friend, they're actually friends of mine, and it started with not like with the intention of what it is right now. So it was like one of those accidental businesses, and we just kind of like, crap, we have something like crazy here, and we have to go with it. So during the pandemic, it was launched in March of 2020. You know, obviously we're all stuck in our homes, gyms are closed, and the founder, she's been in the fitness industry for 7+ years, and her thing was just like, I just want to go on IG Live. Let me work out with like 10 girls, and like let's just do something like 3 times a week. Let me work out with 10 girls. But those 10 girls quickly turned into 50. The 50 turned into 100. The 100 turned into 200, and then literally like within a month in, she had like over 1,000 subscribers, like people that's tuning into a live workout with her. So then, you know, obviously it was just really building really quick, and then, you know, gyms weren't opening up anytime soon. And then, you know, again, you know, went from 1,000 to 10,000 to 15,000 to 20,000. And then, you know, it went from having to move from IG Live workouts to actually having a platform. So with me, like, you know, just centering community, just fast forward until today, you know, we've been blessed. Like it's a bootstrap company. Yes, we've been able to generate like over $10 million in revenue, just completely bootstrap. But it's just like it sounds exciting, but it's like it's a lot. And the thing is too, with us being behind the scenes, like majority of the people on the leadership board, 90% were from Philly. And it started off just as like we had the networks. We know each other. We're just gonna you're good at this, you're good at that. Like we'll just put our talents together and build something great. So like with this, it was like again, when the work is aligned, God is at work. So it's just so happened that they had people within their close friends that were all really good at things that they needed. You know, they knew someone that was in tech. You know, he's from West Philly. You know, he's been learning and building the tech, the whole behind the scenes for tech. You know, I'm really good at community building. I'm really good at just overall operations. So I built the operations and the community element for the app behind the scenes. But what was crazy is that, you know, okay, it was great, we have this product, but with what Vince said in the previous panel, which is what we've been learning, you can have a great product, but what is your mission? Like, how are you showing up for your community? So we had the product that was there, but our whole stuff was like, okay, we want to bypass like, okay, it's not just the aesthetics, trying to get the dream body, do this, like, oh, join our program so you can look great, whatever. What is the real mission of what we're doing? So we're like here, okay, now we need to go into the medical journals, we need to go into the numbers, we need to look into like, because knowing like our community members are over 95% Black and brown women. So it's just like with us, we're like, there's a real plague happening within our community no one's really talking about. Like the healthcare industry is after us. Pharma is after us. And it's so crazy. Like when you look at the numbers, like 3 out of 4 Latina women are obese or overweight. 4 out of 5 Black women are obese or overweight. But it's just like no one's really doing anything about it. People are just pushing pills in our community. People are pushing like these, these foods that just doesn't have anything healthy. And we're just like, oh, that's just a thing. That's just what we are. That's just what we know. But it's like, no, we have to change that. We have to break those habits. So we're like, as leadership, it's not more about just getting fit. It's really about fixing an epidemic that's happened within our community. So like now we're all locked in on our mission. Like it's not about just working out. Like it's so much bigger than that. It's like we want to help combat those numbers. We want to help like really like fight. Like that should not be a thing within our community anymore. Like it's crazy. 50% of our women will have diabetes. Like, and it's just like, oh, that's just it. Like, no, that needs to not be it. So, a lot of that is community focused. Like, we're always asking our community, what do you want? What's going to make you show up for the workout? What do you like about our instructors? What can we work on? So we're really big on doing like community surveys so we can adjust and make sure we're providing a product that's going to make them show up. Because again, it's not about just keeping the subscribers, but it's about like the overall mission of what we're doing.
I wanted to touch on the scale piece. Josh, would you mind just kind of queuing that question up? I want to make sure I answer it to your question.
Basically just like the friction around creating a successful business that's deeply rooted in serving community and focused on community versus not all communities need to or should be scaled.
Got it. Yeah. So I think about scale a lot. Unfortunately, we're in a position now where we are scaling, right? We're about to open Rec Miami at the top of next year, which is a blessing. Thank you. But I also have to be transparent that like as an entrepreneur, I don't know if I ever wanted to build a small business, right? Like I knew from the very beginning, it was like I want to build something, and first and foremost, it has to be sustainable. And then secondly, it has to be scalable. But why though, right? And my why was like, I had seen so many different movements or so many different programs, especially in the nonprofit space, that would come in, create amazing space for people. People leaned on it, and then before you knew it, it was gone. Right. And I think that there's this harm, right? And also like abandonment that we've all navigated in some part of our life that then gets perpetuated if we don't have that sustainability. And then the scalability piece for me was like, I know that this problem is not just a Philly problem that we're solving, right? It's a problem that's actually all over the country, but even all over the world as far as creatives not having what they need to be successful. So that's why the scale. However, when we started raising capital though, and we started talking to VCs, it helped me understand, okay, I wanted scalability, but I didn't want scalability by any means necessary, right? And it actually challenged like the timeline in which we wanted to grow. So when you get into those rooms and then people are talking about, okay, cool, we like your vision, but here's the vision we see and the timeline we see. You want the check? Then it's like, oh, maybe I don't want the check as much as I thought, right? So that's actually forced us also to be thoughtful about who we partner with on the capital side, just because I understand the detriment of growing too quickly. And we've even bit a bit of that apple and started growing faster than really our P&L said we should, right? But it helped us get to a point where we did have to start reeling it in and saying what's right for us, not what's right for capitalism in general, what's right for, all of the world. Unfortunately, our lead investor, who is, Sean Diddy Combs, Puff, I say that proudly because he takes a lot of the pressure off of our growth pattern because he understands how long it took us to build what we built in Philly, what Miami should feel like when we get there. And it's not like Puff's hurting for the money, right? He's not going to be knocking on my door next year. Where's my return, right? But I do wish that we could be in a position that like A16Z and all these other really big funders could be like, here's the bag. But not if I have to adopt the culture that comes with that bag. And it's been a crazy balance, but I think we're doing what's right for us, and I think that's what's most important because we're doing what's right for our community.
Amazing. Love that.
Yeah, I guess, so like I'm still in like my first year of developing an organization. I didn't fully I forgot the question a little bit, but I would say like, for me, I'm someone like our organization is based around land justice, so I'm consistently connected with people who are fighting to save public housing. So we work with the Save UC Townhomes. We're on 40th and Market. A longstanding projects was basically bought by a developer, and 80 families was told that they had to vacate. So I'm there. We're documenting that movement, and we're working with a lot of people who've been displaced. And so a lot of times in these organizing space where people don't have money, there's a fear when it comes to money, and there's a fear of like there's this ideology that money is evil and money is bad, and if you obtain this crazy amount of money that you are now on the other side. And I feel like this has been something that has limited the amount of resources that have come into our communities, especially in the organizing space, because a lot of organizers will have a fear of like, okay, we're an abolitionist framework, so we're not going to create a nonprofit, we're not going to apply for funding. And I feel like in the long term, that could, I can't really critique that because I haven't done enough education on that. But I feel like we need more financial education and we need more resources, even if we're abolition minded, because the way that we obtain housing in this capitalist society is through money. The way that we obtain land is through financial education, like of how to work the land bank. The way we obtain food is through like these systems that require money. And so I feel like it's been an interesting world to navigate as a leader, because I'm someone who has to kind of like stare, but I have to listen. And so I'm staring of like, okay, a lot of people I work with are abolitionists and don't feel like we need to apply for funding, but it's like at the end of the day, to have resources and mutual aid, we need money. And so like this is a hard world to navigate in the spaces that we're in. But I think a lot of it has to do with how we view money, financial education, and how we look at currency and the depths of what currency can look like. But I think abolition at its root, because a lot of people will hear the term abolition and be like, these are people who want to burn down things, and yes, that is a part of it. But no, yes, that is a part of it. But a large part of it is sustainability, and a lot of the abolitionists I know are farmers and people who take care of land, and yeah.
Yeah, they want to burn down parts. Burn down parts to build new systems.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
I was gonna just, I think about community, human connection, and scale a lot, so my answer is pretty succinct at this point. But I want to remind people that the need for one another is as important as the need for food and water. And I want to remind us that the same way that we pay for food and water, in this construct that we're all stuck in, we also need to think about the importance of paying for human connection. When we don't, we have platforms that take our eyeballs and buy our attention in other ways. And so we want better places, more third spaces, places that allow us to be and hang. We need to think about what we're doing to keep those places, spaces, digital, physical, alive. And a lot of it starts and ends in rooms like this.
I think another call to action, if I may, based on what you said, is supporting people who are creating these community spaces, right? It's going to Rec Philly, going to Rec Philly events, signing up for Somewhere Good, going to ethos clubs when they exist, right? When people are showing up in community and creating these spaces for us and trying to cultivate that connection, it's so, so important for us all to show up, because again, where we spend our attention and time, that is a form of currency that we have as well. So just want to...
It's all connected.
This turned into the activist panel, and I love it. That's why I'm moderating it. We are at time, but I did want to end the panel. It was quick. I know, it was quick. The conversation does not end. We're going to continue to connect with one another. All of these people are accessible. This is the beginnings of more community, right? But I would love to hear from all of y'all. What are y'all doing right now in your lives to center joy? And how are you kind of continuing to spread that joy throughout your communities?
Well, I like to shake a little ass, so I mean, and we're being honest. So all jokes aside, so I actually started this ladies only reggaeton and Caribbean party series. So it was only supposed to be a one-time event, in March for Women's History Month, and it was gonna make it a yearly thing. But as soon as I announced it, sold out the club in 24 hours. Like literally as soon as the tickets dropped, and like after the party, everyone was blowing up my DMs. We need more, we need more, we need more. So we were just like, all right, I'm just gonna do another one in May. It'll be my birthday party, birthday celebration. The same thing. We dropped the tickets, we sold out within 24 hours. So I'm like, damn, like I have something going on here. And ended up doing a summer party series, and then, took it from Philly to New York. And then the same thing too. We've done it's just a space for women just to let loose and have fun and shake ass and enjoy each other in a safe space. So that's what I like to do for fun. But yeah, it's growing. It's crazy. Like I have people from California reaching out. I have people from Atlanta reaching out, from Miami. So it's growing. So that's something that I was just like, I just need a space where I can just have fun, not feel harassed by men or whatever, and just be with the girls, because I'm a girl's girl all the way, and I love hanging out with the girls. So yeah, I mean, that's something I like to do for fun. And then also I've added a social impact element of it. So moving forward, I partnered up with Women Against Abuse, and we're gonna be donating a portion of all of our ticket sales for all of our events moving forward to support their organization. So shake ass and then also give back. It's called Jefa Tona because we're a bunch of jefas, female bosses, but also freaky Tona. So yeah, Jefa Tona. We're having a Halloween party October 28th at Roar Nightclub. If you're from Philly, you want to come, hang out, have fun, and shake a little ass and let loose. Like, come on, let's go. Consciously. Yes.
Okay. Sure. Joy. What does joy look like? Look a little different. Looks a little different. It's like, nah. I mean, the things that bring me joy is like loving on my people, and sometimes getting a good fit off, So I've been recently trying to just elevate my style game and wear the cool things that some of our members make, like I am today, which is cool. But the other thing that actually gives me a really deep sense of joy is like being in my body and playing tennis. Like as a kid, I loved the sport of tennis. So honestly, with all of the roller coaster of entrepreneurship, I still try to do my best to find myself on the tennis court 2 and 3 times a week, to the point where I'm like that weird guy who carries my tennis racket through the airport these days, because I'm gonna find some people in the city I'm in to hit with, right? And I guess just the community builder in me has now turned this into a thing where like, I have a group chat with over 30 people now who also like to play tennis in Philly. So I'll be doing that, and I get the deepest joy because it's like one of the only spaces in my life that I can really turn my brain off, and none of the worries of business and the grind and capitalism come into that court. So that's where I'm finding most of my joy these days.
Sure. I would say I'm just like starting to learn about joy, because I feel like being in an organized space is so much. It's like so much being thrown at you, like so many of like timelines that you're meeting, like timelines of like either you're gonna win this fight or you're not. And sometimes like we forget like there's little wins within winning. For example, the housing project that was about to be torn down by this developer, which is like a few blocks away from here. 20% of the land was actually saved, and that's like unheard of for any of it to be saved. So like that is joy of like noticing like there's small wins. But then also I would say learning about planning and like the theology that comes with it. So it's like I feel so grateful to be able to come from where I come from and be in the spaces that I've been blessed in, because I could have never thought I would be in spaces with people like y'all. But somebody told me about just the concept of farming, of like when a planter goes to sow a seed, they expect a harvest. And so that made me really look at the people in my life, like so many people are sowing seeds, and I couldn't understand like how are people investing in me, and like I would feel unworthy, like people like, do they know what they're doing by investing in me? And then I realized somebody saying like the people that are investing in you are people who like are expecting a harvest. So I feel grateful, and I feel like for me, I want to do that for other people, because I want to see people win, and I want to see people be uplifted in this place where some people don't have no joy, and I want people to feel liberated. But yeah.
Go ahead, girl.
Yeah, thank you.
I be in the kitchen. I'm just me, my pots and pans, and Roberta Flack. We be there every Sunday. I'm working on my first cookbook, which is very exciting. It's called. I'm doing something well. The cookbook is called "There's Nothing Sweet in Here" because there isn't. I don't cook sweets. Don't look at me for no cake. Nope. You gotta go with somebody else. I do what I do well, and we're gonna keep it like that. My dish is probably braised lamb, which will be in the cookbook. As your star, you're trying to put a ring on somebody, you make the braised lamb. I got you. No. It's giving farmers market girly. It's giving. You're gonna be in the kitchen all Sunday, unfortunately, but it will be delicious. So, yes, yeah. We'll figure it out. We'll try to pass them out. But that is how I find my quiet, nobody bother me joy.
Well, thank you all so much. Oh, we're turning it on to me. Okay. Moderator becomes panelist. What do I do for joy? I also play tennis, so I'm gonna hit you up. Yeah. I'm making that more into regular practice. I've played all my life, but I'm trying to bring it back. I like trying new things, so I recently became an improv person. I moved to Chicago and became kind of a stereotype and jumped into improv, but I'm loving it, and it's bringing me so much joy just to like have a space to play and be silly with other adults. I feel like we don't play enough in our adult lives, so Delilah reminds me of this all the time, whether we're throwing ass or just being silly. That girl is always making me laugh, so finding ways to infuse that brings me a lot of joy, and then connection with people. Like that is what I love. I love, just seeing other people be joyful. I'm kind of like you, where I kind of like being behind the scenes. So if people are having fun at an event, that brings me a lot of joy. Yeah. Awesome. This is over. Thank you all. Thank you to all of our amazing panelists. It's been a joy to have this conversation with you all.
Not the segue.
So one of these. This is the mic that works. Can we get the BBF team? Ania, you want to come on stage with me? We could do a quick sit. How's everybody doing out there?
How are y'all feeling?
Yeah.
Hello.
I feel like my back was to this side of the audience, so I'll wave hello. We're just waiting for the rest of our team. Some of those mics work, some of them don't. It's kind of a hit or miss. Here, I'll give this over to Del. Oh, look at the outfit change.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. We're winding down, but we're not. It's not over. There's a difference. What are we gonna do? How are we gonna do this? Yeah. Well,
I can stand.
We can like take. And we can figure. Come on, Jason. Yeah. We can figure this out. I just wanted to take a moment to bring the team that makes all of this possible. Not just today as one event. It's a very easy thing to say, like today is one thing, but the reality is that this has taken hours and hours and hours and months and months and months of planning to bring this all together. And I just wanted to make sure that you all got to see the humans and hear from the humans that made all of this possible. So thank you all. Josh, do you mind if we start with you and we'll just go through and kind of like, what's your name? What's been your role? And then let's just like move it through. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I know.
Does this one work? Can y'all hear me? Okay, perfect. I was just on a panel. I feel like you all know who I am. My name is Josh Torres. My pronouns are he, they. I am a special operations project manager with Black and Brown Founders. I just made up that title. I help the team put on events like CHROMA, and it's just a joy to work in collaboration with all of these folks and do this incredible, meaningful work to, again, create community, to bring these resources, bring access to capital in the many forms that it exists. I'm gonna steal that framework that Naja was talking about because I love that holistic framework of capital and thinking about it more than just money, but our social capital, our energy, our knowledge, our time and our attention, right? All of those things. Outside of Black and Brown Founders, I also am an entrepreneur. I have my own business, my own consulting firm called Evolve Services, and I'm also an executive coach. So I work with underrepresented folks, founders, and folks who work in tech, and really help them advance their careers more quickly into senior leadership. I believe that we all need to be in those senior leadership positions so that we can actually shift these systems and shift the game and just like make it more accessible and equitable. So I do that. I'm a Chicago resident, so visiting the beautiful city of Philadelphia. I love it here. But yeah, that's all on me.
That's hard to follow. So my name is Jason Lauren Giles. I'm the CEO and founder of a branding agency called Studio J. Lauren. We specialize in, branding and making all like visual stuff and strategy things and more than that. But right now I serve as, I guess you'd call it the brand director for Black and Brown, for Black and Brown Founders. And just a little bit similar to Josh, like my work has me working with a lot of people who are working in the equity space or in the tech space. I specialize in, we have a couple of philosophies at Studio J. Lauren. One is brand is behavior, right? So if you were talking to your significant other, you're like, I'm tired of your brand of bullshit. You wouldn't be talking about their logo or their fashion or anything like that. You would be talking about the way that they treat you. So the first thing that we do is we go into organizations and we help them figure out those behavior sets so they can treat themselves right, their internal staff right, and then the world right through the products that they offer. And then we make everything look sexy after that. So that's what we do, and that's what we're about, and that's me.
Hi all, I'm Monia Santinello, and I'm the Director of Operation at Black and Brown Founders. I'm a long-term friend of Ania, that's why I'm here. I've met Ania when she moved to California at the same time, and we jumped into our amazing enterprise with Tencel, and then I joined Black and Brown Founders as a board of director, and since 2020, I'm the Director of Operations. Yep. Talk about one Yes. And what Black and Brown Founders also really helped me to do is transform my passion into business and so make profit out of it. But not just profit. I wanted to create a community, and that's why I created When in Umbria, which is a travel planning service. And what I do is I literally bring friends, acquaintances, and whoever wants to come to Umbria and experience a completely different lifestyle that is completely immersed into a different culture, different tradition, but most important, a different lifestyle where it's more community-oriented instead of individuals.
In Italy.
Oh, okay. So Umbria is one of the smallest region of Italy, just at the center between Florence and Rome. It's very green. So if you love olive oil, that's where most of olive oil is made. We have amazing grapes. We don't have factories, so there's no industries really except for the chocolate place. Hershey's, the Kisses, actually they stole the name from Baci Perugina, which is the chocolate that they make in Perugia, which is the capital of the region. We're very easygoing people. We love food. We love to have fun. We love to entertain. But most importantly, we love to welcome people. Ania and Del have been there several times, and they can't wait to come back because everyone will actually make you feel part of a community. And that's what is very important to me, being part of a community. I'm Italian, I'm not Latina, I'm not black, but I found an amazing community in Black and Brown Founders.
Hello, is that okay? For the record, I am the member of the team standing up here who is a Philadelphia resident. And if y'all currently, actually, And if y'all are trying to go to Italy, like a founder's trip to Italy, Monia and I have already started talking about it. So just hit me up. We can do that. I'm just saying. I see you, Will. We're doing it. No. Yeah, I saw some of your eyes like really lighting up, and I was like, yeah, let me make sure we can make that happen. Hello everyone again. My name is Opeola Bukola. As a function of the Black and Brown Founders team, I primarily work on our boot camp program. One of the things I love about this team, you'll note that we are all giving like what we do, but not necessarily roles. This is this is very much the sort of team. Everyone on this team does something outside of this, right? And so this is very much the kind of team that we've forged the kind of community and the kind of culture on this team where if something needs to get done, that thing gets done, right? So someone on the team will hop on it. And so as it pertains to CHROMA, I've kind of hopped on it, right? It's been great. So I primarily work on the bootcamp program, as I said. Here in Philly, I'm the executive director of 10,000 Independents. That is an advocacy org here in Philly with an aim of bringing 50,000 jobs to the Philadelphia economy over the course of the next 10 years by empowering entrepreneur support organizations, a lot of whom you are in here. You might not immediately identify yourselves as that, but if you are creating content, you are creating space, you are creating community, you are creating culture for yourself and your business and for other entrepreneurs, we would consider you an ESO. Yeah, come talk to me if you're empowering others. I'm also the founder of Lillo Consulting, which is a change management consulting company here in Philly. And I love the work I do, and I love this community. And I'm super, super grateful to have this huge team of people who I've been working with for the better part of this year on something where they all came to be in the place that is home for me. It's been a really great opportunity to meet a lot of people who they all know who I didn't know in Philadelphia. This is just something really delightful for me, and I'm really, really happy to have gotten to be here with all of you.
What's up? Hey everybody, my name is Jeffrey Elizabeth Copeland. You can find me at Jazzy Jeff on Instagram. I'm not from Philly, I live in New York. If you have seen anything, woo-hoo! If you have seen Harlem, if you've seen anything on the Instagram, on the Facebook, it is from me. Hello. My day job is definitely doing post-production for NBC, HBO. When I get off work, I do comedy. We got a show coming up, Ghosted. Check us out, it's very funny. And I'll give you a discount if you come for the company. Like I said, I do a lot of marketing. I love these people. Little fun fact, this is my big cousin. I know. And I've known Jason from his Penn State days, so I've known this crew a very, very long time. Yes, we are. It's so great to be in this room with so many beautiful people of color and just network with so many amazing people and be a part of this team. Again, follow me at Jazzy Jeff, and please repost all of our amazing content at BB Founders.
I don't know how to come after that. Yeah, that was like energy. Hi, I am Ania Williams. I'm the founder of Black and Brown Founders. I'm also the chair of the board. These are my people. Y'all are my people now too. But yeah, I just feel like I have to kind of touch a little bit on some of this like backstory, because I mean, we've talked so much about community. We've talked about how important that is. Like, these folks all have come from my community in so many different ways. Like, I've worked with them on things before Black and Brown Founders and outside of Black and Brown Founders, and then we all kind of gravitate to like, okay, Black and Brown Founders need you, can you like jump in there? And they're like, hell yeah, and then they like jump in there. And so I feel like it's just been amazing. Josh, from the time that we were collaborating with the KPOR Center back in the day, and we were posted up there for a while, I got to meet Josh and got to collaborate with him on stuff. Jason, I've literally known since like the 6th grade. We both grew up in Philly, which is why we're here in Philly. Like, I grew up here. I went to Kappa, so I was like here for the Boys to Men story. I was like, yes, I know that story. And Dell, who was like there at the very inception of the idea of Black and Brown Founders. And when she left Code 2040, I was like, can I put a ring on it and like have you come and build this thing with me? And like Monia, like my first startup, Tinsel, that I talked about earlier, we made the world's first audio necklace. It was tech jewelry for women. It was really fucking hard. And Monia, who is like really underselling herself, she speaks 6 languages. Like, she is Italian. Actually, we ended up becoming really close friends because surprise, surprise, when you go to Kappa and you study voice, they make you learn Italian. And I really liked it. And so I kind of had this affinity for Italian things. And when I moved to San Francisco and first met her husband, who was like, oh yeah, my wife's Italian, I was like, I want to meet her. I need to speak to someone and practice my Italian. And we haven't been able to get rid of each other ever since. But she's like, day one, ride or die, has always had my back on everything. I love you so much, Monia. And like, I mean, literally her daughter tutors my daughter in Mandarin. Anyway, Opeola, like, who I first met through her sister, who was one of my other first best friends that I made when I moved to San Francisco. I ended up meeting Opeola through her, and she has been one of my, like, finest proteges ever since. And I have just been like, oh, throw Opeola in there. That's a great Opeola thing. She can kill that. Like, I'm here for you, whatever you need. And like Jeffrey, who obviously we've known each other since she was born, she needs no introduction. She like works with all these bigwig people in production and media, and like, I honestly have been like, well, I think Jeffrey's a little bit too big for us to like kind of come in and have to, but like, so she actually got brought in through Del, who was just like, why don't we just ask Jeffrey to do the thing? And I'm like, I don't know, does Jeffrey want to do that thing? So we're so honored and privileged. You have been killing it in every way that you've helped us and helped us level up so much. Like, I feel like this group is really a testament to the stuff that we are on stage talking about, like how these things come together, getting in a room with people, finding out that you have an aligned interest or you got something to bring to the party, and like rolling up your sleeves and getting in there and building this shit together, like one brick at a time. So I love you.
Oh, yes! Hold up. Let me talk a little bit about Ania. So like Ania said, Ania and I met through my older sister, who was like, they had both moved to San Francisco, I think around the same time. They became like buds, and it was all cute and stuff. And then she was like, oh, my little sister needs a job. And the thing happened. It was cool. It was community. Woo, culture. And anyway, I just want to call out something about Ania that I think is really important for us as Philadelphians. I'm not from Philadelphia. Ania like very much is, and as is Jason, right? And as are many of you, right? One of the things I think I admire the most about Ania is that she is a Philadelphian who was here and left, which is something we like Philadelphians do all the time, right? People often talk to me about the fact that a lot of times it feels like things can feel kind of restrictive in Philly, and you feel like you have to go somewhere and like get really big in that space and then come back to Philadelphia. Ania has been such a fantastic example of someone who left Philadelphia and has never stopped putting more roots in Philadelphia, putting more money in Philadelphia, putting more resources in Philadelphia, and investing in the city. I think that is incredibly admirable. I think that is something that I would love to see more Philadelphians do who do leave. People rep Philly really, really hard, but people who actually come back to Philly and put their dollars back in Philly and put their energy back in Philly are not nearly as common as the people who rep Philly and just stay elsewhere and put their money in those other places. And so Ania is amazing. She continues to build community inside this Philadelphia community from all the way across the country. I think that's incredibly important. And she's someone you should all know and we should all look up to, and I know I do, so.
And so with that, we say thank you so much. We just want to remind you all, I hope you all connected, right? And the survey. We will be sending out a message because I do need you to fill out the survey. If you haven't filled it out yet, we're going to do it. But before we leave, we do have one last gift to you all. So we believe that the dollar must always move. So as you're going out, make sure you're getting one of our, you want to bring it up here? Somebody's going to play Vanna White here? Yeah, here we go. So this is the gift must always move. Every one of you is going to get this. Keep this, some of us keep this in front of us and we see this on a regular basis. Some of us have this on our walls, and it's just a reminder that you have a value that's intrinsically yours. No one can take that away from you. How you choose to share it, who you choose to share it with, that is up to you. But it is a gift that you have, that it is yours, that is brought to you here. Yes, it is real. It is a real dollar. So if you're ever in a pinch and you need it, you can also use it. But this is just a reminder to make sure that you understand that we value you and that we want to make sure that you continue to not just have this dollar, but to have many more. So thank you so much for coming to CHROMA. Who wants dollar bills?